Northanger Parks, 21st Century Austen, Book 4, by Sarah Marks, read by Marie Caron, in collaboration with Rona Goffstein and Sandy Riggs. Dedication to Nana, Grandpa, Grammy, and Pop-Pop, who made my first Disney dreams come true. I miss you all. Northanger Parks, 21st Century Austen, Book 4, by Sarah Marks, read by Marie Caron, in collaboration with Rona Goffstein and Sandy Riggs. Dedication to Nana, Grandpa, Grammy, and Pop-Pop, who made my first Disney dreams come true. I miss you all. Northanger Parks, California, Chapter 1. On day 1 of our vacation, we walked into one of the California parks. I wanted to run as fast as I could through the park, like I was having a Sound of Music moment, but I restrained myself. It's the one where Maria stands at the top of the Alps, throws her arms wide open, spins in a circle, and sings about the hills being alive. Realistically speaking, this would have knocked down children, then angering several parents, and getting myself kicked out of the park. But I'm a considerate adult. "What do you want to do first?" Aunt Terry asked me. My mother's younger sister and my favorite aunt was a few steps behind me as I guided us through the growing crowd. My aunt and uncle had gifted me this last-minute trip to Northanger Parks, even though it's the beginning of the semester and my graduation was only months away. Uncle Michael had been invited for a job interview for a ride engineer. The company put us in one of their most expensive resorts for 3.5 days on an all-expenses-paid trip thanks to the Northanger Company. We had arrived yesterday and spent the evening shopping in the Northanger Mall. Now I had 3 days to go back and forth between the two Los Angeles parks. As a big Northanger fan, I usually watched other people go to the parks on YouTube, especially the Northanger mega fans. These were the people with no connection to the Northanger Company or family, but loved it so much that they wanted to share it with the world. My favorite channel was by a brother and sister team, Ethan and Hannah Thornton. They did a mix of video styles from video logs, vlogs about their current trip, shopping hauls and unboxings, and company updates. Most of the time, they were sitting in a room talking to each other about whatever topic they needed to cover. They have more subscribers than any other channel for various reasons, but the biggest reason is that Ethan is so freaking hot. Their fans get angry when he isn't in the videos and express it through the many comments. His videos about the history of the Northanger Parks and Company were my favorite and the most popular. He was always excited to share stories he had learned and then following up with people in the comments. If you didn't read the comments, you would miss chances to interact with them. I was a frequent commenter, and keeping up with these videos built my enthusiasm over the months. That made it easy for me to catch a last-minute plane to Los Angeles from Boston. Last night, from the comfort of my room, I watched their latest video and realized they were in the Los Angeles parks too. A small part of me hoped that I would run into them and they would remember me from the comments. I would tell them exactly how much I loved their videos. Other people did that and often got a quick shout-out in the vlogs. I needed to stand out in the crowd in case I run into them. I knew exactly what I needed. "I need kitty ears or a unicorn horn," I announced before making a sharp left into an open souvenir shop. The store was practically empty since most people were rushing to get in line for rides. I wasn't in a rush because we had VIP access, thanks to my uncle, who was busy with his job interview. They wanted him to design a whole new set of rides related to the latest hit movies. We had been allowed to get quick passes to all the rides we want, instead of only one at a time. I had planned my trip around my favorite rides, my favorite characters, the tours we were taking, and the food I wanted to eat. I wasn't worried about getting on the rides, which allowed me to focus on ways to find Ethan and Hannah. I made my way over to a wall of kitty ear and unicorn horn headbands, elaborately designed to match the park's events, characters, rides, and partnerships. I found a pair of gold lame kitty ears, precisely what I had been looking for. "Those are brand new," a shop employee said to me. He was restocking the display with them. Hannah had featured these ears on last night's video when she showed her new favorite products. The ears had a black sequin top hat placed between them related to the park's partnership with Broadway. I tried on the ears and checked myself out in a nearby mirror. The gold lame not only rested perfectly on my long braided hair, but also matched my dark brown hair, and it brought out the gold flecks in my hazel eyes. I smiled, feeling impressed with how perfect these ears were, and made my way to the register. "Aren't those ears so cute? I got a pair yesterday," a woman said as I got to the register's small line. I looked up to see Hannah Thornton, the very woman I had just been hoping to find. She was holding a Halloween sweatshirt. The day was unexpectedly chilly. My eyes widened, and a voice in my head reminded me not to say something stupid. This was what I hoped would happen after all. "I know you. I just saw your video about them. That's why I'm buying them." Hannah Thornton blushed as the line inched forward. She was shorter in person than I expected, with brown curly hair and deep brown eyes. She was as bubbly as I expected her to be, ready to chat with anyone in line with her. "Ethan, we have a viewer," she called over to the tall man standing at the door, looking at holiday junk food options. Ethan Thornton looked up, and I felt my stomach tighten as I slowly exhaled a deep sigh. I hoped Hannah didn't notice. The camera didn't do Ethan justice. His brown hair was brushed back away from his face, and he wasn't wearing the glasses that he typically wore in the videos. I could clearly see his brown eyes. His beard, usually perfectly groomed, was scruffy and uneven. He was wearing khaki shorts and a simple gray shirt that had Willow the Northanger unicorn on it and said, "Even men love unicorns." A black backpack was slung across his broad shoulders. He was over 6 feet tall, and his long arms were slightly muscular. "Great," he said, with a small wave in our direction before yawning. "I had to stop here before we get coffee," Hannah whispered. "Who hasn't had coffee?" my aunt asked as she walked over to us. She had her own pair of kitty ears in Charlie's classic calico style, the first Northanger cat. "I love the classic Charlie ears. Not a lot of people wear them anymore," Hannah said to my aunt. Terry gave Hannah the "we're chatting because we're in line together" smile. She and my mother had the exact same expression when forced to interact with strangers while shopping. "This is Hannah," I said to my aunt. "I was watching her video last night. You know, the YouTube one. I'm Katie Merton, Katie M on YouTube. This is my Aunt Terry." "I know you. We see your comments all the time," Hannah said, glancing at Ethan. "Oh, you're the Northanger travel agents," Terry said. "That's such a fascinating service." "My father's the travel agent," Hannah said. "My brother and I help with promotion and marketing." Hannah turned to pay for her sweatshirt. That's the perfect opportunity to glance back at Ethan, who was still looking at the Halloween food. He caught my eye and smiled, but I quickly looked away. I wanted to look at him, but didn't want him to know it. He'd dismiss me as a silly woman. When I glanced back, Hannah was looking at me before looking back at her brother. Her smile suggested she had formed a plan. "What are your plans for the day? You have your quick passes, right?" Hannah asked, stepping out of the line. My aunt and I exchanged a look, and I knew my desires were clearly communicated by her smile and sigh. "We're going on the rocket roller first," my aunt said. "We don't have to rush over." "My uncle's here for a job interview," I said, wanting them to know everything. "We have permission to have quick passes for any ride we want, so I booked all of them at once." Hannah looked me over, her eyes narrowing like she was debating something in her mind. "Ethan, what are we riding today? Can we start at rocket roller?" Hannah asked her brother after a quick nod. A smile spread across my face, and I looked to Ethan with the hope that he would say we could walk around together. He shrugged and scrolled through something on his phone. "I can get us a quick pass for now, if you want them," he said with a faint smile on his face. "Awesome!" Hannah then turned to me and said, "Do you mind the company for your first ride?" Ethan pressed a few things on his phone and then looked up at us. His smile was different now, a little more enthusiastic than before. I turned to my aunt. "Sure, if Katie doesn't mind," Terry said, giving me a knowing look. I met her eyes and gave an encouraging smile. I wanted to hang out with these two as long as possible. Their vlogs always included someone who found them in the crowd and was invited to walk around with them. Maybe I would end up in today's video. Cool. Let's get coffee for Ethan and head over to the ride, Hannah said. We walked across the street and stood in the Starbucks line that stretched into the seating area. Hannah pulled out her camera and started recording herself and explaining what was going on. Do you want to be on camera? Hannah asked me after pausing the recording. Yes, I said, excited to have gotten what I wanted so easily. She turned the camera to me and did introductions before turning it to Ethan and rambling to the camera about his caffeine need. Don't worry, it's not live. I like to edit the vlogs before they get uploaded, Hannah said after she put the camera away. While we waited, I explained the reason for our trip to Northanger Parks. What has he designed? Ethan asked. He did some popular roller coasters for other parks, but nothing for Northanger before. The siblings looked at each other, but I didn't understand what the look meant. That's really neat, Hannah said. What do you do? Ethan asked me. I considered what to say, but decided not to embellish the truth. I'm getting my MBA in project management, and I freelance as a project manager. Both Ethan's and Hannah's eyes widened. You could take time off of school for a trip to Northanger? Hannah asked. Well, it's grad school, and my classes are online. I can go back to our suite tonight and just post some stuff. I have to pick a final project to finish my degree. I have to create an entire project and run through the planning process. Are you working at the moment? Ethan asked. Since I freelance, I have more control over when I work. I have a small job that starts in a few weeks. I'd love to get something permanent with Northanger Parks, and I was hoping to get some interviews out here, but didn't get any responses before we left. The siblings exchanged another look, but this one I could read clearly. They knew someone. I had been stalking different job websites daily, waiting for Northanger Parks to post a project manager position. I had done my research. Running Northanger Parks required a project manager for everything that went on. If they needed a new ride, to plan a new parade, get ready for a specific event, or even develop an entirely new park, they would hire at least one project manager. As we walked across the park to the ride, Ethan said to me, I bet you know this already, but Rocket Roller, here in Los Angeles, is the smallest of all its versions in any Northanger Park. Yes, and Paris has the largest one, I said, excited to share these details. Your uncle probably taught you all about the roller coasters, Ethan said, giving me a huge grin and walking next to me with his coffee in hand. His mood changed as soon as he took the first sip of his massive coffee. I had been worried that he was irritated, that a fan was imposing on his vacation. Now he seemed engaged and chatty. His voice was deep and low, like it started in his stomach and rumbled up his body. I had enjoyed hearing him sigh and moan with a small bit of pleasure once he took his first sip of the coffee. I carried a hot chocolate in a cup decorated by one of the baristas to match my ears. They drew these creative mug designs when people came in wearing any pair of ears. This was new to me, and my surprise prompted Hannah to start an impromptu video about little things staff did in the park for visitors. Then she chatted away to the camera on her own while Ethan walked with Aunt Terry and me. The Rocket Roller in Tampa was the first roller coaster I ever went on, and my uncle took me, I said, giving him a smile. I liked caffeinated Ethan. He wanted to chat with me, and his brown eyes sparkled. Mine was the lightning coaster, he said. I heard my aunt chuckle on my other side. I know more about the mechanics of both roller coasters than any non-engineer should know, she laughed. They were both the first computer-controlled roller coasters ever designed and done by the same team of engineers. I didn't know that, Ethan said. I love Northanger history. My husband can tell you anything you want to know about Northanger ride engineering. It's his hobby and his job, my aunt said, chuckling as she thought about the ride models my uncle kept in the basement of their home. I wrote an honors thesis about the history of the Northanger Company when I was an undergraduate. I know more than one person should, he said, laughing at his self-deprecating comment. I held back my inclination to laugh, too. I normally didn't have any problems talking to people, especially men. Of course, none of those men had a fan base that demanded attention. Yes, Ethan probably was a regular guy, but he wasn't necessarily the same guy who did videos with Hannah. That was perhaps a little bit of a performance. I was unusually aware of how my reactions could be misinterpreted by Ethan. That was the last thing I wanted. Like what? I asked, smiling and ready to hear anything Ethan wanted to tell me. Well, for example, the parks are designed to be a journey through time, depending on their location, he said, extending his arm and pointing above my head toward the right. The direction we're going in is like traveling back in time, from the future to the past. The first rides here focused on the future at that time. That's why there's a whole westward expansion theme here, but not in Tampa. Out there, it's the colonial era, I said. He put his arm down and started counting on his fingers. In France, it's medieval. Each country focuses on their history. In Japan, it is focused on the classical period and all the Buddhist temples. And China goes back to the start of the Silk Road. The anchor rides that are the same at every park have different narratives. If you start on the park's left side and travel the main path, you will experience a cohesive story through time. So, I asked, if we start on the rocket roller, it's the 1960s version of the future, but Tampa is the 1980s version? Exactly. Cool, right? Ethan said, beaming, happy to be talking about his favorite topic. Very, I said. Chapter 2. Terry left us before lunch to meet my uncle and take a break. I ended up spending the rest of the afternoon walking around with Hannah and Ethan. We linked our accounts to coordinate our day together, and we stopped for lunch at a place that allowed us to pre-order on the Northanger app. We brought the food to a table, fighting for a spot with several other families. We sat there eating with our phones out to pick the next rides we wanted. You can only reserve about 3 a day, per person, Hannah explained to me. They told my uncle we could just go on the quick line, no matter what tickets were available. It's part of what they gave us. Hannah's eyes widened with a bit of jealousy. Honestly, I would have been jealous too. I wonder if, now that our accounts are linked, will it assume you're part of our group and just let you on too? I said, trying to make it worth their time to hang out with me. You're a group? Ethan asked, a bit confused. I giggled, realizing I hadn't explained anything to them. My brother and 2 of his friends are meeting us tomorrow for the rest of the trip. Our accounts are all linked. I don't think the company gave my uncle a limit on how many people could come with him. That's generous, Hannah said. I shrugged, knowing it was only because they wanted to entice my uncle. I wasn't sure of their plans for the new rides, but it was clear that my uncle was an essential part of it. My uncle had checked the 3 of us into a 3-room suite in their most exclusive and expensive hotel the night before. The suite faced the parks, allowing us to see the fireworks each night. We had been treated to a dinner with executives and ordered dessert from room service while watching the fireworks from our balcony. My aunt had made an appointment for a spa afternoon, complete with massage and facial. I had 3 days for my dream vacation, and I would do everything I had ever wanted to do. How about this? Ethan said. We'll get our quick passes like we normally would, and you go on those rides with us. If we see a ride that would benefit from not standing in line, we'll test your theory. Worst case, we wait for you to ride the ride, or you wait for us to get through the line. I gave Ethan a huge smile, thrilled that I would get to spend more time with them. This was even more than I ever imagined they would allow me to do with them. At the most I had fantasized about was a quick hello as we met in a shop. I wasn't going to refuse this chance. Not all the rides have quick passes, though, Hannah reminded her brother. I knew which ones they meant, as I had been considering rides that don't accept quick passes. I know which lines get longer through the day, and I have a plan, I said. What? Ethan asked. I have 3 more mornings here. I'll just get on those rides right away. I can also do an early morning and a late night while we're here. I think it will be easier to get those difficult rides at those times." Ethan nodded his head. "That's a solid plan," he said. "Most people never think of it that way." "I've been watching your videos for a while. Well, others too," I quickly added, not wanting them to get the impression that I was obsessed with them. "I've been paying attention to these tips and tricks." Ethan gave me a grin that made my stomach clench, and I was glad I was sitting down. We unanimously agreed to a quick pass for the lightning coaster. It was a roller coaster entirely in the dark except for the bolts of lightning that periodically lit up the ride. It was timed to randomly hit so you might never see the same part of the ride twice. Different mythological characters were hidden through the ride. I loved trying to figure out which one I had and hadn't seen before. "I feel like you love the thrill rides," Hannah said as we walked over after lunch. "I do, but I believe anything that moves is a ride." Ethan laughed, a deep rumble in his belly type of laugh. "Even escalators?" he asked. "They are some of the best rides at 'em all." "Scooters?" "A ride for the disabled and the aged," I said, skipping a little as I walked. "The monotail through the parks and hotels?" "By the end of the day, they're my favorite." Ethan kept laughing as we scanned the bands on our arms and walked through the line to the front. There had been 4 of us on Rocket Roller, and it was easy to pick who sat with whom. Now, there were just 3 of us, and only 2 butts would fit in a seat. I got anxious about who would be left alone, or which of the siblings would sit with me, finding myself silently praying that Ethan would sit with me. "Can I sit alone?" Hannah asked as we got close to the front of the line. "I like to slide back and forth of the seat as the lightning hits." I knew the feeling well, but I wanted to slide into Ethan and have him sliding into me as the car hit the hairpin turns and spirals. "Sure, as long as we can be in the back," Ethan said. "The back's my favorite," I said, thinking of how much more untethered those turns and spirals felt from the back of the train. I imagined myself bumping into Ethan over and over, a skin touching. "Deal," Hannah said as we were ushered into the right spots for our turn. The car pulled away from the platform and into the dark. I could feel Ethan's leg pressed against mine as the train began the first climb and my butt slid to the back of the seat. We were quickly in the dark, and it was seconds before the first bolt of lightning struck, revealing a scene of Zeus and his lightning bolts. It was the first time I ever experienced the lightning that quickly, and I yelped in surprise. Ethan quickly took my hand and squeezed it. He held on to it as the car slowly rolled over the hill. While still holding hands, we both threw our arms up and screamed with delight through the first drop and turns. He held my hand through the entire ride. His deep screams were all I could hear during the 5-minute ride. The train pulled up to the platform again. As we got off the ride, Ethan took my hand to help me out. I looked back at Hannah, who shot me a wink that her brother didn't see. "I think I'll ride all the thrill rides with you," he said, with a massive grin spread across his face. We sat down outside of the ride and pulled out our phones again, ready to pick our next ride. "What if we go over to the Pacifica side?" Hannah asked. The Northanger Parks in California was split into 2 different venues. The one we were in now, Northanger Universe, was primarily about their movies and characters. The other one, Pacifica, was unique to the West Coast and focused on its regional history with the Northanger characters mixed in when necessary. The Pacifica park rides often changed themes, most commonly being retrofitted, so the engineers don't have to make any changes to the ride design. Some of my favorite thrill rides were there and often had the longest waits between the 2 parks. "We can get a quick pass for the Arthurian rides," I said, wanting to do the thrill ride themed around the Holy Grail hunt. "That's a tough one to get," Hannah said. Ethan scrolled through something on his phone, and I could tell from the disappointment on his face that he hadn't seen one. "We could test the theory that you could get through the quick pass lines with me," I said, hoping to restore some excitement. "What if we do that with the alien hunter ride?" Hannah said. "The wait is only 30 minutes, but the grail hunt is over an hour." "That's a good idea, and if it doesn't work, we can all wait in the line together," Ethan said. "I also want to do the avalanche ride," I said. "We can still get a quick pass for that ride," Ethan said, showing me the phone's notification. "Do you like parades as much as you like rides?" I shrugged, more interested in rides now, especially when I could see the same parades every day. I shook my head. "Okay, because I think I have a plan." I smiled at Ethan, ready for a plan that would get us on all 3 rides as quickly as possible and allow me to continue hanging out with them. Switching parks was more accessible at the California parks than in any other Northanger property. In Tampa, you needed to take the bus, the tail rail, or boat. In Paris, the parks had all the hotels between them, and the Asia parks had moving walkways to get you across the vast expanse. Here, all you had to do was walk 200 feet and scan your badge again. If you're already exhausted from walking, then those can be the worst 200 feet of your day. But if you're only on your first day in the park and have a fantastic plan, they're the quickest 200 feet you can walk. We practically ran from the exit of one park to the entrance of the other. Ethan, with the longest legs, periodically turned around and urged us on. We needed to move quickly if his plan, which fit into a tight time frame, would work. "Let's start straight back, quickly, and see how long we have to wait for alien hunters," he said, pausing for Hannah and me to catch our breath. If the quick pass theory was correct, we'd have breathing room to join the next ride. But if not, we would catch our breath while waiting in line. I did my best to avoid bumping into people around me. As we headed up the main entrance, we inhaled the smells being piped out of the bakeries and saw photographers taking pictures of families. I heard the jingle bells of a show getting ready for a performance and knew that stopping was a waste of time. So that I wouldn't bump into any children or get plowed over by someone in a wheelchair, I put my head down as we ran. It took us 10 minutes to get from the entrance to the back of the park, the alien hunter ride location. Ethan high-fived both Hannah and me when we reached the entrance of the ride. The sign announced a 35-minute wait time for the ride. "You guys scan first," I said. "There's no point in me scanning in if you can't get on." Ethan walked over first and put his wristband to the scanner. The light flashed red just before Hannah put hers on the other. It flashed red too. "I guess the theory was wrong," Ethan said, a small frown forming. "Let's get in the line quickly," Hannah said, running up the path to find the end of that line. Once we got to the end, Hannah pulled out her camera again and started talking to it for her vlog. "I have a theory that they always give it an extra 15 minutes for wait time," Ethan said to me and the camera. "Really?" I asked. "Yeah, I think it's a safe estimate of how long it takes to get from the entrance of a ride's queue to the platform, especially on the newer rides with interactive elements. They assume you'll want to stop to take pictures or watch videos," Ethan said, more animated in his gestures than he had been while we were walking around. This was more like the version of him I was used to seeing on camera. "So, you're saying we might only wait about 20 minutes?" I asked, trying to mirror his on-camera behavior. "If we're lucky, even less," Hannah said, after ending the recording and putting away the camera. "And," Ethan added, holding up an index finger, "if a wait time says 15 minutes, you can walk right on." They were right. We didn't wait in line for 30 minutes. Even when we were waiting, like Ethan theorized, there were things we wanted to do in line. I made them take pictures of me with characters. I even got Ethan to pose with me when we came to the main alien hunter in the movie, Buck. The character, who had become popular in the 1970s, was a tall, animated man with black hair and a cleft chin. He always wore a silver one-piece spacesuit. The hood was supposed to be a retractable helmet that he always wore half up. Both Ethan and I had him on our list of favorite characters. To be fair, there are few characters I don't love. "Oh my God, it's Ethan!" I heard someone yell a few rows away from us at the back of the line. Ethan, who had been posing for selfies with me, suddenly sat up and looked around. 2 women were waving their arms and pushing their way up the line. "We're almost on the ride, ladies," Hannah said when she saw the fans. "We'll wait for you on the other side." I watched Ethan relax again, but the spell seemed broken, and he returned to being the stiff, reluctant talker he had been when we met that morning. Had I pushed too much? I had been having so much fun with him, and I thought he had been having fun too. The Alien Hunter ride was one that included a game. Each pod fit 2 people, and you competed to stop the most alien invaders. The car's winner would get unique elements superimposed on the photo taken at the end of the ride. If you had a high enough score, you would be given a certificate as you got off the ride. "I know where the camera is," Ethan said when he slid into my car, his mood changing again. "I'll give you a sign so we can pose." "How will we pose?" "I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. By the way, I'm awesome at this game. I always beat Hannah and our brother Carter." I didn't have time to respond as the ride's narration began. The rules were explained, and we had to start shooting our laser guns at the targets. Ethan quickly took charge of our car's controls, spinning it around in circles to hit the targets he wanted. As we spun in circles, I did my best to react and not get dizzy. I just kept pushing the button to fire the gun. It was challenging to keep up with the narrative, that is, until the ride suddenly stopped, and a voice explained there was a short delay. "I bet someone got sick," Ethan said, making the throw-up gesture. I laughed. If I had a weaker stomach, it could have been me. "The picture spot is coming up," he said through his laughter. "Watch for Buck's victory and smile." "I'm going to pretend I'm shooting at you," I said, now laughing at my plan. Ethan's eyes got wide with excitement. "That's an awesome idea. I'll put my hands up too, like I'm the alien." The ride suddenly started again, and we spun 180 degrees with a lurch. I quickly saw the spot Ethan was talking about, so I turned my gun towards him and made a stern face. He reacted by throwing up his hands and looking panicked. We were reduced to giggles until we got to the end of the ride, and the screens displayed the winner of our car. We could see Hannah's low score before ours came up. "You beat me," Ethan said, his eyes wide in shock. I shrugged, surprised myself. He looked impressed. "Nobody's ever beat me." Not only did I have the highest score between us, but I had hit the maximum score for the ride. The screen congratulated me by name, and when we got out of the car, the ride monitor handed me the expected certificate with a button attached. As we walked out, all the ride monitors congratulated me on my victory. "I've never seen anyone get the max score before," Hannah said, more excited than I was. "We have to look this over and add it to the vlog." We went over to a bench, and Hannah got the camera out again. Ethan and I looked over the certificate and button badge while she filmed it. I paid more attention to Ethan than I did to my prizes. Not only was he cuter than he seemed on camera, he was confident, but not enough to seem like an entitled jackass, and didn't talk down to me, which so many men do. I could already imagine dating him, living with him, and even marrying him. In seconds, I played it all out in my mind before I reminded myself that this was only a vacation crush. "Our new friend, Katie Merton, kicked Ethan's ass on Alien Hunters," Hannah said to the camera when I started paying attention again. Clearly, he thought, incorrectly, that he could sneak in a victory because she wouldn't know how competitive he is, but he was wrong. Not only did Katie kick his ass, but she got the max score for the game. I know some of you have done this, but I've never seen it happen. Katie, do you want to explain your strategy? I looked up at the camera, feeling thrilled that I would be on the video in a meaningful way. "I just pointed my laser gun and pushed the button to fire," I said, not sure what else to say. I didn't have a strategy. The siblings laughed with me at how simple I made it seem. "Really?" Hannah asked. "Okay, not really. Ethan was so busy swinging the car around to hit the spots he wanted that he didn't pay attention to what I was doing. I just made sure to keep aiming for something small or far away and pressing the button over and over," I said with a giggle. I had no idea what I had done to win, so I wasn't going to pretend I had a strategy to share. Not only did she emerge victoriously, Hannah continued, but they gave her this awesome button. The button was large and round, with Buck, the alien hunter, displayed on it with a blank space. Someone had printed my name on the empty spot, and under it, already printed on the button, was Alien Hunter, Grand Champion. How did they print my name on it so quickly? I asked. Do you want the front stage answer or the backstage answer? Hannah asked. What does that mean? If you want the onstage answer, it means what they tell you to maintain the magic of the park, Ethan explained. If you want the backstage answer, then we tell you the truth. Backstage, then. He held up his wrist and pointed to his wristband with a conspiratorial grin and wink. I didn't scan mine, I reminded him, my eyebrows pinched. But it doesn't matter, Ethan said, still holding my wrist. The entire park is wired, and each ride reads it. That's how your pictures show up in the app and how they display your name on screens at the end of the ride, Hannah added. They always know where you are and what you're doing, Ethan said with a wink. You are waiting for us, a voice said from the ride exit. It was the same one we had heard earlier in line. The moment the women from earlier were in sight, Ethan tensed up again. It took a moment for him to relax again. I looked at the two women who walked over to us. Both looked at least 10 years older than us, with strikingly similar eyes and noses. I suspected they were sisters. Neither paid any attention to Hannah, who was still recording. They came over specifically to talk to Ethan, giving me side glances. Do you want to say hi to the other viewers? Hannah asked. How used to this was she? Did she always get ignored by their fans? I stepped aside, not feeling like I should insert myself into this moment. I was getting hours of Hannah and Ethan's time. Watching Ethan casually chat with the women while I sat off to the side made me wonder if I was getting the real Ethan. It took him a moment to warm up to me earlier. Had it been his way of sliding into a performance? Could he keep it up that long? This is Katie, Hannah said, gesturing to me. She just got a perfect score. Wow, one of the women said, the flatness in her voice making it clear she wasn't that impressed. Well, we have to get going to meet our friends. I watched the two of them walk away after giving Ethan awkward hugs. Hannah had put her camera away once they were gone. Sorry about that, she said, looking around. This happens far more than you'd expect. I bet they have a label maker ready to go and just print off the labels, Ethan said, focused again on my button and picking at the corner of a clear sticker. He didn't peel it off, but handed it back to me after smoothing it down and showed me a soft smile. I didn't know how to react to this change in his behavior. I hoped their kindness to me wasn't some weird obligation, but I also didn't want to vocalize my concern. What if they used it as an excuse to abandon me? I like the idea of it being magic, he said, but I also love understanding how the technology works. Your name doesn't have to be on it. You've done something rare and been rewarded for it. That's the true magic of the park's technology. Just as he valued the magic of the park, I felt the same way. I put the button and certificate into my park bag and followed the siblings to the Grail Hunt ride, a flight simulation ride, which is the best part. You're strapped into a seat suspended from above you, and it moves to fit the movie. There is also a smell element, one of my favorite features, which varied because they depended on a ride's story, or like the bakeries, or where you were in the park. In Alien Hunter, it had been someone's estimation of the smells. On Rocket Roller, it was the smell of a rocket blasting off into space. Even the lightning coaster made me feel that I was in the middle of a thunderstorm. That's because the ride had the intense smell of ozone that's present during thunderstorms. Hannah led us through the gathering crowd for the parade. We wove our way through bickering parents and children having meltdowns. At one point, a large family, obviously looking for a parade watching spot, slowly crossed my path and gradually blocked me. Ethan came back and gently took my hand to keep us from splitting up. Whatever questions I had been asking myself earlier now evaporated from my mind. Would he hold my hand if our feelings weren't shared? He gave me a crooked grin, and I wondered if he was feeling the same thing. He held my hand the rest of the way, swinging our arms casually between us, as if this was our normal everyday life. I quickly wondered what it would be like to be a couple, him kissing me as the fireworks went off from behind us. There was no line at Grail Hunter, so we were at the ride's loading platform less than 5 minutes after entering the queue. Ethan continued to casually hold my hand as we walked, being kind enough to walk at my pace. Being busy replaying my fireworks kiss fantasy, it took me a moment to realize that we were standing in the ride's first room. Many of these immersive rides have a few phases to them. Usually, it's an entry room where the narrative is set up. In this case, the characters and voices explained the Holy Grail quest and why we needed to help. Hannah and Ethan mouthed along with the animatronic rooster, Taliesin, in the room. They'd been on this ride often. Then we were sent into the middle room, where we would line up on spots that corresponded with our seats. The ride mechanics and safety rules were explained. For this ride, each group was in rows of 3 people. We were lucky and got the front and best row. "Do you want to be at the end of the row or the middle?" Ethan asked me as we got into the room. I looked at our spots. Hannah would end up on the right end, Ethan in the middle, and me on the left. "Does it matter when you're in the front?" I asked. He shook his head as he put his hands on my shoulders and put me in the middle spot. I gave him my sweetest smile, happy to be sitting next to him. I wanted to make my interest in him as clear as I could. The third room was the actual ride. The ride felt longer than 5 minutes. It kept people moving, and the line didn't feel so long. Once you got into your harness, you understood what would happen for the main attraction. I quickly pulled the seatbelt into place and lowered the harness, bouncing a little in my seat. The ride moderator came through to make sure we were all secure in our spots. Once the lights went out and the screens lit up, the ride instantly wove us through mines and caves, flying us over mountains and across deserts. We dove down into oceans and climbed icebergs. None of this was really connected to the actual hunt for the Holy Grail, but nobody cared. It was a running joke on social media that the Holy Grail couldn't be found because they were looking in the wrong spots. The narrative doesn't end with finding the Holy Grail. Instead, you return to King Arthur's court, and Taliesin tells you that maybe it will happen next time. There is a rumor that there are about 100 different narratives for the ride, and you never know what one you're going to get, Ethan said as we departed the ride and went to the gift shop. "I've seen a different one every time I've been on the ride," I said to him as we walked around. "I think they make new ones every so often and just add them into the mix." I walked around the shop and picked up a Taliesin shirt. "Ethan," Hannah said, rushing over, "they installed a pin trading station here." Ethan took off his backpack and handed it to his sister. She pulled out a case and made her way over to a spot by the register where a bunch of kids were hanging out, looking at enameled pins. "Are you into pin trading?" Ethan asked me as he slung the backpack over his shoulders. I shook my head. I knew a little about the increasing interest people had in pin trading, but I could never afford to get started. You're probably lucky. Hannah wants to have everything. She especially likes Arthurian pins. She's a Taliesin completer." "What does that mean?" I asked, furrowing my eyebrows. "She has every pin that features Taliesin on it. She spent a lot of money to get them. Our father gets annoyed, but he lets her use the money we make from the videos to buy them." "Because it's her job to make the videos?" I asked. Ethan shrugged and looked slightly annoyed. He sees them as part of the marketing expense, so he doesn't really think they're an income of their own. She loves making the videos, and it makes him money. I paid for my shirt when we got to the register. When I was done, I went over to the wall panel where Hannah was standing. She had her pin pack open to a bunch of smaller ones and compared them to what was on the board. A few kids were looking over her arm to see what she had, so they could trade directly with her. "I get so many doubles of things," Hannah said to me when she saw me standing next to her. "I just save them for when I'm here." "How do you remember if you have them or not?" I asked. I don't always, but worst case, I bring them back to trade again when I come the next time, she said, flicking one pin with her finger as she considered swapping it. Are you sure they're all real? Isn't there a problem with fake pins? Hannah nodded. Yeah, I can tell which ones are which. I don't really like those common pins anyway. I'm looking for specific things. You can only trade 2 a day at each station, so you want to make them count. I watched as she pulled off 2 pins with Charlie the cat on them and put them on the board. In exchange, she pulled off 2 that looked like scouting badges with cat ears on them and put them in her pack. She tapped them once they were secure in the case. These are part of an expensive scavenger hunt through the Tampa parks. I'm shocked anyone gave them up, or that they're still up here. I looked at them, and they were much larger than her other pins. They would probably just fit into the palm of her hand, and they had letters and symbols all over them. Maybe people here don't know how valuable they are, I said. You're probably right. Have you ever done one of the scavenger hunts or tours? No, I said, shaking my head. You should, especially if you don't have to pay for the tour. It's Ethan's favorite thing to do. I looked over at Ethan, who was browsing through mugs at the entrance. I wanted to do anything Ethan found interesting. The parade was still going on when we left the shop. Want to go again? Ethan asked. We went on the ride 2 more times before the parade was over, and we still had plenty of time to get over to Avalanche in time to use our quick passes. After we were done, we stopped for a snack of cupcakes and coffee and watched people dispersing from the parade route. What kind of tours do they offer? I asked. Ethan's face lit up, and Hannah smirked. I wanted them to suggest we all go on a tour together. Well, they have tours of each park, and they take you behind the scenes. We're doing the Northanger Universe one tomorrow morning, if you want to join us. What happens? I asked, my smile spreading. I made sure to meet his eyes. It's like a 3-hour tour, but they take you on 2 rides, show you where the parade floats are kept, show you where the staff gets around the park, and give you lunch, he said, counting off on his fingers. Oh, and Hannah's favorite part, you get a pin. They constantly change the tour path and pin, which is why we always go. You learn something new each time. Which rides? I asked. Ethan looked up as he thought. I'm pretty sure this time it's the Gold Rush ride. You know, the super cheesy one that explains the westward expansion. I love that one so much, I said, thinking of how fun that ride would be with Ethan. Everyone does, but it gets cringeworthy after a while. That's true. What's the other one? The Haunted Abbey. No shit, I said, and my eyes got wide. That is one of my favorite rides in the history of rides. Ethan chuckled at my excitement. So, do you want to join us? Our tour is at 9 a.m. tomorrow. My face fell as I quickly remembered that this would be the time my brother and his friends were arriving. I want to, but I'm not sure I can. My brother is meeting us tomorrow with some of his friends. Neither of them looked as disappointed as I felt. We understand. You're here to be with your family, Hannah said. I looked at Ethan, who shrugged. Let me check with my brother, and I'll text you. Maybe they're not arriving until later or want to come too. Ethan gave me a small smile, but I could tell he had lost some of the excitement. What are the scavenger hunts? I asked, hoping I hadn't lost Ethan's interest. Oh, those are totally different and cost about $50, Hannah said. You have to pay for the tour, too. Those are like $100, Ethan said. Katie might get to do the tours for free, Hannah said to her brother and then turned to me. The scavenger hunts are things you buy in the souvenir shops. You buy the first pack for about $20, and then each clue is another $5. In the end, you get about 6 pins, a lanyard to display them, the clue pages, and a map with stamps on it. They're fun to do if you've been to the park tons of times, Ethan added. They only do one scavenger hunt a year per park, and they're more common in the Tampa parks, Hannah continued, nodding to confirm what Ethan said. By finding 2 of this year's pins at the pin station, I'll save $10 when we go to Tampa in a week. "You're going to Tampa next?" I asked, feeling a little jealous. The siblings nodded together. "We make seasonal trips from one set of parks to the other," Ethan explained. "We do other smaller trips here and there, but this is our chance to spend plenty of time in both parks and learn what's going on for the holidays or whatever they have going on." "Wow, you go to both U.S. parks 4 times a year?" "At least," Hannah said. I suddenly wanted to join them, but knew it was too much money for me to spend. This trip was a treat because I didn't have to pay for much more than my souvenirs. Going out to Tampa would cost a plane ticket, hotel, park fees, and food. This was why I wanted to work for Northanger Parks. I would be able to go to them all the time and finally find the person who loved them as much as I did, like Ethan. We strolled to the avalanche ride, giving our legs a bit of a break, and scanned our quick passes. This time there was a short wait, even with the passes. This thrill ride included a mix of water and fake snow. Depending on your spot, you had a chance to get wet as you flew down the mountain. The cars looked like snowmobiles and fit 2 people per seat. Ethan and I sat together again, smushing up a little bit, but I didn't mind in the slightest. I got chills down my back when he whispered into my ear, pointing out the spot where the camera would be just before the car plummeted down the mountain to outrun the snow. I threw my arms up in the air and didn't even have to force a smile on my face. Once we were off the ride, I quickly got on the app and bought that picture, thrilled to see both Ethan and me enjoying the ride together. I would print and frame this to keep in the apartment we would someday share. Maybe it would even be used at our wedding. Okay, maybe that was taking it too far. I could barely tell if he was interested in more than walking around the park together. It wasn't like he was some celebrity, but the way he smiled made me want to smile too, and the feeling of his breath in my ear tickled in the best way. I wanted to hold on to this memory for as long as I could. You couldn't get this from watching him in videos. Ethan didn't wait for Hannah to ask him for the backpack after the ride. He handed it to her, and she walked over to the trading station. "This is one of the most popular pin stations," he explained, as we walked around waiting for her. He led me over to the pin rack, and we looked over the selection. It wasn't that expensive a habit, at least as long as you didn't go crazy. "Maybe I should buy a few of them," I asked Ethan. "I'm sure Hannah would donate a few to you if you do. She's always happy to get someone into trading. I would just avoid online buying and trading until you can afford it. Some of the rare ones get really expensive." I picked out a lanyard that came with 4 pins on it. It was of the Northanger baddies, the movie villains that were the most popular and some of my favorite characters. I also grabbed 2 different mixed sets that gave you 8 pins per pack. "Those are terrific deals to get started," Ethan said as I pulled them off the rack. "You can get rid of what you don't want and can usually find the others at the stations." I joined Hannah at the trading station once I had paid for my new pins. "Oh, I love the baddies starter set," she said as I pulled the lanyard out and put it over my head. She pulled 2 random pins off her pack and handed them to me. "These are the cheap ones," she explained. "So if you see some you like, grab them." "Wow, really? Thank you." "My pleasure. Anything to expanding my trading network," Hannah said, laughing. I saw 2 I liked, featuring the aliens and Buck from the Alien Hunter ride. "Those are good picks," Ethan said when I showed them to him. "What next?" Hannah said as we walked out of the shop. I looked at the time and realized it was later than I thought. I need to go back to my hotel and meet my aunt and uncle for dinner. We realized we were staying at the same hotel, so we got on the monotail to go back together. "This is now my favorite ride," I said with a deep sigh once we settled into the seats in a nearly empty car. Ethan chuckled, but didn't disagree. "What are your dinner plans?" Hannah said. "Chef Charlie. I wanted a meal with the characters, and this is in the hotel." Ethan tried to hide his smile. "That's Ethan's favorite place for dinner," Hannah said. "He might never admit it, but he's Charlie's biggest fan." Ethan blushed. I wondered about the story behind that reaction. Was it something that happened recently or in his childhood? Chef Charlie was a popular restaurant for families. You rarely saw tables full of adults. "You should come with us," I said, bouncing a little in my seat. "I bet we could expand the reservation. It's still early. They seemed really flexible about the reservation. Give me your phone number. I'll text you if it's okay." The monotail took us all around the hotels and parks while the three of us exchanged phone numbers. When I got back to the suite, I collapsed on the couch just a moment before my aunt walked in from her spa day. Chapter 3. "Did you have fun with Ethan and Hannah?" she asked as she sat next to me. "Fantastic," I said with a dreamy grin. "I agree. He's very handsome. He reminds me of John Krasinski, the actor," my aunt said. "We like all the same rides. He knows so much about the parks, and we rode next to each other. I think he really likes me, too." "It's been less than 12 hours, sweetheart." "It's the magic of Northanger Parks." My aunt chuckled, but didn't argue with me. "Do you think they could join us for dinner? As a thank you for including me today?" I asked, sitting up and looking at her. My aunt pulled out her phone and called the restaurant. It was too late to change the reservation online. She chatted with the person on the other end and quickly added 2 more people to our dinner reservation. While she did that, I sent a text to both Ethan and Hannah and told them the time to meet us. Ethan quickly sent a message back with a happy face, thumbs up, and a Charlie the Cat emoji that had hearts popping around it. We had 3 hours to recharge before our dinner reservation, so I took a shower and a nap. I wasn't going to have dinner with Ethan looking like I had been in the park all day. I needed to look as cute as I could. My uncle, who had returned while I was napping, talked to my aunt when I left my room, ready for dinner. I had brought only 2 dresses with me, primarily for anything fancy we did. I had worn one for dinner with the executives last night, so I picked the other, a simple, straight cotton dress. The fabric was covered in park icons related to Charlie the Cat. I dried my hair, letting it hang down my back, and considered putting on a headband, but decided to use my new ears instead. "Our Katie is always making friends," he said when he saw me. "I think you'll like Ethan. He knows all this park history and will probably love learning more about the engineering side," I told my uncle as I picked up my new Charlie ears to take with us to dinner. "I do love people who want to talk roller coasters," my uncle said, raising an eyebrow. I sat down on the couch closer to my aunt and uncle, wanting their advice on what to do about the tour invitation. They invited me to join them for a tour tomorrow, but I don't know if I should. My aunt and uncle looked at each other. "Did you text Daniel and his friends?" my aunt asked. I nodded, but I hadn't heard back from them yet. "Don't worry about the cost. We can do the tours too," my uncle said. "But what about Daniel? He's coming tomorrow and hasn't responded." "Your brother told me they won't get here before noon, and then I'm sure they'll want to clean up a bit," my aunt said. "Go on the tour and see a new side of the parks. You just need to show up and they'll let you go." It seemed so simple. I wished Daniel would respond to make me feel more comfortable, but I decided it was his loss. Ethan and Hannah were waiting for us when we got to the restaurant, both of them looking recharged. Hannah and I were wearing matching ears. "OMG, I love it," Hannah said, bouncing up and down when she saw us. "Great minds, huh? This dress is perfect." After checking in at the front desk, we were led to a photo station where we took a bunch of pictures. I took some with my aunt and uncle, who did some alone, and then I did some with Ethan and Hannah. We got sillier the more pictures we took, and the photographer was even encouraging us into silly poses. Finally, the hostess brought us to our table. The waitress explained how the buffet flowed and what to expect from the characters. As we sat down, we could see them all leading some type of dance with the children in the room, napkins waving in circles everywhere. We sat there and watched, Hannah bouncing up and down and clapping her hands in time with the song. Once it was over, we went to the buffet, coming back with heaps of food stacked upon itself. "Did you get a salad?" Ethan asked me, seeing a bit of green under a pile of French fries. "First of all, yes, because it makes this a healthy meal. Second, why not? The dressing on it is super yummy, and I bet it will be a good dip for the chicken nuggets and fries." "And third?" Ethan said between chuckles. "I don't have a third. I like salads and French fries." Ethan kept chuckling and put a period on the conversation by stealing a fry off my plate. I didn't have a moment to protest before Charlie the cat got to our table. As each character came to the table, we took pictures with each of them. Ethan and I took pictures with each character together and then another with Hannah included. Charlie the cat gave me kisses in my picture with him. By the end of the night, I was planning a whole wall of photos of Ethan and me with different characters for our future home and family. The idea of being with Ethan was thrilling, but that it happened at a Northanger Park seemed like a fairy tale. "What kind of training is helpful when building a channel on YouTube?" my uncle asked as we shared desserts later. Hannah was the one who responded first. "Initially, we just needed to know how to use our equipment, but now we work with marketing companies to learn how to evaluate the statistics we're provided." "I didn't realize you had access to that type of data," my uncle said, looking impressed with that level of knowledge. "I wish I could have that type of data about what people like on roller coasters." "It's helpful to get more info than from reading comments," Ethan said. "Are you going to be able to maintain the channel as social media changes?" my aunt asked. Hannah shrugged. "It's not impossible to see trends changing, but we're not worried." "What about you, Ethan?" my uncle asked. "What would you do if the channel fell apart?" Ethan visibly panicked at the idea. "I think our father would have us officially work for him as travel agents," Hannah said. "He's very adaptable to travel changes. He didn't go out of business when people started using the internet because he was able to see it coming and focused on offering packages like these Northanger Parks services." My uncle nodded, but I was watching Ethan. He looked miserable as his sister talked about their future as travel agents. It was clear that he loved Northanger Parks and certainly knew more about the company than most people. Was he only in the videos because the viewers wanted him there? Hannah and I planned on meeting for the tour the next morning before we all went back to our rooms, much later than I expected. "You seem very taken with Ethan," my uncle said once we were back in our hotel room. "She's got a Northanger Parks crush," my aunt added with a smile. I shared the day with my uncle as we sat on the couches in the sitting room. He listened to the story with interest, and I wondered if he enjoyed how knowledgeable Ethan was. "I would be thrilled if this turned into more than a crush," I said when I finished. "You met him this morning?" my uncle asked. "So? I've been watching his videos for years," I said, feeling defensive anxiety rising in my gut. "I have to wonder if including you in their day was a way of trying something new in their videos. They know you're a viewer, correct?" he continued, putting his hands up to defend himself. I took a deep breath and nodded. There was a moment in the day when I questioned if my feelings were reciprocated, or if this was just him performing for the camera. My aunt and uncle exchanged a glance and both nodded. "I'm not suggesting you shouldn't see where this goes, Katie," Uncle Michael said. "We just don't want you to get your heart broken. All you know about him is what he shares on the videos." "As attractive as he is," Aunt Terry added, "there have to be authentic feelings to build a relationship on." I was tired, my brain not ready to process what my aunt and uncle were telling me. I excused myself and had to rely on momentum to put on my Northanger PJs. I fell asleep, thinking of Ethan and his smile. Chapter 4. "Wakey, wakey, Katie," my brother's voice said, and pulled me out of my dreams. I had been dreaming of Ethan about to kiss me on the Microverse ride, a trip around the universe in a gondola. Not a specifically romantic ride, in fact, it was a bit creepy. But in my dream, all the dolls were singing a song encouraging Ethan to kiss me, and he was going to. That is, until my brother showed up. "Go away," I moaned, peeking through my eyes to see the sun streaming into my room from a wholly exposed window. "It's the most wonderful place in the universe, and you want to sleep? Daniel protested as he pulled out a pillow from under my head and hit me with it. Daniel's reference to the ride made me wonder if he knew what I had been dreaming about. I didn't think about it too much, considering this was Northanger Park's official tagline. "How did you get in my room?" I moaned, pulling the pillow over my head. "If you just wake up, you could see." I sighed as I rolled over and sat up. I almost threw the covers back over my head when I saw two other people. "Bella and Lucas are here too," he said when he realized I was surprised. I had only met and talked to Bella and Lucas online. The three of us had an ongoing chat where we casually chatted about things like their jobs, my plans for after graduate school, and chances for me to finally meet them. Between that conversation and being friends on some networks, I quickly recognized my brother's girlfriend and her brother. "Baby doll," Lucas said, and it took me a moment to realize he was talking to me. He leaned in for a hug, even though I pulled back. The only thing that stopped him was my brother's body blocking me. I was glad my brother was sitting on the edge of the bed. Lucas was more aggressive than I had expected, but I was too groggy to put my finger on why. Bella, bouncing on the other bed, was petite, with bleach blonde hair and wearing a super cute dress and flats. I looked at her brother, who looked too similar, with bleached hair and a few more inches on him. Clearly, Lucas was shorter than me, not something I typically found appealing in men. Daniel and Lucas left the room so I could get dressed. Bella unpacked and continued to bounce around the room, her smile never wavering. She pulled out more cute dresses than she needed for 2 days in the park. All of them featured some type of Northanger pattern. When I saw one covered with all the Northanger unicorns, I fell in love and wanted to find it in the park. "We just decided to get in the car and drive down from Silicon Valley early," Bella said as she unpacked, avoiding looking at me so I could get out of bed and into the bathroom. "I mean, it was a long drive, but the guys rotated the driving. I slept in the back seat all night. We couldn't wait to get here and to see you. Plus, I love Northanger Parks. This was the perfect place to have a last-minute vacation. I want to go to the Gulf Room where they have all those talking animatronic animals. I got this dress online, and its pattern is all those animals. Isn't it cute?" I walked out of the bathroom, toothbrush in my mouth, and looked at her dress pattern. She spread the skirt out and twirled around. "I love it," I said through the frothy toothpaste. "Thank you. I found it online. What are you going to wear?" I went back into the bathroom to finish up and came out in black gym pants and my new Taliesin shirt. I got this shirt at the Grail Hunt shop yesterday," I said, sitting down to put on my socks and sneakers. "Oh," she said. Her smiling fell, and her bounciness subsided. I knew from following her accounts that she was cautious with how she presented herself. A dress with heels and perfect makeup was her standard outfit. Her hair, typically styled in curls, was currently pulled back in a high ponytail, curled at the end. It was clear her hair wasn't naturally curly, and thankfully it was dry outside. I dressed nothing like her, especially when walking around a theme park all day. I couldn't understand why Bella was so surprised at my clothing choices. I only dressed up at an important meeting or visiting an office for work, which was rare. All my social media profiles made it clear. I like to be super comfortable while I walk around the park, especially if I'm rushing from ride to ride, I said, feeling the need to explain myself. Bella's smile fell a little. "I don't like a lot of rides. The thrill rides make me anxious." "That's cool," I said, hoping to make her feel excited again. "I met some people yesterday, and we went on a bunch of thrill rides together. It'll be fun to do a few slower rides today. Do you have a favorite?" "Rose Red and the Arthurian Carousel." "Awesome! I could ride that one all day just to get on the unicorn," I said, smiling at my childhood memory of trying to get to the most famous steed on the carousel. "There's a dove that I like to find because you can ride it side saddle," Bella said, her smile returning. We left the room, and I walked over to the big table in the middle of the suite, I had left my bag there the night before and started pulling out things I didn't need to carry with me today. I pulled out the pins and my water bottle, going into the kitchen to clean it out and refill it. I have a tour to do this morning with Ethan and Hannah, but I can meet you guys after, I said once I was done. Lucas didn't react well to this news. You promised me the entire day, baby doll. Taken aback, I turned to my brother, who didn't seem irritated. I thought you were coming later in the afternoon when I promised them. We drove all night so we could have more time with you, Daniel said, shrugging. Then come on the tour with me. It's only for 3 hours, and it will be something different. I looked at my brother and his friends, Bella's face falling into a pout, and Lucas shook his head. Nobody wants to do a boring tour, baby doll, Lucas said. I took a deep breath and reminded myself that I didn't know Bella and Lucas that well. This trip wasn't planned, and I couldn't ask the others to be flexible about my preferences. We only have so much time and lots of things to see. Also, we need to get in line for those rides that don't have quick passes, Daniel said after sensing my growing irritation. I looked at my brother, recognized he was right, and counted to 10 in my head. He was my family, and I had promised to spend the entire day with him and his friends. Okay, then let's go find some breakfast and coffee. We're early enough to get in the park for fantasy hour and skip the worst lines. I made a mental note to follow Daniel's example, primarily where Bella was concerned. He knew these people better than I did, and I had to trust his judgment. We grabbed breakfast at the hotel's cafe before leaving to get on the monotail. I sent a text to Hannah and Ethan explaining that plans had changed and I couldn't do the tour with them. It's cool. Brother Carter going with us, so he'll take your spot. We'll touch base after it's over. Maybe get a snack? Hannah sent back, but nothing from Ethan. The park was still quiet when we walked in. Many people skipped fantasy hour to get more sleep, but parents with young children took advantage of the short lines and that their children were already awake. We started in Fairyland in the Northanger Universe Park. This had mostly slow rides designed around the fairy tales, mythology, and fables that the company had made into movies. The most popular was the Rose Red ride, and it didn't have a quick pass. People ran through the park to get in the line for this ride. Daniel and Bella slowly walked hand in hand the entire way to the rides. Lucas and I fell behind, trying to fill the silence. Don't worry, you'll have more fun with us than you ever would on a dumb tour, Lucas said, elbowing me in the side as we walked. I pursed my lips, mentally reminding myself he didn't know Ethan and Hannah yet. It's cool. We can even go off on our own to give the lovebirds time together, he said with a wink. When he tried to take my hand, I realized that he was flirting with me. Had he been doing this all along, and I hadn't recognized it in text form? I tried to instantly replace my fantasy of Ethan with Lucas. He was simply not the type of guy I found attractive. I made sure to keep a smile on my face. I already knew that Lucas and my brother worked together. Daniel was a talented app developer and had gotten a job with a startup that designed apps for universities to interact with students from the moment they applied until graduation. It was something he and I often talked about, since I was using the product at my university. He frequently asked me for feedback about things they had done. I realized that I had no idea what Lucas did at the company until later. Are you a developer too? I asked, knowing this was an easy topic of conversation. Maybe I would learn something about him that I would like. No, I do sales to the schools. If they want something, I work with your brother to add it in, Lucas said without any excitement in his voice. I wondered if he liked his job. Cool, I said, hoping my interest would get him excited. That must be what happens with all the feedback I give him. Sure, Lucas said with a shrug. The conversation stalled there, since there was nothing for me to respond to. I tried to think of another topic. So you introduced him to Bella? I asked, hoping he would find this topic more interesting. Yeah, she loves to hang around the office. She does marketing for another app, but she wants to work with us. Wow, you'd be together all the time, I said, hoping I didn't sound as miserable as I felt about the idea of being around the same people all the time. You should come work with us when you graduate, Lucas said, his eyebrows rising in the first sign of interest. I took a deep breath and slowly let it out. It was nice that he had paid attention to what I was doing, but I didn't know how to react to that. I had considered working with my brother, but found too many reasons not to. At the top of that list was that, as much as I love him, I have a short attention span and get bored quickly. I liked contract jobs because they allowed me a variety to keep me engaged and then moving on before the boredom hit. Part of the enticement to work for Northanger was that I would never be bored in its busy environment and pace. I might work on a project to design a new ride and then get switched to helping plan a holiday event or a new menu for a restaurant. Daniel knew this, but Lucas didn't know me well enough to understand that a tech job would trigger my worst impulsive instincts. I'll see what they have available, I said, hoping to avoid starting an argument. You know, we can just tell them to hire you, right? Lucas said, trying to retake my hand. I instinctually pulled it away from him. Yeah, I know, but I want to make sure it's the right fit. Oh, sure, Lucas said as his eyes narrowed. The line was only 20 minutes long, and it was filled with little girls all in different costumes of popular characters. Rose Red was not really a ride for children, even though everyone thought Fairyland was a child-friendly land. When the park was built in the 1960s, the animatronics were low-tech, and they used backlights and paint to hide imperfections. All the original rides used this effect to make the rides colorful and spooky at the same time. There are also some scary elements like the bear and the troll from the original fairy tale. The park simplified the original story by removing the sister, Snow White. The ride ended with the fairy tale wedding, but it was ubiquitous to watch little kids get off the ride and run or cry with fear. I never understood why parents continued to take their kids on the ride. Daniel and I had always loved it. My fantasy wedding was similar to the one in Rose Red. I always wanted to be Rose Red, Bella said to me as we stood in line, staring at the little girls surrounding us. I wanted to be Morgaine from the Arthurian stuff, I said, proud of my childhood heroine. Bella looked at me confused. Really? You wanted to be a witch over a royal? She's misunderstood, like most women. She's the villain. I shrugged and laughed, not willing to buckle to the pressure of loving queen or princess. I love her. I can't wait to have a little girl so I can take her to the dress shop here and make her dress up like Rose Red, Bella said, her eyes following one little girl who ran past, perfectly dressed like the fairy tale princess. What dress shop? I asked. Bella pointed to a shop next to the ride that I hadn't noticed. Royal School was painted above the door. Little girls can go in and pick the royal they want to be. They get a dress, makeup, and hair done in the style of the royal. Queen Mab, the fairy queen, is the most popular because her costume comes with fairy wings. Can you pick Morgaine? I asked, enthralled as little girls streamed out in different costumes. Probably, Bella said, and I caught her rolling her eyes when I turned back to her. That explains so much, she added in a near whisper. Once we were at the front of the line, we got into the cars that would carry us through the ride. Each car fits 2 adults and a child. Bella and Daniel got in a car together, so I slid in the next one with Lucas. He gave me a smile, and I wondered if it was typically used for sales and seduction. He sat with his legs spread wide, bumping up against mine. I felt crowded in a seat that could have fit the butt of a child comfortably. The car moved slowly on track to drive us in a circle through the scenes of the story. Being on the ride with Lucas irritated me. He didn't pay attention to the ride, and his phone's light completely ruined the experience. You could see the details that were supposed to be hidden by the dark black lights and bright paint. It was faster than I remembered. And before I knew it, we were getting off at the other end of the ride. I could hear the cries from at least 2 children as we walked through a shop at the end of the ride. I didn't have time to browse, as the other 3 had walked out and got in another line. The lines were non-existent on the other rides in Fairyland. We were able to ride 3 more rides in an hour. We even went on the carousel a second time just as the park was opening for the general public. I didn't get on the unicorn and decided both times to not fight with the little girls dressed as Queen Moab. They looked so cute on it with their fairy wings. Bella almost knocked down a little boy to get on the dove both rides. I watched the mothers glare at her, and one husband had to stop his wife from confronting Bella. Daniel and I shared a look. He was not pleased with how oblivious she was to everything around her. He sat on a random horse next to Bella, and I just tried to avoid sitting near Lucas. I ended up in a chariot next to a mother who looked exhausted, and we chatted about her need for a nap. "The park is busier than I expected," Daniel said when we were done. I led them over to the bathroom area so we could take a break and regroup. "We should check into Quick Passes to see what we can get. Bella, how comfortable are you with the Haunted Abbey?" I asked. She thought about it before giving a shrug. "I think it'll be okay, as long as I sit with Daniel." She gave my brother an adoring smile, and his face flushed as he smiled back. I opened the app on my phone, and Lucas looked over my shoulder. My list of people connected to my app had changed since the night before. Ethan, Hannah, my aunt and uncle were still there, but so were Daniel, Bella, and Lucas. "It's all synced with the app?" Lucas asked. "Brah, did you know that?" Daniel looked away from Bella to look at Lucas. "That's amazing. Let me look," he said before opening up the app on his phone. "No work talk," Bella protested. "But it's awesome." "We're on vacation. You can look later." Daniel put his phone away with a sigh. I got Quick Passes for the 4 of us, and we walked over to the next ride. "Oh, let's stop at Microverse," Bella said when we passed it. We all stopped to look at the wait time, and it was short enough for us to ride before going over to the Haunted Abbey. We got in the boat, all able to fit on the same row, and I remembered my dream from earlier in the morning. This wasn't how I'd like my dream to manifest in real life, but at least the kissing song was all made up instead of piping through the speakers. I sat next to Lucas, who was still glued to a game on his phone. I was positive I didn't want him to kiss me. Bella loved this ride more than she had any other. It was pretty easy to understand why. If the thrill rides made her anxious, this ride was the exact opposite of a thrill while still being a ride. The wide boats slowly made their way around the animatronic dolls in various international scenes. Periodically, you could see your name light up in different locations through the ride. "That's creepy," Lucas said in my ear. "That's the magic of Northanger." I could hear Ethan in my head explaining how it worked. When we got off the ride, we could see pictures taken, and there were dolls superimposed next to us, posed as if to kiss our cheeks, but it didn't quite line up, and it looked weird. "These are super creepy," Bella said, laughing and pointing to our picture on the screen. "I want to buy that one. It's hysterical." "Brah, you know what we should do next?" Lucas said as we walked out of the ride. "Gold Rush." Bella jumped up and down, happy to do another thrill-free ride. I checked my watch, realizing that Ethan and Hannah would be on their tour already. Maybe our timing would sync, and we would possibly run into each other. We started walking over, and I saw a tour group making their way towards us. I could tell because they were all wearing headsets and led by a woman in a park uniform who was holding up a tour sign. I strained my neck to see if I could spot anyone I knew. I felt someone take my hand and looked up to see Ethan smiling. The tightness in my stomach reminded me how easy the previous day had been. He and Hannah waved at me as they passed. I missed them. Hannah made a gesture to text her, and I gave her a thumbs up before waving. Another man, who looked like a fairer, unbearded version of Ethan, leaned in to say something to Hannah. Instead of Ethan's deep brown hair, which was the same shade as Hannah's hair, this man had dirty blonde hair but the same brown eyes. All 3 of them had the same eyes. I assumed he was their brother, who had taken my spot on the tour. "Who is that?" Daniel asked. That was the tour I had planned to take. I had 2 friends I was going to go with." "I didn't know you brought friends with you. Where are they staying?" Daniel asked, looking back at them, his curiosity piqued. "They didn't come with me. I met them yesterday. They have a YouTube channel I like, and we rode rides together all day. They had dinner with us last night." My brother laughed. "Only you would meet people in the park and decide to make them your new best friends." "They have lunch on their tour, but maybe we can all hang out with them this afternoon," I said. "With who?" Bella asked, coming into the conversation late. "These people Katie met yesterday," Daniel said, still laughing a little. "The ones who just waved to you?" Lucas asked. "Yes." All 3 exchanged glances, but didn't say anything or agree to meet my friends later. I continued to walk in silence, watching Lucas and Bella even through the wagon ride of Gold Rush. My mood changed as we got to the haunted abbey. I couldn't hide my love for this ride. We were nearly at the end of our pass period, so we quickly scanned our bands and got into a short line. "I heard this ride was based on a real abbey in the UK, Daniel said. "Look at this gravestone," Bella said, gesturing us to a cluster of them on the edge of the queue. "Here lies Catherine. She thought it was haunted. Turned out she was right," Lucas read. "I like this one," Daniel said. "Here lies Isabella. She desired his wealth, so she took his head." The line moved up before we could read more. "Have you ever paid attention to the narrative of this ride?" Bella asked. "Of course. Haven't you?" "No. I'm usually trying to manage my anxiety, but do the gravestones mean something?" "They're the brides," Daniel whispered, a mischievous grin on his face. We both knew the story well. "The story is about the 2 young brides of brothers who come to the abbey," I said in a low, creepy voice. I loved telling this story. "One was very sensitive and thought the entire home is haunted. She eventually died from fright. The other was very greedy and took her husband's head to inherit the entire property. The first wife was right about the haunting, and the dead brother haunts his murderous wife until she kills herself." Bella's jaw fell open. "That's horrific! Kids ride this without a problem?" "Is it making you anxious?" I asked her, careful not to poke at her anxiety. She shrugged, trying to brush it off. "A little, but it's manageable. I mean, the ride is slow, and that's what really matters." "Tell us if you need to get off, okay?" Daniel said, taking her hand and squeezing it. Bella smiled at him and nodded. "They have spots in the line where you can turn around if you change your mind," I reminded them, "even all the way up to the platform." She relaxed a little, her shoulders lowered and her breathing evened out. "That actually makes me feel a lot better," she said, letting out a deep breath. We got into the first room of the ride, which sets up the story and the brothers' decapitation. I could see how children ignored the narrative as they focused on the funny ways some hidden ghosts appear, suggesting the first wife could tell the place was really haunted. Once we left that room, we entered the long line to get to the cars. These cars also held 2 people, leaving me to ride with Lucas again. "I could go on some thrill rides with you, baby doll," he said as we entered the first room. "Shh," I said, not wanting to talk through the ride. I would have done the same to Ethan if he had been in the car beside me. I saw Lucas, out of the corner of my eye, cross his arms and sit back in a pout. I ignored him for the entire ride, focused on the effects that could still scare me. Every so often, he would try to lay an arm across my shoulders, but I would shrug him off. "I'm ready for lunch," Bella said as we exited the ride. "Can we stop at the shop first?" I asked. The 3 of them looked at me as if I had grown a second head. "I want to see some of the ears," I said, pointing at the display visible from where we stood. "Fine," Bella said, crossing her arms over her chest and a bored expression settling on her face. The 3 of them stood together at the exit while I walked around, looking at things. I picked up a few pins I wanted to add to my budding collection and a cute water bottle that I could use in place of the plastic one I had been refilling. As I walked to the register, I saw Bella getting antsy and looking into the shop to see what I was doing. It was clear that I should pick up the pace, but I didn't let it stop me from doing what I wanted. I pulled out 2 unwanted pins from one of the packs I had purchased the day before and went over to the trading station. I found 2 haunted Abbey pins I hadn't seen before and swapped them out. "OMG, Katie! Let's go already. I'm hungry!" Bella yelled to me from the exit. My annoyance hit me like a wave, but I took a deep breath and brushed it off. She was important to my brother, and I needed to make this a happy vacation. Daniel wouldn't have brought her with him if he wasn't ready to take a big step. I just had to get through the next 2 days of tolerating whining and Lucas's weird flirting. I took my time walking back over to them, letting Bella get increasingly annoyed as I looked at shirts, ears, and stuffed animals. "Finally," Lucas said when I finally got to where they were all standing. The siblings turned away and started walking towards a restaurant outside of the ride. They didn't talk to me as we got in the line. Bella, now getting what she wanted, took Daniel's hand and kissed his cheek before putting her head on his shoulder. I remembered that I could order online, so I moved off to the side and picked my lunch on the app. I grabbed my food as soon as it came out and went to find a seat. The 3 of them were still standing in their line, waiting to put in their orders. Daniel saw me, and I waved to make sure he knew where I was sitting. "How'd you get your food so quickly?" Lucas asked when they finally got over to the table. "I ordered on the app, and I got something that was easy," I said, pointing to the cold salad and sandwich. The 3 of them had hot food that needed to be heated up when ordered, which is probably what took so long. I could see the irritation on Bella's face, and she exchanged a look with Lucas. My brother didn't notice. He just started eating his burger. "So what do we do next?" Bella asked as she unfolded her napkin and put it on her lap. "Thrill rides?" Lucas asked between bites. I watched Bella tense up. "What about taking a break in the Gulf Room and seeing the show?" I suggested, remembering what Bella had told me earlier. Bella bounced a little in her seat and clapped her hands. Her annoyance dissipated because she was getting to do what she wanted. "Yes!" Daniel smiled at me, confirming my instinct. I might not be the woman she expected me to be, but I could at least show her that I could be her friend despite our differences. Chapter 5. Once at the Gulf Room, I got a text from Hannah asking where we were, and I quickly replied, "Katie, taking a break at Gulf Room. Meet us for the show? There are 4 of us." Hannah, "Yes." "Hannah and Ethan are going to meet us here. Let's try to save 3 more spots," I said to my brother, who took some back row spots. I waved to Ethan when I saw him walk in and saw that other man was still with them. Ethan looked annoyed. I switched spots around so I could sit next to them, putting me farther away from Lucas. I introduced everyone. Then Hannah took her turn to introduce. "This is our older brother, Carter. He's here to see some new programs the park is offering." Carter might look like his siblings, but there was something slicker about him. He winked at both Bella and me. I watched her blush and bat her eyes a little. My brother was oblivious to it as he was paying attention to Ethan. His shift to curious brother was cute, and more confirmation that I wasn't reading into the connection I had with Ethan. Others saw this too. "What are your afternoon plans?" Hannah asked when the show was over and we gathered outside. "I would love to go over to Pacifica and see the other park. Are there some slow rides there?" Bella asked. "Not really," Hannah said, "but there are some shows." "I want to do some thrill rides," Lucas said. My brother nodded his head in agreement, but Bella made an exaggerated frown. "I can sit with Bella while you all ride the thrill rides," Carter offered. "I'm not a ride person." Bella gave Carter her sweetest grin, and I looked at Daniel for a cue, but my brother was oblivious to his girlfriend's flirtation. Maybe Bella was a consummate flirt, and Daniel accepted it. Ethan gave me a grin that made my knees weak. I was happy to be back with my new friends, hoping they would give me some distance from Lucas. Let's see if you can beat my perfect score on Alien Hunter, I said to Ethan.
I thought we were going on the thrill rides together, baby doll, Lucas said, his teeth exposed in a jealous growl.
I stepped back into Ethan, who was next to me, and felt his hand at my back. The gesture felt more protective than territorial, but Lucas didn't back down. I can ride with anyone, I said, hoping it would defuse the tension. Great, Daniel said, increasingly oblivious to the growing tension between Lucas and me. Let's go. Nobody protested, and we walked to the exit and across to the other entrance. I walked with Ethan and Hannah, who told me about the tour I had missed. Lucas lingered next to me, but didn't attempt to be part of the conversation. They changed the pin they give you, Hannah said, showing me a gold pin that looked like Charlie the Cat holding a gold key. I showed her the two I had picked up at the Haunted Abbey, and she offered to swap a Morgaon from the Arthurian rides. I was thrilled to have a pin for my favorite royal. I wish I had gone with you, I said with a sigh. You can probably go tomorrow, but we can't go with you, Hannah said. I was torn. I wanted to see something different, but half the appeal of the tour was going with them. We have to do another one when we get to Tampa, Ethan added. I wish I could go to Tampa, but it's too expensive for me right now. I resisted the sudden urge to pout. Only less than a day remained in California, and then the vacation would be over, and they would exit my life. I would be limited to chatting with them online through comments on social media and text messages. I had hoped to meet the siblings while we were here, but spending more than a day with them was an unexpected surprise. The clearly mutual attraction between Ethan and me was the icing on the cake. Social media was hardly the way to encourage a romance with Ethan. I had to get rid of Lucas and spend more time with Ethan. Alas, Lucas stuck by my side for every ride we went on. We have dinner reservations with some other travel agents tonight, Hannah said to me later when we were finished with the rides. The look of disappointment on her face made clear her guilt at not being able to repay us for last night's generous dinner. I didn't expect anything in exchange, but there was no way to say that in such a large group. Are you busy tomorrow? I asked. We found out they have a new scavenger hunt here in Pacifica. We're going to buy the kits and clues so we can film it for the YouTube channel. That should be fun. Maybe we'll come with you. I haven't spent much of my souvenir budget yet, and I'm enjoying the pin swapping. You can have my pins, Ethan said. I just like the game, not the pins that go with it. Really? I said. I feel like that's too much. Oh, they gave Carter 2 sets of clues yesterday at his training. It's all paid for, Hannah said. Brah, you two have a YouTube channel? Lucas said, catching up with the conversation. Yeah, Ethan said, assuming Lucas was speaking to him. His laugh was obviously mocking them. That sounds like a fucking waste of time. Hannah looked at me. I rolled my eyes. Then Ethan glared at Lucas. You should come with us, Katie, Ethan said. If you need to get away, that is. I looked back and forth between Ethan and Lucas, who glared at each other. I wasn't sure how to respond, but found Ethan's defensiveness enticing. They have a YouTube channel, Lucas said, laughing again. We were back at the suite, taking a break and changing for dinner. My aunt, who had decided to visit a Los Angeles friend that day, wasn't back yet. My uncle was in their room, taking a nap. Bella laughed along with her brother, but Daniel didn't say anything. What does that even mean? Bella asked through her laughter. Well, they have over 1 million subscribers, so it's a pretty big deal, I said. It's Northanger Parks. It's not like they can make money from that, Lucas responded. Actually, Daniel said to his friend, if they have monetized their channel and get consistent viewers, they can make a pretty good living off the advertising. Combine that with whatever they make as travel agents, I'm sure they make plenty of money from a YouTube channel. I smiled at my brother, hoping this meant he had decided that he liked Ethan. I decided that I was done with Lucas and was unwilling to coddle his ego for the rest of the trip.
If he called me baby doll one more time, I might smack him. After a nap, I quickly ran through the shower and got changed into something nicer for dinner. We had reservations at a fancy restaurant in the Northanger Universe Park, so I wanted to be in something dressier than gym clothes. Bella, after realizing we were the same size, let me wear her Willow the Unicorn dress. On her, the dresses came to her knees, but on me, it hit mid-thigh. "It looks cute on you, even though I had it tailored," she said as I looked at myself in the mirror. "Why did you have it tailored?" I asked. "I buy everything one size bigger and then have it tailored to fit my body perfectly. I never wear something off the rack." "Even jeans?" Bella nodded her head, meeting my eyes in the mirror. I could see the value in that if you had the money to spare. I was pretty sure, considering her petite size, she would have difficulty finding clothes that fit her and looked like they were for adults. Chapter 6. There was an odd tension between the 6 of us as we made our way to the restaurant. It was the first time my uncle had been in the park during his entire interview, at least as something that wasn't part of the formal interview. He seemed distant, and I wondered how the sessions were going. "I'm not sure it's going to work out that way we hoped," he said with a deep sigh when I asked at dinner. "Oh?" Daniel asked, understanding my concern. "I thought they wanted me to be the lead engineer on a big project, but that's not the case. They want me to oversee all of the projects, not work on engineering. I don't want that, and now they're talking about an entry-level engineering job. It would turn this into a demotion. With all the money they're spending on this interview, I think they're trying to force me to take the job I don't really want." "Wouldn't it be worth it to get into the company?" Daniel asked. "Nope. I'd never be happy if I wasn't designing the rides," he said, shaking his head. "Katie, sweetie, they talked about some project management jobs opening up for smaller projects. You might want to look into that. They're out in the Tampa parks where they have more room to grow, but you're their ideal candidate." I perked up at the idea of job openings in the Tampa parks. I hadn't seen anything on the job websites. "Really? Do you think I have a chance? I don't know much about how rides are designed." "I think you'd find you know a lot more than you realize. You're always asking me questions about the rides I create, and you love Northanger. This would be a great first job." I looked at my brother, who was sitting between Bella and me. He seemed excited, but neither Bella or Lucas were even paying attention. This continued during the meal. Neither of them spoke to anyone but Daniel and didn't seem to be enjoying themselves. Bella had this nervous energy around her, but I was tired of managing her anxiety. It was my brother's job to do that, not mine. I talked with my aunt, who told me about her friend and their trip to Long Beach for some shopping and a whaleboat ride. She showed me pictures of dolphins, and Daniel looked at them from over my shoulder. I asked my uncle more about the interview, not wanting to push for insider knowledge of new products, but also wanting to know something nobody else knew. I wanted to be able to tell Ethan something he didn't already know. "This isn't much of a secret, but they will build a whole new land around Mexico and South America," he said. "I guess they realized that California was Mexico before we claimed it," Daniel said. "You got it," my uncle said, pointing to his nose. "They have a small bit of land, and they have upcoming animated movies about Mayan and Aztec history. They want to theme the rides around them, and at least 2 will be thrill rides. One will be a roller coaster, and they want cutting-edge technology on it." "Wow, I can't wait," I said, thinking about how much fun it would be to ride with Ethan. "Maybe there will be something about Machu Picchu," Daniel said. I looked over at Bella and saw that she was texting someone on her phone and giggling. It irritated me that she couldn't even make an effort to be part of the conversation. Shouldn't she want to get to know my brother's family? When dinner was over, my brother insisted on ordering dessert. My brother wasn't a big dessert and coffee person, and I quickly realized this was why he had brought Bella and Lucas with him for the trip. This was why it was so important to him that I get along with Bella and she liked me. Daniel got up from his chair and down on one knee as dessert arrived. "Isabella, would you marry me?" he asked her. The waiter lifted the dome off the plate, and there sat our grandmother's engagement ring. Yes! Bella squealed with delight, and the entire restaurant clapped for them, but I saw a bit of disappointment flash over her face. As Daniel slipped the ring on her finger, I understood why. The ring was a small teardrop diamond in a yellow gold setting. It was simple and pretty, probably having been extravagant when it was first set. To me, the ring said volumes. It spoke to my brother's values that put his family high on the list. He was trying to bring her into his family by giving her an heirloom, no matter how big the rock was. He was also saving money to put to their future life. Maybe they could reset the ring, but if the diamond wasn't to her liking, then maybe she wasn't the right woman for him. Then again, maybe it was just a flash of disappointment and I was reading too much into it. I took pictures and put them up online for everyone to see. My parents quickly sent a flurry of messages, full of congratulations. I knew they hadn't met Bella yet, so they were probably anxious to do so now. "I'm so happy," Bella said later that night as we got ready for bed. I had expected one of them to ask me to give them the night alone in the room. I would have agreed, but I wasn't about to offer and allow Lucas to harass me. Neither had even seemed to expect me to do that. "Did he tell you the ring is a family heirloom?" I asked, hoping to dispel my doubts. She looked at the ring. "No, that's so sweet." He really values his family. That's why it's important for him that both families were together when he proposed. Bella nodded as I spoke. "Family is critical to me too. All of mine will want to be at the wedding, and it will be huge." "When are you going to meet my parents?" "Oh, I don't know. I mean, eventually, right?" she said with a laugh. "With your parents and Daniel chipping in to pay for the wedding, it can be my dream wedding." "I'm sure Daniel's saving to buy a house. It must be expensive to get a small house in Silicon Valley." Bella continued to stare at the ring. "Yes, but I have wedding plans that are more important." "Don't the bride's parents typically pay for the wedding?" "My parents don't have a ton of money after some bad investments. Don't tell Daniel. I don't want him to worry. I really want him to start his own app and then sell it to some company like Google for billions. Then we'll have plenty of money for a big wedding and a big house." This was the first I had heard of any plan for an app. "Does he have a good idea for an app?" "Not yet, but he will soon. And then we'll be able to afford anything we want." I was confused. My brother loved the code, not the business. He was happy to help make an app with someone who had a great idea, but that was the limit of his ambition. He had never even had the desire to manage a team of coders. I wondered if Bella's ambition exceeded my brother's, and if he would eventually give in to her pressure. "It was really nice of Carter to sit with me while you all rode the thrill rides today," Bella said as I was about to fall asleep. "He's so funny and cute. If I wasn't engaged to your brother, who knows what could have happened?" This woke me up, and I stared at Bella, but didn't respond. It must be my suspicions getting to me. I had to trust my brother knew the type of woman he loved. I forced it out of my mind and replayed this morning's dream of Ethan, hoping this time to get a kiss. Chapter 7. I woke up to my alarm singing to me. I heard Bella groan about wanting more sleep. I kept the lights low and tried to make as little noise as possible. I planned to sneak out of the suite to meet Ethan and Hannah for the scavenger hunt around the park before everyone else was awake. I was excited to do something new and unknown to most park guests. "Where are you sneaking off to, baby doll?" I heard Lucas say from the sofa when I left the room I was sharing with Bella. He was fully dressed and scrolling through something on his phone. I jumped a little when he spoke. "I'm going to meet Ethan and Hannah for a scavenger hunt." "I bought the 4 of us that walking tour you wanted to do yesterday. I thought you would appreciate the gesture," he said, raising an eyebrow. I looked at Lucas, unsure what to say. It was very kind of him to make the reservation, especially since they had been the reason I had missed it yesterday. I usually might judge him less harshly for that generosity, but the smug look on his face made it clear that he was trying to win something. "I also made character lunch reservations," he continued. I considered what to say. I considered each option and what I risked by picking it. On the one hand, I could spend the day with Ethan and Hannah, but risk upsetting my brother and his fiancée who had come to visit me. On the other, I could go on the tour with my guests, but risked losing Ethan before I really had him. As confident as I felt in my feelings for Ethan, I was still unsure about his feelings. Now that Daniel and Bella were engaged, it's crucial that I not burn a bridge with my future sister-in-law or anger my brother. I decided to join the other three on a tour. "You might want to cancel one because the tour comes with lunch," I said, slightly annoyed that he didn't know that. "Oh, I didn't realize that." "Did you pay for the tour yet, or did you make the reservation?" I asked when he started typing on his phone again. "I just made the reservation," he said, still focused on his phone and shaking his head absent-mindedly. I didn't get to respond before there was a knock on the door. I opened it to see a hotel staff member standing there with a Northanger Snacks gift basket in hand. I let him in, and he put it on the table. I opened the envelope when he left. It was from Ethan and Hannah, thanking my aunt and uncle for dinner the other night. "What a kiss-ass," Lucas said, coming up next to me and looking at the card over my shoulder. I could feel his hot breath on my neck, and I shivered a little. I wished he would back up and get out of my personal space. "That's what you do when someone takes you to an expensive dinner. You thank them. I bet they don't expect to be able to see Terry and Michael again, so this is an easy way to show their gratitude," I explained, trying to hide my discomfort. My aunt came out of her room, dressed to go into the park in comfortable pants and sneakers. I handed her the card and watched the smile spread across her face. "This is so kind of them to send this. Now we can eat junk food for breakfast." I sent Hannah a thank you message from us. "Hannah, can't do scavenger hunt until afternoon. Meeting with Carter. Still want to join us?" Katie, "Better time for me. We're going on that tour as a group." Hannah, "Ooh, have fun. Text when done, okay?" Katie, "Okay." I added a picture of the gift basket to my last text and got a smiley face back from her. As my uncle left for his last day of the interview, I saw a brief moment between him and my aunt. She kissed him softly and squeezed his arm before he left the room. He had his laptop case slung over his shoulder, and I hoped his presentation would help them see that he was better at leading the engineers, not managing the entire project. Bella came out of our room soon after my uncle left, wearing a robe. "Do you mind if I meet you guys in the afternoon?" She asked with a forced yawn. "I need more sleep." I noticed that Daniel hadn't gotten up yet. "You guys are probably exhausted from the drive-in and such a busy and exciting day," Terry said with a smile. "I'll put the Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Just take it off when you meet us after lunch." Lucas's mouth curled in a pout. "I made tour reservations for 4 of us." "I'll take one of the spots," Terry said. "We'll just tell them the change when we get there. If you could make last-minute reservations, it means the tour isn't full." I wished that I could be as nonchalant as my aunt with Lucas. She smoothly shut down his protests. The 3 of us left the room together and got on the monotail into the park. Lucas typed on his cell phone the entire ride. I quickly caught a glimpse of his phone and noticed that he was texting with Carter. I hoped this meant he had decided he liked the siblings and wouldn't make fun of Ethan again. "I have to meet someone," Lucas said when we got off the monotail. He didn't wait for a response before walking away from us. I didn't understand how he could seem so intent on claiming me, but as soon as there's a moment to be alone with me, he would run off. My aunt and I shared a look, and she shrugged, not letting it change her plans. "We've had a change in party," she explained when we got to the tour's reception desk. They were kind and understanding, especially since we were last-minute additions to the tour. We put in our lunch order and put on the name tag buttons they handed us. Like with the Alien Hunter ride, putting my name on one when I won, this was clearly a label sticker that quickly popped out from a machine close by. Your brother asked me to give him and Bella time alone this morning. I hope Lucas isn't going back to the room, Terry told me as we waited for the tour to begin. I'm pretty sure he knew what they wanted to do. I was prepared to sleep on the couch last night so they could have time alone. My aunt chuckled. I don't think he would ever do that with everyone in the suite. I had to laugh too. I should have known my brother wouldn't be so public about sex. Bella's fine, but I don't like Lucas. He creeps me out, I said, my stomach clenching at the mere mention of his name. My aunt nodded. Yes, he does seem to be a bit possessive. Be careful around him. He seems to have decided you belong to him. I nodded, thinking about his behavior. I wonder if I said something in our group chat that made him think there was something between us. I've been trying to stay away from him, but he was waiting for me this morning. I wish I was spending this time with Ethan. My aunt's smile spread across her face. I know what you like about Ethan, but I get the sense that you two are opposites. I was confused. He's so nice and thoughtful. He knows so much about the parks, and Uncle Michael was so excited to tell someone about his work and feel appreciated for it. I don't disagree. You're opposites in how impulsive you are. You and I are so much alike in that respect. You can drop everything and come out to California with us at the last minute. He doesn't seem like he could do anything but take months to plan this trip and make sure everything is perfect. There's almost a bit of fear from him. To have so much knowledge and passion for this company and not use it to get a job with them feels wrong. I thought back over the time I had spent with Ethan and knew she was right. He could easily work for the Northanger Company in some capacity. I just didn't know him well enough to completely agree with her. If you want to sneak off to hang out with them after the tour, I can feign innocence, she said, winking at me. I decided to spend this time with Daniel and Bella. He brought her all this way to spend time with me. My aunt sighed. I don't think you should worry about it. Why? I asked, dreading the response because I didn't want my brother to get hurt. She took a moment, internally debating what to say. We've met Bella a few times, and she seems to have completely different priorities than your brother does. She likes extravagance and drama. I find her spoiled and self-indulgent. Clearly, I wasn't the only one who noticed her reaction to the ring. I had the same feeling that my aunt just put words to. My brother and I had been indulged as children, but we also knew the value of hard work. As easygoing as he could be, when he was working, he was entirely focused. He didn't have big aspirations, and he did not like drama. Frankly, my aunt continued, I'm surprised your brother wants to marry her, but if he's happy, then how can we complain? I let out a sigh. Who was I to tell Daniel that he was in love with the wrong woman? He must know what she's like and still want her. If I had feelings for a man that my aunt thought was so different from me, how could I dismiss that my brother might also be attracted to his opposite? It's nothing really, but I coincidentally knew her mother in high school, my aunt said absently. She was always self-important and manipulative. It wasn't that she was smart and trying to use it to her advantage. She was an inelegant social climber. I get the impression that Bella and Lucas share a similar view of the world. Yes, I said, ready to share what I had learned. She didn't seem to like it, and I think she expects Daniel and our parents to pay for the wedding, or at least contribute significantly. She has plans for Daniel that don't match the brother I know. My aunt kept nodding, understanding everything that concerned me. The last time we saw them, about 6 months ago, she was pushing him to develop his own app and then hire her and Lucas to work for him. I told her what Bella had shared the night before about her plans. Would you work with them if they did start a company together? Terry said. This took me by surprise, but I didn't have time to answer before the tour began. I was slightly distracted as we walked through the Northanger Universe Park, learning about what the Northanger family wanted to impart through their park's design. It didn't take long for me to get excited about what the tour guide was telling us, my mind shifting back to Ethan and the things I wanted to share with him. After about 45 minutes of walking, we rode Gold Rush. our tour guide took over the typical narrative, which was usually full of cheesy prospector jokes. Now we learned more about how the animatronics worked. There are only 60 different faces used on all the rides, so you might see twins when you get to the Haunted Abbey or Avalanche, the tour guide told us as our little train chugged through the mines. I'm glad we did this tour, Terry said when we took a bathroom break. I feel like I'm seeing a whole new side of the park, and I have a whole new appreciation for how advanced your uncle's designs are. We saw the beautiful parade floats and some of the park's backside during the second half of the tour. We even saw the area where the employees and characters all got ready for their days. We saw Charlie the cat come through with his head off, his smaller human head poking out of this massive costume. I nudged my aunt, and we giggled, trying not to call attention to it and make the actor uncomfortable in his space. This section of the tour ended right outside the Haunted Abbey. Again, we skipped all the lines and went right on this ride. Before we were loaded on the ride, the tour guide shared the history of the ride. This version of the ride relates to the Northanger family's original home in the United Kingdom. There is a rumor that they were once witches and wizards, but something caused them to lose or forget their magic, our guide said in a conspiratorial whisper. Riding in the same car as my aunt was a far more enjoyable experience than riding with Lucas the day before. We got off the ride in giggles and met the tour guide who was waiting for us. She led us to lunch, and we got to the restaurant to find everything waiting for us, with name cards and a pin, the one Hannah had shown me yesterday, attached to the card. Terry handed me her pin before eating the fish and chips she had ordered for lunch. I had the same thing. I saw all those pins you bought. I assume you can do more with this than I can, she said as we ate. Hannah got me into it. She smiled. We were lucky to meet them. I get the impression that you're developing feelings for Ethan. I wish I could give you more time with him to see if it's mutual. I nodded slowly, an idea taking shape. Daniel will let me know when he and Bella come back into the park. Lucas has clearly found something else to do. I might as well spend my day with Ethan. And Hannah? My aunt asked, a knowing smile on her face. I responded with a smile of my own and left after lunch to meet Ethan and Hannah over at the other park. I felt my knees get weak when Ethan smiled at me, and I was sure he was happy to see me. He handed me his scavenger hunt clues, and we started walking around the park to solve the game. Periodically, Hannah would pull out the camera and explain what we were doing and where we were going. We have Katie back with us today, she said, turning the camera to me. Hi, I said with a wave to the people who would eventually see this. Never say you can't make friends at Northanger Parks. Meeting her was probably the coolest thing that happened on this trip. I blushed and then grinned like an idiot. I thought back to other vlog videos I had watched on the channel. Typically, it was just the two of them with random people stopping to say hello. There must be a reason I was included for more than that. I looked over at Ethan, who was blushing a little. Could he have insisted that I be involved? So, okay, we have a proposition for you, Hannah said after putting the camera away. She folded the scavenger hunt map up and put it in her bag, making it clear this was a serious conversation. I turned to look at Ethan, interested in any proposition that would let me spend more time with him. Carter's had something come up, and he has to stay here a few more days, Ethan said with a smile. My mind quickly remembered the texts between him and Lucas. What came up? I asked, looking back and forth between them. Hannah rolled her eyes. It's Carter. It could be the opportunity to make himself look good, or he could just want to hook up with someone, Hannah said with a wave of her hand. It doesn't matter, Ethan said. It means we've already purchased his flight to Tampa for late tomorrow night, and an extra 5-day ticket to Northanger in Florida. We could just cancel it, but it's far less expensive to just switch it to someone else. I could barely believe what they were saying, but I was sure my mind was racing to conclusions. It sucks to lose the money, I said, trying not to betray my excitement. It didn't work that well. A smile spread across Ethan's face. We spoke with our father about it, and he thinks you should come with us." I was shocked to have them offer something so generous after meeting me only 3 days ago. My mind raced with possible risks in saying yes. There's more than enough money in my account to cover any emergency expenses. Even if I was dumped in Tampa and never saw them again, I could buy a ticket to fly home. Yes, I would lose my flight home from Los Angeles, but that detail could easily be worked out with the airline. Maybe I could even get a credit in case I did have an emergency. Work and school were easy to resolve since my new job hadn't started yet, and I had my classwork with me since I'm already working on it here. Plus, I'm a fully functioning adult at 25 and should be able to do what I want if it doesn't wreak havoc in my life. In fact, the only risk I could think of was my heart, if I was wrong about Ethan's feelings. Even this was a low risk. I was increasingly sure that he was the one who included me. As I thought about the trip's logistics, I also resisted the urge to throw my arms around Ethan, cover him with kisses, and proclaim that I would go anywhere with him. Instead, I took a deep breath, exhaled, and swallowed. "Don't worry," Hannah said. "It's a business expense. It's not like you're taking money out of our pocket." I blinked a few times, reminding myself to show polite resistance before agreeing to the trip. "I can't say yes. It's too much." "Why not? It gives you a chance to hang out with us a little longer," Hannah said with a shrug. I bit my lower lip and met Ethan's eyes. How much more evidence would I need to know these feelings were mutual? I was being gifted 5 extra days with Ethan. "Have you picked the class project that you mentioned the other day?" Ethan asked, breaking me out of my inner debate. "Not yet," I said, remembering it for the first time since I had mentioned it 2 days ago. "We know people in Florida who can tell you how projects are managed in the park," he said with a smile, as if, even after 3 days, he was already aware of the way my brain worked. My eyes got wide and my mouth fell open. "Seriously?" Hannah and Ethan nodded in unison. "She's not an executive or anything, but she's the person who oversees the projects related to holiday events in Safari Park. Her name's Melissa. She would probably love to help you design a project for a theme park. Plenty's going on every day." Every possible risk was evaporating like smoke. Meeting a project manager for a Northanger Park was more valuable than the cost of the trip. "I can't let you pay for everything," I said, now genuinely feeling overwhelmed by their generosity. "Tell me how much the ticket change costs, and I'll pay for it." Ethan shook his head. "No. The whole thing is already paid for. You'd be helping us by not letting the cost go to waste. Plus, you can stay in a room with Hannah." "I can't let you do that much. Please let me pay for something. I can afford something." "Then treat us to meals, or something," Ethan said through the deep rumble of his laugh. "Not that you'll need to. We write it all off as part of our business expenses. Between the travel agency and the YouTube channel, it gets covered." "Say you'll come with us," Hannah said. I looked at Ethan, wanting just one last confirmation that he was feeling something for me too. His smile was all I needed. "Yes." Chapter 8. My heart raced for the rest of the afternoon. The 3 of us took a break and saw a show. I sat between the siblings in a large theater, sharing an armrest with Ethan and resisting my desire to hold his hand. When it was over, we split up so I could speak with my family about their invitation. The 3 of us rode the shuttle together and composed my project proposal as the train went from stop to stop, discussing details that would make the project more successful. I hit the send button on the email as I got off the shuttle at my hotel. I got to our suite to find Daniel alone and with his computer open. "Where's Bella?" I asked when he finally looked up and saw me. My brother shrugged and looked back down at his computer. I sent a text to Bella and got some of the story. Bella. His boss called with an emergency this morning and he couldn't say no. Katie. Did you at least get the romantic morning? Bella. No, but I hung out with Lucas and Carter. This whole situation was weird, and I kept turning it over in my head as I took a shower. Why was Carter staying in Los Angeles? Did Bella and Lucas have something to do with it? Had Hannah and Ethan known Carter was with my brother's fiancée? When I felt more relaxed, I went back to the den and sat down with my brother. Daniel, can I ask you a question? He closed his laptop and looked up at me. What's the plan for the wedding? I asked. Daniel shrugged. That's up to Bella. And you're just paying for it? My brother shook his head. I assume she has this all worked out with her parents. She suggests you and our parents are paying for it, I said, making sure to look him in the eyes. My brother shrugged again. We'll work out those details. I pursed my lips, debating what to say next. Will there be enough money if the three of you are going to develop an app together? I imagine you'd want to put all your money into that. Daniel looked as confused as I expected. We're not planning to build an app together. Maybe Lucas or Bella has a plan, but it has nothing to do with me, he said, shaking his head. So there's been no discussions about this or a plan to ask me to be the project manager? I asked, thinking about my aunt's question from the morning. I don't know where you got that crazy idea, Katie, my brother said with a flat laugh that betrayed his anxiety. It's just things that have been said to me, and Bella said she's been with Carter today. Who's Carter? Ethan and Hannah's brother. We spent part of yesterday with them, remember? Right, he said before opening his laptop again and tapping a few keys. You aren't worried about it? I asked. Daniel shook his head without looking up. Carter is staying in town, and I've been invited to take his place on their trip to Tampa, I said, wanting my brother to assure me that I'm not overreacting. This got my brother's attention again, and his shock was apparent. I assume you said yes, he said. I smiled. I assume you know the risks, he asked. I rolled my eyes. You know, I thought of those first. I just think there's something between Ethan and me. My brother looked up and met my eye. Really? He asked. Of course, I said, indignation rising. My brother narrowed his eyes. I can tell you feel something. You're easy to read when you're in the middle of a crush, but I'm not getting the same from him. I pursed my lips, resisting a pout. You spent one day with him, Daniel. He put his hands up to calm me down, a gesture he had learned from Uncle Michael over the years. You also make rash decisions. I didn't get the impression that he shared a deep attraction. I may be wrong. They invited me to join them in Tampa, I said, trying not to shout. I'm sure this is so we can make sure the attraction is mutual. My brother nodded as he exhaled. I won't tell Lucas. You can tell him, I said, sticking my tongue out. Maybe that will make it clear that he and I are not a couple. The suite door opened to reveal my aunt and uncle returning from their afternoon. Katie's been invited to go to Northanger, Florida with her new friends, Daniel said before the door closed. My aunt and uncle looked at me, surprised. Did Ethan invite you? Terry asked me as they walked into the main room and sat down at the table with us. I told them everything that happened, including the opportunity to talk to someone for my final project. My email chimed on my phone after I finished with my professor approving my proposal. If you really want to work for the company, then you should do it, my uncle said. If you need anything, call us, and we'll help you, my uncle said before going to their room to take a break. My aunt followed him, leaving Daniel and me alone again. Just to be clear, you're not worried? I asked my brother. I get the impression he's a bit of a Lothario. Daniel laughed, but I was sure it was because of the way I just described Carter. I'm sure it's fine. She's used to entertaining herself when I have to work. My brother broke eye contact and looked at his computer. A chime came from the speakers, and I watched his eyes scan the screen. I have to go home. This is worse than we thought, Daniel said as he picked up his phone and sent a text to, I assumed, Bella and Lucas. I had no idea what was going on with his job, but I was curious to see how his friends reacted. Within 30 minutes, both were back in the suite and arguing about when they should leave. I'm not ready to leave yet, Bella said with a pout. She had thrown herself on the couch and was massaging her feet. I noticed she was wearing another dress and a pair of heels. There were red blisters on both her feet. You can go back without us, right? Lucas asked. My brother looked hurt. Where would you stay? We can crash here. I'm sure Katie won't mind, right, baby doll? Lucas said, winking at me. I forced a smile on my face so it wouldn't reflect my disgust. Please, stop calling me that. The request went unacknowledged. Your tickets won't work after my aunt and uncle leave in the morning, Daniel said. I thought we were supposed to have more days here, Bella said. No, I said. The access was only for the length of my uncle's interview. Once they leave in the morning, none of us will be able to get into the park without buying our own ticket. We'll also lose all special privileges, like endless quick passes and free meals. Bella met her brother's eyes. Katie, where are you staying? We can stay with you, right? Bella asked. The tension of her desperation was thick in the air. I shook my head. I'm leaving tomorrow, too. I didn't want them to know where I was going. We can take care of ourselves, Lucas said with a sneer directed at me, making it clear my request had been heard. Bella really wants to stay. In fact, we should get online and find a hotel room. Maybe we should go and do some things in LA that aren't Northanger related. Both of them got up and went into the room Lucas was sharing with Daniel. My brother continued to focus on his computer, typing quickly. Bella and Lucas stayed in the room until we all left for our final dinner reservation at a restaurant in Northanger Mall. The entire dinner was completely different from the one the night before. Now, Bella had no interest in talking to anyone, and Lucas was distracted by his phone. I spoke to my aunt and uncle about the plans for the next day. Daniel, you're going to leave us tonight? Terry asked. My brother, who had food in his mouth, nodded. Bella and Lucas, we're leaving for the airport at 6 in the morning, but checkout isn't until 11. You need to be out of the room by then. Same for you, Katie. We can't get into our hotel until 4 in the afternoon, Bella said. You can probably bring your bags there and leave them until later, Michael said to her. I told my aunt more about the project I was putting together, trying to remain vague about the details. I was increasingly suspicious of Lucas and Bella's intentions, and I didn't want them to have any additional information. I suspected they were staying to see Carter for some unknown reason. He might tell them that I had taken his spot in Florida, but it wouldn't matter by then. Uncle Michael, did they make you a job offer? Daniel asked, trying to break the tension at the table. Yes, they did. And I'm officially thinking about it. What does that mean? It means there's a lot to consider. I made a case for the head engineer position, but they want me to either lead the entire project or be one of the team's engineers. I'm not sure if getting to work for the company is worth taking the pay cut and reduction of responsibilities. That's too bad. But if you want to work for Northanger, isn't it worth it? Daniel asked. Maybe the pay cut. I know you, and I agree that money isn't everything. I want them to give me a job that focuses on my strengths, not their imagined career projection. They want me to either prove myself from the ground up or take on a job I'm not going to do well. Clearly, Bella said, perking up for the first time since I had seen her that afternoon. They want you to take the bigger role. I bet they're offering you far more money with that. My uncle nodded. That's not what I want. Our families have always valued one thing, doing what you love no matter what other people want from you. It's why Daniel sticks with the coding and Katie wants to work for Northanger Parks. That's what they love. In one statement, my uncle had wiped the board clean. If Bella didn't realize her plans were misguided, then there was nothing that would convince her. But it means you don't have anyone's respect, and you'll never really make a lot of money, Bella insisted, missing the point entirely. What is money if you're miserable? Terry asked, still trying to show Bella what she should expect when she marries Daniel. You can make YouTube videos to be happy, Bella, Lucas said with a derisive laugh. I glared at Lucas, wondering if I could punch him. His comment killed the conversation, and we left the restaurant soon after. I was ready to get away from Bella and Lucas, but they trailed behind me as I walked in and out of the stores. Daniel went directly back to the room with my aunt and uncle. All of them needed to get ready for their departures. When the rest of us returned to the room, Daniel was prepared to leave, his bags already sent down, and his car summoned from the valet. "Stay safe," he said as we embraced. "I'll come to see you after graduation, even if I don't have a job yet," I said with a smile. "Get a job with Northanger, and I'll come to visit you." Even though my uncle's words hadn't resonated with Daniel's fiancée, I knew my brother remembered his values. He didn't add Bella into his plans. I pitied Bella for her setting her ambition on a man who didn't share it. I found Bella in bed watching TV when I started packing. "I can't believe you abandoned Lucas today," she said. I looked at her, unsure what her brother had told her. "He got a text from Carter and left us when he got in the park," I said. Was I supposed to chase him down and demand he stay? Bella's eyes got wide. She hadn't expected me to know how much of a role Carter was playing in how the day evolved. "Yeah, but then you didn't check in with him. You went to spend time with Ethan and Hannah instead." Her condescending tone made me want to walk away, but I was tired and needed to pack. Instead, I ignored her and started organizing my stuff. "I can't believe your brother left me here to go back to work," she said with a huff when I didn't take the bait. "You could have gone with him." She crossed her arms across her chest. "I'm on vacation, and I want to see LA. I never get to come here." "Well, you have different priorities this time," I said with a shrug. "He acts like it's his company doing things like this, but then he doesn't even want that. He just dedicates himself to whoever he works for. It's annoying." I stopped packing and turned to her. "What do you want from me?" I asked. "Do you want me to agree with you? To confirm my brother's priorities are messed up? I won't. You can't change him. That's not how love works." Instead of replying, she rolled onto her side and pretended to go to sleep. I finished packing without a word. Chapter 9. Bella was snoring when I woke up the next morning. While getting up to get dressed, I was careful not to disturb her. Ethan's early morning texts thrilled me. I took my phone out into the den as my aunt and uncle left their room, suitcases in tow. "Have fun in Tampa, sweetie," my aunt said, giving me a hug. "Thank you both for including me on the trip. I'm sorry the job didn't work out the way you wanted," I told my uncle. He wore a sad smile as he gave me a hug. "It was worth it to spend some time with you and Daniel. I hope you still apply for a job with Northanger. I know they'd be a good place for you." "Should I wait for Bella and Lucas?" I asked as I watched my aunt and uncle leave the room. "Only if you want to," Terry said. "They know when they have to leave." They left the room. I stood there, trying to make up my mind. Leaving the siblings alone made me feel guilty, but another text from Ethan changed my feelings. "Ethan, can check a bag for flight now. Hotel sends to airport. Come down." Katie. "On my way." I wrote a quick note to Bella saying goodbye and letting her know to text me if she wanted help with the wedding plans. Hopefully, that gesture would be enough to make up for my lack of goodbye. But I forgot about her as soon as the elevator doors opened. Ethan was standing there with a wide grin. I reacted with a smile back as he took my suitcase. I followed him to where Hannah was standing and checking their bags for the airport transport. "We're going to spend the day in Northanger Mall," Ethan said once we had our tickets for the airport shuttle. We had a whole day ahead of us. Our shuttle wasn't picking us up until 6 that evening. We made our way into the Northanger Mall. I worried we wouldn't have enough to do without being able to go into the parks. "Don't worry, I have something special that we can do," Ethan said, already able to read my expressions. "Very few people know that it even exists, so nobody ever goes in. Also, they asked us to do a few videos highlighting it." Hannah wore a conspiratorial grin, and I got a new sense of how they picked topics for their videos. We walked through the outdoor mall, past the unopened shops, a quick stop at a bakery for breakfast, and walked up to a simple building. Pieces of white paper were taped to the wall, directing us to the Northanger Family Museum. "They haven't even got their signs up yet," Ethan said with a sigh. Is it new? I asked, trying to remember if I had ever heard anything about it on the other videos.
Somewhat, but they've been low-key about it for the last year. The company assumed people would flock here when the family insisted on a grand opening. Now, the company is panicking, and the family is taking their own steps to promote it.
I wondered how much of a role the Northanger family still had in the company. Is it open now? I asked, looking at my phone. It was only 8 in the morning. The parks were beginning to let people come in for the early fantasy hour, but almost everything else was closed for at least another hour. We're getting a special tour, and so we can walk around filming and interviewing the curator without any interference, Hannah said. Ethan knocked on the door, and a woman in a black business suit, complete with a pencil skirt, waved from the other side of the glass before letting us in. We had an hour-long tour of the small museum, led by Imogene, the museum's curator. Family photos and paraphernalia from the creation of the parks and studio dominated the walls and displays. The early drafts of Charlie the Cat caught my attention. Then there was merchandise that never got past the prototype phase. The museum was far more focused on the Northanger family, who came from England about the time the country was sending over criminals and administrators. The main family started in Boston, but the California gold rush drove some of the family to come west. They still have a huge presence in Boston. Rupert Northanger's grandson moved his family back there, the tour guide explained.
Is it true that the haunted abbey was based on their ancestral home?
Ethan asked. The tour guide gave him a huge smile. I see you've done your research. Yes, the Northanger family had once been nobility, but needed money, as many noble families experienced. They sold the abbey before coming to the United States. I think the family that bought it eventually came to America as well and settled in Massachusetts, the Tilney family.
Does that mean the story on the haunted abbey ride is true? I asked.
Not entirely. Every family probably has a story just like that, but there are no records of it being family history. I suspect it was something the ride designers made up based on stories they knew from the family. A few early ride designers were family members.
Did both the Tilney and Northanger families settle in Massachusetts? Ethan asked.
The tour guide thought about it for a moment. I guess they did. How funny.
The Northangers are one of New England's most prominent families. I believe they rank as Boston Brahmins, Ethan said. Where did the Tilneys go?
Our tour guide shook her head. I'd have to look that up. I'm not sure the Northangers kept track of anything related to the Tilney family after the sale.
What's a Boston Brahmin? I whispered to Ethan as we walked.
Ethan leaned his head closer to mine.
They are the Boston elites that formed this country. Most of our country's early politicians, leaders, and prominent businessmen are among their ranks.
I live in Massachusetts and have never heard of them.
Ethan looked surprised. Well, the Adams family and the Lowell family are both Brahmin families.
I wanted to open my phone and check this out on Wikipedia, but our tour guide had led us to a display of early haunted abbey ride designs. Blueprints showed how it was constructed and scripts from the actors with notes written right on the pages. Ethan, you're one of the most knowledgeable people who has ever come to the museum. Nobody has ever known the Northangers are among the families that shaped this country. I bet you know more about the company and the family than they do, the tour guide said, chuckling as we walked around. Ethan shrugged and blushed. You know, they're building a museum in Tampa, but more focused on the park's history. They're still trying to hire a curator, and they prefer someone with a history background.
Ethan's eyes got wide. Wouldn't I need some type of advanced degree?
The guide shrugged. Probably, but there's a program at a university in Orlando that's not expensive and entirely online. Ethan nodded his head, and I waited for him to ask for more information, but he didn't. Instead, we continued the tour. I think it's awesome that you're letting Ethan and Hannah help you promote the museum, I said as we walked, hoping to encourage Ethan to pursue the job. Our guide nodded. They want to do a lot more digital engagement, but that's not my forte, and probably why we're struggling. Ethan, you could probably do it with your eyes closed, especially if Hannah helped. Ethan nodded, still not taking the bait. I met our guide's eyes and shrugged. She and I were clearly frustrated. I shrugged and gave her a small grin as if apologizing for Ethan. "If you want," she said, trying one more time, "I can arrange an introduction to Diana Northanger. She runs the family foundation, which runs the museum." "My father really wants us focused on the travel agency," Hannah said after turning off the camera. She and Ethan shared a look, and she shook her head slightly. I realized why Ethan hadn't pushed for more information about the job. From everything I had learned over these past few days, this would be the perfect job for him, and I felt frustrated at Hannah for shutting it down for no good reason. The guide shrugged and led us to the gift shop. We all thanked her for her time before walking through. Ethan made his way over to a stand full of history books, so I followed him. "Do you see anything you like?" I asked, hoping he would open up to me and share his frustrations. "No," he said as he scanned the rack. "I'm pretty sure I have them all." "Are you going to get anything?" I considered pushing him a bit more, but changed my mind. I showed him a pin and a print of the original Charlie the Cat that I had picked up. "That illustration is famous, but they've never sold memorabilia with it. Them making this print available is a pretty big deal," he said, hiding his irritation well. "The tour guide was right about you knowing a ton of information." Ethan shrugged. "Imogene built this place herself. She's not just a tour guide, she's the curator. Everything we got to see is because she picked it. She knows more about the company than I do. They don't normally offer tours." I felt a little dumb that I hadn't realized how important our guide was, but it didn't last long. "That's silly," I said, focusing on the museum instead of my mistake. "All sorts of museums offer free tours. I do them at art museums all the time. People like things explained to them." Ethan sighed and nodded. "I agree. I would have done this entirely differently." "Like how?" I asked, jumping on the chance that sharing his vision for a museum like this would get him to open up more. "I would have made this part of the Northanger Parks experience. The museum-specific merchandise was a good idea, but this shouldn't be hidden. There should be tours, and the hotels should be promoting this as something to do. It should be included on all the promotional materials for park tours." "I don't care what Hannah said. You should apply to do this in Tampa." He shook his head, but looked back at the rack of books. "I don't have a museum background. I just like history." "That's silly. Clearly you can get an education. And Imogene would probably help you if you asked. She offered to introduce you to Diana Northanger." I put my hand on his arm, hoping to get him to focus on me and what I was saying. It didn't work. He kept his eyes firmly on the rack of books. I couldn't understand why he was already giving up. "There's no point. My father wouldn't give me the time off to focus on getting a master's degree." "Ethan, that's the beauty of doing an online program. Look at me. I'm on vacation and in school. I'm making the vacation part of school." Ethan finally turned to look at me and laughed a little. "It's a little more complicated than that. You'll see it when you meet my father tomorrow morning. He's intense, but he knows everyone." "I can't wait to meet him. What's his name?" Hoping my enthusiasm would transfer to him. My expectation from their father that I made up was a mix of Ethan and Hannah. This was such a last-minute decision that thinking much about their father didn't occur to me. "Carter, like my brother. Everyone just calls him Senior." I was taken aback by that nickname and tilted my head in reaction. "Really? That's different." "He likes that sense of authority. He also likes to be addressed as Sir." "Is he more like you or Hannah?" Ethan looked down at the floor. I felt like he was ashamed of something. "He's more like Carter. They're two peas in a pod. I don't think he really gets Hannah and me." "What about your mother?" I asked, worried that I was bringing up a sensitive subject. "She's gone." "Oh, I'm sorry. I can't imagine what it must be like to lose a parent," I said, putting my hand over my mouth. Ethan laughed and put his hand on my arm. My body tingled at his touch. "No, She's alive. They're divorced. She works for a bank, and they moved her to Japan. We go visit every so often." "Do you visit Northanger Park in Tokyo?" I asked, thinking about the park the company had built there a decade before. It was popular for people who liked international travel, but from what I could tell from videos I'd seen on YouTube, very different. They had characters there that never got popular in America or were part of the Northanger canon. I would love to go one day, and flashes of visiting Ethan's mother flashed through my mind. I didn't dwell once I heard my brother's voice, reminding me of rash decisions. Ethan nodded without saying anything. He looked so sad that I couldn't help but wonder how he felt about his parents' divorce. I realized that the museum was officially open, but quiet. People started to trickle in, surprised that this place even existed. We hung around as Hannah filmed content for a variety of videos. She kept a journal that had a long list of topics for possible videos. She even set up the camera to get footage of people wandering around the museum. Every so often, you could hear an excited child, a reminder that you were still in a theme park for families. I walked through the museum again, Ethan catching up to me every so often to point out a detail the curator left out on her tour. It was clear he enjoyed this part of the Northanger experience. Even I could see this was a man who should be working to connect the people to the park's and company's history. I didn't feel like he was talking down to me, but sharing a secret that nobody else knew. That feeling remained even with what I already knew, mostly because he had been doing this since we met. It felt like a shared secret. "Sorry," he said when he realized he was repeating himself. "I love talking about this stuff." "It's cute. Don't worry," I said, meeting his eyes and smiling. He blushed again and walked off on his own for a few minutes. Eventually, he found his way back to me to tell me another interesting detail. Chapter 10. After we grabbed lunch, we spent the rest of the afternoon in the shops. Ethan patiently waited as Hannah and I tried on different dresses at one of the clothing stores. They were all much too expensive for me, but I saw the dress Bella had worn on her first day. I tried it on and loved it on me as much as I had on her. That is, until I looked at the price tag. I left the changing room to model the dress for Hannah. "That's a brand new pattern," she said, spinning in a circle to show off another dress. "Bella had it on when they arrived. I wonder how she got it so quickly." "I'm sure she ordered it online. Did she leave with your brother?" I told Hannah the story about Daniel's departure as we tried on more dresses. "Did you know that Carter spent the day with Bella and Lucas?" I asked. "Yeah," Hannah said, and then dropped it. That made my anxiety shoot up. I might not love Bella, but I wanted my brother to be happy, and he loved her. What was Hannah not saying? "Will he try to steal her away from Daniel?" I asked, jumping to my worst fear. Hannah went back into her changing room to try on the next dress without a word. "No," she said when she came out. "Carter doesn't like relationships." "What does that mean?" "He likes the chase and gets bored when it's over. I didn't get the impression Bella was like that. From everything I saw when we hung out with them, she has a future in mind." I agreed with her assessment of Bella, but I didn't know her well enough to know how she would behave if Daniel ignored her. She wasn't happy that he had left her and Lucas. What would she do to get his attention? "Don't worry," Hannah said once we were back in our clothes and leaving the shop. "She's not an idiot. Maybe she's pouting, and we'll get over it." I told myself to trust my brother about his fiancée and to trust Hannah about her brother. If neither of them was worried, then it wasn't my job to be the anxious one. "There's a whole Northanger shop at the airport, in case you forget to get something," Hannah said as we rode the shuttle to the airport. Our hotel was the first stop on the shuttle, so we entered an empty bus. We could grab the seats we wanted. The driver told us that it would probably take about an hour to get to LAX for our flight. There are only 3 hotels on park property, but they had pickups at a couple of surrounding hotels. Ethan sat next to me in the window seat with Hannah on the other side of the aisle. As soon as we sat down, Ethan opened a book and started reading. Small TVs lined the rows, playing classic Northanger animation shorts. The whole video series lasted about 20 minutes before it restarted. I watched it once and then was distracted by casually surfing the web on my phone for the rest of the ride. I don't think I've forgotten anything. I want to save some money for Tampa, I said, smiling. I didn't want to spend too much money, not knowing how much to expect beyond the flight and hotel room. The worst thing I could do was behave like I expected or was entitled to anything else. I just want to walk through, she said, just in case I missed anything that's California specific. Also, they have a pin station. Hannah was already pulling out the pins from her bag. I giggled silently at how prepared she was when it came to trading pins. While in the mall, we had split the cost of a few pin mystery packs. A few more pins for trading ended up in my pockets. Trading at the mall caught me by surprise. I had expected to wait until we arrived in the Tampa park. Hannah assured me that far more pin stations existed than in California. We are not spending the whole trip trading pins, Ethan said, without looking up from his book. I'll spend my trip as I like, Hannah said to her brother, rolling her brown eyes. You know the pin videos are the most popular. I love the videos where you open mystery packs, I said, and stuck out my tongue when I noticed Ethan roll his eyes. See, Ethan? Most popular, Hannah said, gesturing to me. Ethan's eyes didn't flinch from the book, but I could see his chest rise and fall with silent laughter. Hannah and I grabbed the dinner packed in our bags. We had picked up sandwiches and bags of chips at one of the restaurants before getting on the shuttle. I handed Ethan his food, and the three of us ate quickly. The signs for the airport passed us. Just after our last bites, we arrived at the departures entrance. 45 minutes remained until boarding. Do you have a neck pillow? Ethan asked me just before we got settled in the gate area. No. Do you think I need one? Come on. We can go back to the Northanger store. They have some cute ones. We left our bags with Hannah, who had her laptop out and was editing videos. She waved us away before putting in her earbuds. You need a neck pillow, blanket, sock, and eye mask set, Ethan said as he took my hand and led me over to the travel section. The comfort between us made me grin. A ton of fun displays throughout the store distracted me, but he directed my attention to the sets hanging from a wall display. All the popular characters were there, mostly the cats in different designs. You like Taliesin, right? Ethan pointed up towards his right. At the top of the rack was the rooster-themed set. Ethan was tall enough to reach it with a little effort. His shirt came up just high enough for me to see his stomach and abs. I hadn't realized he had them, and I got weak in the knees thinking about everything else I couldn't see, but very much wanted to. When he handed me the Taliesin set, I managed to squeak out a thank you. I wanted to fan myself to cool off, but thought that might embarrass him. The set was cuter than I expected, playing off that Taliesin is a rooster, and most people would probably buy this for overnight flights. He had a song in one of the Arthurian movies that had to do with waking up, so the lyrics were printed on the blanket. It wasn't too expensive to get the entire set because it was on sale. They discontinued the Taliesin set, the woman at the register told me. You got the last one. It was fate, Ethan said. I got chills at the idea of anything being fated with Ethan. He handed the cashier a card that dropped the price even more. Hannah was initially supposed to sit next to Ethan on the plane. Carter had purchased a first-class ticket. Hannah begged her brother to let her sit in first class to have more room to work on video editing. He agreed, leaving the two of us to sit together. When Hannah gave me a wink right before we boarded the plane, I knew she was giving us time alone together. I wondered if Ethan felt the same way about me. Maybe they had talked about this already. We might not have been in first class, but we weren't in economy seating either. In the business class, Ethan and I were seated on the far left of the aircraft with nobody else next to us. He took the aisle seat, and I took the window. The seats had televisions, and we could watch any movie we wanted for free. There was a whole section of Northanger movies to watch, some I hadn't seen in years. Northanger Tampa know who's riding flights into Tampa and contracted with the company to start the immersive experience, Ethan said when he saw me scrolling through animated movies. What does that mean? I asked, looking over at him. Northanger Tampa is aggressive about making sure you have a particular experience in the parks. Most travel agents work exclusively to book trips to the Tampa resort, leaving California and the international parks ignored. Even my father treats Tampa trips differently. They never want you to see the way the parks work. They encourage special reveals to children, like keeping the trip a secret until you need the kids to know. We ship luggage ahead and get it to the hotel. We ship food ahead of time or contract with Northanger Hospitality to ensure specific things are in the room, especially anything perishable. When you're there, they don't want you to leave the property. If you need something at a drugstore, they'll have it delivered to your room. If you're in a higher-end hotel, they have other services they provide too. We're staying at a hotel under construction right now, so it's cheaper, and they're going out of their way to make sure you forget about the construction.
Wow! So why are you guys going right now? I asked, hoping this would keep us talking for most of the flight and I could learn more about him.
My father really helped them build their relationship with travel agents. He recognized the opportunity 20 years ago and started working with the company to develop training and launch new features. We started doing YouTube videos and other agents did the same. It can be a very lucrative career if you love the parks.
Does he make you all work for him?
Ethan sat back in the seat and sighed. He needs help, and we've been doing this nearly all our lives.
I turned to face him, giving him my undivided attention. Will he spend the trip with us? I asked.
Ethan shook his head. He'll be busy most of the week training new travel agents on a few new services. They'll get special access to rides and tours to help promote them to people booking trips.
I made a face that communicated my confusion and disappointment. I didn't know how to feel about that. Then I remembered that I had barely spent any time with my Aunt Terry while in California.
Remember, Ethan said when he saw my expression, the Tampa Park is huge because they were able to buy all that land cheap in the 70s. They have 2 water parks because they get so busy. There have been days, especially around Christmas time, where they stop letting people into the Northanger Universe Park because it's reached capacity.
I always thought Christmas would be quiet.
You'd think so, but it's really their busiest day, and it's because of my father. He started promoting it as a travel option for holidays when he realized it was empty.
I didn't realize he had that much influence, I said. I had never heard of a Northanger travel agent before, but I wasn't going to dismiss it when Ethan's father had a thriving career.
Ethan nodded and yawned. A lot of experienced agents started working for him and then went off on their own. I think he secretly gets a small cut of their business. It's a bizarre pyramid scheme, but at least it doesn't require an agent to spend tons of money without making any.
I was intrigued by the comparison to a pyramid scheme. Do people fail? I asked.
Ethan shook his head. I don't know many travel agents have. People seek out a Northanger travel agent and the park encourages using them to get better prices.
I'm sure there will eventually be an oversaturation of the market, I said, thinking about what I knew about multi-level marketing business. If this was anything like that, it could become a failing business. I didn't want Ethan to be involved in anything unethical.
Ethan shrugged. It requires that you complete the Northanger University program, which my father also helped them design. It keeps people from just signing up. There aren't a ton of incentives or prizes to win by meeting goals. You're better off being a season pass holder for discounts.
That's how you got the discount in the store, right? I asked, remembering the card.
We go so often that we essentially get into the parks for free. We have the most expensive one that gets you into both American resorts.
There's none for the international ones?
Those aren't run exclusively by Northanger right now, so they have their own season passes. If we went to those more often, I think we'd get them. My father has one for each of them because he visits the parks all year.
I would love to go to the international parks, wouldn't you? I asked, putting my elbow on the armrest between us and leaning towards him.
I love the Europe Park in France, but it's expensive.
I raised an eyebrow. If you worked for the company, I bet they would send you. I was thinking of applying for a project manager position.
Ethan looked intrigued. I knew you wanted to work for Northanger. I told Hannah that, and she thought you wanted to be a travel agent. That might be fun, but it defeats the purpose of an expensive graduate degree.
Each trip we plan is like a project that needs to be managed, just short term. You need to keep track of a lot of moving pieces and deal with setbacks like a big construction project.
I can see that. I can imagine it takes a lot of coordinating to make sure a family has a completely immersive trip and never deals with a crisis. It's more that there are small certificate programs that people get to learn how to do this on smaller scales. I'll have an MBA when I'm done with this program and have been trained to deal with corporations, shareholders, creative types, and politics. Being a travel agent could be fun when I burn out and want smaller crises to solve, but I want something bigger right now. Ethan smiled, and I was glad I hadn't just dismissed a job that his father had built a career around.
It makes sense to me, and that's what I explained to Hannah. She understood, but I think she's a bit disappointed.
She has you to work with. How could that not be enough?
She wants to do more, and it's basically the four of us working out of the house most of the time. It gets boring, and we all get snappy after a while. I think she likes the idea of having someone new and fun around. Also, and don't mention this to my father, she wants to be a social media manager for other small companies. She's really good at keeping up with technology and seeing how it can be used to promote creative people.
I got really excited thinking about Hannah doing more than just the Northanger videos. I heard stories about popular YouTube creators going on to consult on growing a platform and audience. She should get certified as a project manager. It's like a $5,000 program, but it will give her a lot of legitimacy.
Would you tell her that? I think if someone not related to her told her that, it would motivate her.
I wonder if she'd come with me to my interview.
I bet she would. She's been trying to get Melissa to do an interview for the channel for a while.
Oh, we both yawned at that point, and Ethan gave me a smile before opening up his book. I put on my new socks, wrapped myself up in the blanket, and put the pillow over my head. "Do you mind if I go to sleep?" I said.
"Don't worry. I will too soon. Make sure you put the eye mask on. They'll probably turn the lights off and on throughout the flight."
I followed his suggestion, and as I got settled, I realized our arms were touching. I was confident my interpretations of his signs and body language were correct, but I couldn't understand his reluctance to make a move. Giving him a few more days sounded reasonable until I told him my feelings. After closing my eyes, I started imagining working for Northanger as a project manager while Ethan built a museum and Hannah took over their social media. I may have only known these two people for 4 days, but I was sure we were forming a friendship that would stand up forever.
Northanger Parks, Florida. Chapter 11. "Don't worry about our bags," Ethan said as we took the tram to the main airport terminals in Tampa. "They get them right to our rooms." I tried to stifle a yawn, but when Ethan gave in, my body followed. We were struggling to stay awake as the tram sped across the rail to the main terminal. We had all slept on the flight, Hannah more comfortably than me.
"Do you want to hear how comfortable first class is?" she asked. I'd woken up with my head on Ethan's shoulder and his arm looped through mine. I knew accepting this trip had been the right decision. There would be a right time to tell him how I felt. While we landed, I couldn't help fantasizing about a life with him. We could both work for Northanger and build the life we both wanted.
"No, don't tease us," Ethan said.
"I can see why Carter always insists on upgrading," she said, sighing her contentment. Ethan rolled his eyes, and I giggled. We hadn't discussed how we slept on the flight, but neither of us had apologized. Now we made our way to the shuttle bus, and the bus driver loaded our bags. He greeted both Hannah and Ethan. Meanwhile, I felt a little jealous that they traveled often enough to know the bus drivers. As we entered, we took our seats and sat in the same configuration we had the day before on our way to the airport. "Do they show a different set of videos?" I asked, pointing to the small television that looked newer than the bus itself. It actually looked like they recently installed it.
"Completely different shorts," Ethan said. "They also preview some of the events in the parks and at the resort."
He was right. The shorts were different titles, and short promotional videos alternated between them. "Hannah, you make better videos than that," I said after watching a few of them. "I know, right? I think they're trying to mimic the style of those of us on YouTube, but it's too professional," Ethan said. "You can tell they are doing a job more than doing this because they want to share what they love. There's no authenticity." "You could do this so much better," I said, nodding my head in agreement. "I would love to do it, but my dad needs my help," Hannah mumbled, while avoiding my eyes. She was looking down at her hands. Both siblings were reluctant to follow their passions. It was baffling, and I wanted to fix it. "You know," I said, leaning over the aisle to whisper to her, "if you take a year and get certified as a project manager, you could build your resume around being a project manager for social media. You could consult with Northanger until your dad figures out what to do to replace you." Hannah looked over at Ethan. I didn't turn back, but I imagined that he was ignoring me only to pretend that he was utterly innocent of interfering. Maybe he was emphatically agreeing with me and making it clear that he wasn't the only person who felt this way. Hannah narrowed her eyes. "You're very tricky," she said to me. "You don't even have to work for Northanger. You could consult with other Northanger channels or help other travel agents build YouTube as a platform. You're excellent, and I bet you already know project management." "You're also super aggressive when you want to be," Hannah said, sticking her tongue out. "Come with me when I talk to Melissa tomorrow?" Hannah leaned in, challenging me to back down. "I was planning on it, but I have work to do. Ethan will go with you." "Perfect," I said with a smile. Hannah laughed, and I sat back in my seat, catching Ethan's eye. "Thank you," he whispered to me. "Which park do you want to do first?" Hannah asked. We stopped at the hotel to leave the bags and grab a quick lunch in their food court. Even though it was one of the high-end hotels, they had reserved 3 separate rooms instead of a suite. Their father, Senior, who was already here running some trainings with other travel agents, had checked in the night before. Ethan would have his own room since Carter had stayed behind. I had a fleeting wish that Ethan would invite me to sleep in his room. I was sure that if I managed to get invited to his room, we'd pass out as soon as our heads hit the pillows. We couldn't get into the rooms until later that afternoon, so we left all the bags at the hotel, taking out the things we needed in the park. Hannah and I went into the hotel's public bathroom to freshen up and change. That meant wearing our matching kitty ears, which she informed me were only available in the California park. We left the bathroom to find Ethan scrolling through his phone, looking for quick passes that all 3 of us could get for rides. With 4 parks to pick from, a plan was needed to make sure we could use our time wisely and our quick passes before the time was up. It wasn't as easy as walking across the street. Shuttles, boats, monotails, and skyliners were needed to get around these parks. We sat and made a plan for which passes we wanted and which parks we would visit. "There are some new rides in Northanger Studios that are super popular. We've ridden them before, Katie, but if there's one you want to ride, we can try to get passes. Carter's profile has been replaced by yours, so we can book all 3 of us on the same rides. There are none available today, but I see some times tomorrow," Ethan said as we coordinated on our phones. "Grab them," Hannah said, lightly banging her hand on the table and grinning. "What about Atlantica?" I asked, wanting to make sure we ate at this park. Atlantica had a few rides, but was primarily known for an Atlantic coast food adventure that includes African and South American countries. Yes, they had food from other nations, but they put the most effort into these key countries. "Atlantica is great at night," Ethan said, looking up to smile at me. "The rides clear out at dinner time, and you can just walk on to everything with practically no wait. You'll love it." "Because everyone is eating in Country Circle," Hannah said with a smirk. "They have a food festival going on. I think we're eating there tonight." I thought of all the different countries showcased in Country Circle. Every year I watched videos of the small plates of food you would buy at booths along the path. It was a chance to try food you might never find where you live. I suggest we go to safari today, Hannah said, subtly nodding her head. Don't we have quick passes for that new Egypt ride? I had heard about the thrill ride, which had been refurbished to go with a new movie about mummies and ancient Egypt. The line was insanely long, and the quick passes were almost impossible to get because it was so popular. Without the quick pass, you could wait as long as 4 hours to get on the ride. I turned to Ethan, hoping he would be able to get them for us. Is that the ride like Gold Rush? I asked, not remembering anything with a zoo. No, Hannah said, her eyes wide. They got rid of that because it was colonialism-centric. This one is better because it has real animals and isn't racist. We also have that Halloween party in 2 days, Hannah said, suddenly remembering it. Her eyes widened with excitement. Halloween was a massive event at the Northanger Tampa Resort that started at the end of August and continued until Halloween. On November 1st, they would flip everything in the middle of the night and people would wake up to Christmas decorations. This process is what I hoped to talk about with Melissa the next day. If my assumptions about the timing were correct, the project planners would probably be working on different elements of the getting ready process. To be able to roll everything out overnight, the park had to run a tight ship, especially with the planning. I could only imagine the amount of work that went on before the new event or holiday decorations were revealed. How many people would be in the park to make sure it was ready before any guests entered the park? We continued to talk a little while longer, then decided to head over to the safari park, and then move to Atlantica around dinner time. You'll meet our father at dinner, Ethan told me as we left the hotel. He's with the other travel agents today, tasting the food for the annual Flavor Festival. I had seen videos about the festival in the past. Will we eat with them? I asked him. Ethan smiled. Of course. I can't wait for you to see how fun it is to do adult things in Northanger Parks. I raised my eyebrows, wishing that was an invitation to more than just drinking beer, wine, and mixed drinks. Chapter 12. The new Egypt ride at the safari park was even more impressive than I imagined. Of all the hundreds of YouTube videos that I saw, none of them did it justice. Those videos had people of all types riding it. The whole park was primarily themed around Africa, especially the West African countries. But it had been built in the 1980s when people were only just beginning to understand how racist Europe and America were about Africa. You know, Ethan said as we rode the bus from our hotel, they spent the better part of the last decade rethinking the entire park and bringing in Africans to help design it, build rides, and script elements. I sat there, wide-eyed, listening to every word he said. The park executive's responsiveness to societal changes was fascinating. Ethan seemed to understand it all so well. The Egypt set is the first big reveal last year, other than the zoo that replaced Gold Rush. It explores ancient Egypt, but with time travel, he said when I didn't interrupt him. That sounds so cool, I said as we got off the bus at the park's front gate. How many times have you ridden it? Hannah bounced as we walked. Once, and it was amazing. Everyone is on one rig, but you have your own time travel pod and 3D glasses. It's completely immersive with smells, and your pod vibrates as you time travel. I couldn't help but giggle. We still have 45 minutes, she said. Let's get the scavenger hunt. It didn't take us long to find the right store and purchase the map and clues for the scavenger hunt. Hannah recorded the entire process so viewers would know what to expect. This time, I insisted on paying for my pins and clues. We walked around like we had done in California, filming and solving the hunt. I had fun doing this one too, but I enjoyed doing everything with the siblings, especially Ethan. He seemed more relaxed than he had in California, and even let me see some of his dry, sarcastic humor. He dared to mock some of the more nonsensical parts of the park. Are you ready to time travel to Egypt? Aliens, Katie. Aliens made the pyramids, and now we'll have proof, he said as we got to the ride and scanned our bands. I had to laugh as he punched the air with his fists and jumped up. It was adorable, and I threw my hands up over my head. He slapped them both, the sharp snap causing just a moment of pain. "Ignore him. He loved this ride last time," Hannah whispered to me as we walked up. Ethan had bounded ahead of us, more excited than I had seen him about any ride since I'd met him. "I assumed he was making fun of those history television shows, not the ride," I said. Hannah gave me a huge smile. "You figured him out very quickly. I approve." I smiled as Ethan turned back to us and ran back down the path to take each of us by the hand, forcing us to pick up our pace. "Ladies, look," Ethan said, pointing to the standby line. The sign above announced a 2-hour wait. "That's crazy," Hannah said. "Last time we were here, we didn't get passes," Ethan said as we walked. "We considered waiting in line, but it was an hour long. The guy in front of us said he wasn't going on the ride. He hated rides. He was just holding their spot while his family went on other rides." "Wow, that was nice of him, but I'd never do that," I said, smiling and meeting Ethan's eye. "Maybe for the right person," he said, and winked. I hoped he meant he would be willing to wait in line for me. Once we were inside, the ride narrative started. We enjoyed the build-up to the ride, which was staged as the lab of the woman who invented the time travel pods. You could see her equipment and her Egyptian research. We could watch her video logs explaining the story building up to the ride. Like with some of the thrill rides in California, this one happened in phases. The last stage was the pod room where we got on the ride. I took the pod in the middle so I could sit next to Ethan without leaving Hannah out. The ride was much more exciting than Avalanche. The seats of the pods vibrated through the journey to signify a time jump was coming. It took us through 3 different time periods, mostly focused on how the Sphinx changed and eroded. "That was the best ride I've ever been on!" I practically yelled as we got off, bounding down the ramp to the gift shop. "I know, right?" Ethan said, giving me another high five. Hannah and I went over to the pin station right away as soon as we entered the shop. I made a few quick trades and then went to see what Ethan was browsing. He picked 2 shirts about the ride off the rack. "You like the history rides the best, don't you?" I said. "I love history, and Northanger isn't the worst about accuracy. Other theme parks ignore history and focus on flashy things." I understood why he would find that frustrating, but I wasn't thinking about the accuracy of any ride, even one based on history. I suspected most people didn't care either, or didn't know it was incorrect. I didn't want to argue with Ethan about it. I just smiled. He tossed me a pin that celebrated the first time riding the Egypt ride. "They make pins for everything," I said, but I still bought it. "They do," Hannah said, meeting us at the register. "They really like having pins to celebrate doing something for the first time. You can find them for each park, almost every ride, meeting characters, and even for eating in a restaurant. Every hotel has its own series of pins. They even have a small set of them for the different shuttle buses. I have one woman that I trade with, and she has a collection of pins entirely based around her experiences in the park." "I didn't see all of that in California." "Remember, I mentioned how aggressive they are about immersing you in the resort?" Ethan said. "Yeah." "This is an extension of it. Build a positive memory around the experience, and families will want to replicate it again to hopefully have it repeated. It's pretty clever, but entirely about getting people to spend more money." "I'm buying this because it's now my favorite ride." "What about all the other rides you love? Do you have to buy something to commemorate all of them?" Ethan asked, smirking. I shook my head. "No, obviously not." "But if you see something to commemorate it, you might pay," he said, and pointed to the pin. "You can see it in how they're always celebrating a birthday. It's not even just a 5 or 10th anniversary. How is the 86th anniversary of a character an important milestone?" "It's not really," I giggled. "But how much merchandise is celebrating Kitty Kitty's 86th anniversary?" he asked as we walked out and saw a stand promoting safari souvenirs about that very anniversary. What happens at the end of the year with all the remaining merchandise? I asked. They have an outlet in both cities where people can get it at a deep discount. It tends to sell really quickly, especially pins, he said, his smirk fading, but not being replaced by the smile I already loved. Are you ready to ride through the zoo? Hannah asked at our next stop. We had grabbed a snack that included a cold, slushy, fruity drink. The zoo was quiet, probably because everyone was in line for the Egypt ride. The cars through the zoo left every 5 minutes, so we relaxed in ours while waiting for a few more people to get in. The 3 of us sat in one row with me in the middle again. I liked being in this spot because I could flirt with Ethan while not ignoring Hannah. Surely they preferred this setup too, and must probably be bored of talking to each other. The ride was slow with a driver and tour guide leading us through the habitats. Deep moats and fences were used to separate the people from the animals. There was one spot where people could feed a giraffe, and I made a mental note to come back before the end of the trip. Ethan's phone chirped midway through the ride, and I watched him scrunch his eyes with a serious tone as he read that text, and then roll his eyes. Dad's going to meet us in Atlantica for dinner, Ethan told us. He said to ride as many rides as possible, but all the food is on him tonight. They've set up something for the travel agents so they can taste all the festival food they want. We grinned at each other. I think he's looking forward to meeting you, Katie, Hannah said, nudging me with her elbow. We didn't waste much time after the zoo. We grabbed the first available shuttle bus, which was already at the station and loading, and made our way to the Atlantica Park. There weren't a lot of people leaving, but plenty coming in. They're coming for the Halloween event, Hannah said. That's probably why my father arranged for some of the travel agents to do a flavor festival tasting in Atlantica. There will be fewer people for the park to manage. She was right. The queues for the hotel shuttles were packed when we got off ours. When we got into the park, it felt like everyone was walking out. We started at a cluster of short, slow rides around the 4 elements. The water one was newly themed around an animated movie about mermaids. You moved through water on a boat, and screens were surrounding you. Every time a mermaid leaped over us on the screen, the water would splash us. I giggled each time it happened. The earth one was themed around unicorns, and you could smell the damp woods. The fire one was about dragons, and you could smell sulfur burning. The last one we rode was the air ride about fairies, and the breeze of their wings would blow with the flapping of the animatronic wings. It took us about 2 hours to ride all 4. There was barely a line to get on the ride, which allowed us to quickly transition to the next one. The 4 rides were the only ones in the park. I'm so hungry, Hannah said when we finished. Ethan was already tapping something on his phone, probably texting their father. Perfect timing, he said, and led us to the country circle. I saw an older man waving his arms and realized this must be their father. Sir, this is Katie Merton, the woman we met in California. Nice to meet you, sir, I said, not sure what to call him. Senior Thornton looked like an older version of his sons, especially Carter. His dirty blonde hair was sprinkled with white. He was clean-shaven except for a bushy mustache and had the same brown eyes his children had inherited. I wondered what their mother looked like. I assumed she looked more like Hannah, since the boys so clearly resembled their father. Pick the food you want from each country, Senior said, handing us little booklets for the festival. We have a crew member assigned to go pick up the food in each country. He walked away from us, going from stiff and formal to energetic and engaged as he started talking to the travel agents. That's my father, Ethan said with a sigh. Is he going to spend more time with you? I asked, completely confused about his lack of interest in me after his generosity. It's doubtful. He's here to work, so the travel agents will get nearly all of his attention. Just be prepared to have dinners with him. Even that will focus on business. He's clearly very driven to have his business be successful, I said, wanting to find a positive in something Ethan struggled with. That is accurate. Ethan nodded, his face lacking any emotion. The three of us huddled together as we walked around the country circle. Each time we stopped at a country, someone from the crew was waiting to hand us the food we had ordered. The travel agents, who had probably spent their day together, ignored our trio. Each of us ordered something different so we could share. In China, as Hannah tried each of the dim sum dumplings, she moaned with pleasure. "Do you want to stop in any shops in different countries for souvenirs or pins?" Hannah asked me halfway through the countries at the back of the park as we tried Ethan's tteokbokki, Korean chewy rice cakes, and a spicy red sauce. I nodded, my mouth burning from the spicy red sauce that Ethan said was made with a spice called gochujang. I had no idea what he meant, but I loved it, despite burning my mouth. We walked over to the closest shop and looked around. They had some interesting Korean cultural items, like beautiful and expensive hanbok dresses and hanji paper items. When I saw the festival-related merchandise, I made a beeline for it. Hannah was already there, looking at the pins. She handed me a cute one with the festival's mascot on it, Martino the raccoon. Martino had been in a movie about Italy. He was obsessed with eating. Right away, he became the festival's official mascot, and there have even been shorts created about him traveling the world and eating. The pin featured him, and then there were a few others featured him eating food from each country. "It's crazy how much merchandise they have for this festival," I said, as I looked over all the related pins. "They'll sell out, too. The pin collectors go crazy and then sell them online. I know people who pick up pins for people who can't get here." "But what about the rest of it?" Hannah looked around and shrugged. "Like Ethan said, it all goes to the outlet stores, and then people will buy it at the steep discount. It will all sell eventually." Ethan walked back to us, holding up 2 packs of stickers. "Do you want to play a game?" "What is it?" I asked, taking one from him. He handed the other one to Hannah. "They created a game for the festival, and nobody seems to know about it. The guy at the register," Ethan paused and pointed to a young man who waved at us, "is a fan of our channel and knows we can get some attention on it. He bought one for me, and I bought one for Katie. I thought we could do it tonight." Ethan grinned as I opened the pack to reveal so much more than stickers. Inside was a glossy, heavy cardstock map featuring the entire country circle. There were blank spots for the small round stickers with arrows pointing to specific countries. The stickers all featured Martino with various food items. "We have to find Martino in each country and put the appropriate sticker in the spot. All the ingredients will make a plate of spaghetti and meatballs. If we get it right, there's a spoon and a coupon for 1 plate of food in any country." "How much was this?" Hannah asked him. "Only $10, Ethan said with a shrug. Hannah raised her eyebrows. "Wow, that's really cheap." We all walked over to the register. "Would you be interested in explaining the rules on camera?" she asked the crew member. He was a chubby young guy with bright red hair and brown eyes that widened with excitement. "Yes. Actually, we were told to propose it to anyone we saw that seemed to be vlogging. Who knew I would find Ethan and Hannah tonight? Oh, I'm John, by the way." I watched Hannah set up the camera and position John right by some of the festival merchandise. He went over the game like Ethan had explained to us. "Is there anything special we should know?" Hannah asked once he was done. "At night, since it will be hard to spot Martino, they put lights where he sits so you can easily spot him. They're going to move them around through the event, so even if someone tells you the locations now, it will probably change next week. Also, crew members will give you hints if you ask us." "Good to know, especially because it's getting dark soon," Hannah said. We left the shop and quickly found the Martino figure on top of a festival food stall holding some eggs. Ethan helped hold things while Hannah and I fixed the correct sticker in the assigned place. We moved on, catching up with the travel agents at the Australian food stalls. The 3 of us worked together to find the Martino figure in each country, which made the game progress quickly. "What are the 3 of you doing?" Senior asked when he finally noticed us. Hannah explained the game to her father. "Explain it to the travel agents," he said before she could finish. Hannah repeated everything again. Senior gave them all a break to go buy their own version of the game. You guys backtrack and get the countries you missed, Senior said once the travel agents were out of earshot. Neither of his children argued, and I followed them back to the countries we had missed. Let's make this quick so we don't miss too much food, Ethan said. We had only missed about 3 figurines. I decided this was an excellent time to ask for help from the Northanger crew, so I asked one of the custodial crew members for help. The nice woman told us exactly where to look for the 3 missing countries. She seemed so excited to help us that I realized she's probably never noticed by visitors, but sees everything. Thanks to her, we found each of them immediately and returned to the travel agent group in about 15 minutes. Let the travel agents see the ones you already found, Senior said as soon as we got back. I opened my mouth to protest. I hated the idea of cheating a game you were paying to do. But Hannah shook her head quickly, and I realized that it would be ungrateful of me to speak up. Instead, I let the travel agents look over my map and fill in the blank spots of theirs. Doesn't it upset you that he asked you to help them cheat? I whispered to Hannah when we were all moving to the next country, France. She responded with a sigh and small smile that I understood. This was her father and his business. Even if it did upset her, she was in no position to argue. After we had our plates of food in France, escargot wrapped in bacon and croissant for me, she and Ethan led me to a secluded spot to talk privately. We used to challenge him about it, Hannah said. He won't cause a scene now, but we would regret it later. For him, this is about getting the travel agents anything they need to upsell their clients. But it's cheating. Yes, Ethan said, but Northanger specifically wants to promote this scavenger hunt. That guy John was right about him being lucky to find us. We are considered influencers. People will see our video and ask their travel agents about it. We're walking with crew members who didn't protest the cheating. They know by making it easy for the travel agents and being prepared for people gaming the system, they will sell out on the game. I wouldn't be surprised if the crew members with us notified the people in the store, Hannah said. They gave us a free game, which happens periodically, but only when the value is worth it for the park. Like them giving Carter all the pins for the hunt in Pacifica? I asked. Exactly, Ethan said. It cost the park $10 to give me a free game. I bought the other one, and then every travel agent with us bought one. People who see our video will come to buy them, and so will many of the people who book through a travel agent or watch a YouTube channel by one of them. They may have lost $10 by giving it to me, but if the game wasn't getting any attention, they would have lost a lot more by not bringing it to our attention. Plus, Hannah said, my father has those travel agents on a tight schedule for this training trip. He hates to have his timing thrown off. If they had all gone back to the beginning to find the figures from the earlier countries, we would be here forever, and my father would get annoyed. It isn't worth going to war with him over a couple of stickers. I frowned, but understood this simply wasn't a battle worth picking, especially with a man paying for my trip here. Why doesn't he get mad when you leave the group? I asked. He's hoping we'll do exactly what we did, Hannah said, getting up and walking us towards the shops. This is how I sold the YouTube channel to him. It creates recognition that pays off. People book trips through him and his agents because they watch our videos. Crew members recognize us, and sometimes we get special access or free stuff. Remember, the park knows we're here. Hannah held up her arm. The bands tell them everything they need to know. He lets us roam in the hopes that we'll come back with something cool to share. We entered a shop primarily focused on French-themed items for the festival. I saw a bunch of things that showed Martino eating at a cafe with the Eiffel Tower in the background. I then spotted a pin that I had to buy. I thought about how romantic it would be if Ethan kissed me here under the fake Eiffel Tower. The only thing more romantic would be the kiss happening in Paris. Aside from the pin, I found a set of kitty ears branded to France with a little black veil attached to a black sequin beret where the bow would typically be. OMG, I love those ears. I've never seen them before, Hannah said when she saw me trying them on. Do you want to make a video about them? No, I'm going to do a big haul video when the trip is over. She grabbed a pair for herself, and we went to the register to pay. Ethan was already there, chatting with another crew member about a book he was holding. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but Ethan didn't buy the book or anything else. We made our way to the next country, Germany, where the group was already eating. I groaned at the thought of more food, but the three of us had wisely ordered beer only. "It's like we have a flight of beer," Ethan said with a laugh when we put them down next to each other. He was right. With 3 different beers to taste, it was the perfect tasting flight. We kept swapping cups, tasting, and retesting the other flavors. "I don't think I have any more room for food," Hannah said, groaning. "We still have 3 more countries to go, and the last one is Italy." "Maybe we should run ahead to get the last stickers, turn in the map, and get the prizes. It might burn off some of the food," I suggested. "Let's do it. I'm getting bored waiting for all the travel agents anyway," Ethan said, winking at me. We got up and went to the next country to find a figurine. We had 3 empty spots on our maps, but only needed to find 2 figurines. The last one, which was over in the ride area and away from Country Circle, would be obvious when only 1 sticker and a blank spot remained. We found the second one in Italy, where we put both stickers in place and took them to a store. They handed Hannah and me a small pin and the promised coupons after checking to make sure we were correct. Suddenly, my exhaustion hit me. "Let's take our time going back to the group," Ethan said when he noticed me slowing down and yawning. I smiled as he and Hannah slowed their steps, the yawn spreading between them. I handed Ethan my coupon, sure I wouldn't have an opportunity to use it again. "The coupons don't expire until the end of the festival in December," Ethan said as he looked them over. "We can save them for another trip." "Good idea, because there is no more room for food," Hannah said with a small burp and a blush. We only ordered drinks once we got back to the travel agent's group. Even in Italy, we resisted the temptation for desserts and got coffees. "I'll bring you back here another day for a cannoli," Ethan whispered to me. My heart raced. He must be looking for time alone with me. And if he wasn't going to kiss me in France, I would be happy with a kiss in Italy. I imagined sharing a cannoli, each of us taking a bite from opposite ends until our lips met in the middle. I replayed that scene in my head as I followed Ethan and Hannah out of the park. Senior and the travel agents stayed to continue their evening, but we needed to sleep. Ethan had to eventually take my hand, another thrill that made my heart pound, to make sure I didn't get lost in the crowds leaving the park. It took all my energy to get ready for bed once we were back at the hotel. I heard Hannah recording something for her vlog while I was in the bathroom. She was done and in bed when I left the bathroom. "Thank you for such an amazing day," I said as I slid into my bed. I sighed as I relaxed into the soft bed next to hers. "It's my pleasure, and I'm positive that Ethan feels the same way," she said as I closed my eyes until morning. Chapter 13. I woke up to a flurry of text messages pinging from my phone. "Bella, ask Hannah to tell Carter to call me ASAP." "Bella, Katie." "Bella, this is 911. "Bella, the dickhead ditched me in LA. The time was 4 a.m, and I was shocked. My mind was too tired to register what I was reading. There was a quiet, sleepy voice in my head telling me to pay attention, but my own desire to sleep dragged me back into my dreams. I didn't open my eyes again for 2 more hours when Hannah's alarm went off at 6:30. My eyes flew open and I sat up in bed. "I'm so freaking excited to meet Melissa," I said before Hannah closed her eyes and rolled over in her bed. I couldn't expect Hannah to understand what it meant to meet someone who had my dream job and was willing to share details about it. After I got dressed, I left the room. Ethan was going over with me, and we decided to meet in the hotel's cafe. While I waited, I wrote down a list of questions I wanted to ask her. I had been thinking about these since Ethan and Hannah had set this up. The long list of questions had been growing every time another occurred to me.
"Are you going to write everything down in the notebook?" Ethan asked when he saw what I was doing.
"No, I'll use the phone to record her if she lets me. I also have to stop at the business center to print up a form that gives me permission to interview her."
Ethan looked impressed. "You're far more prepared for this than I expected. I was expecting you to fly by the seat of your pants."
I smiled, knowing people often expected that. I've been thinking about this for a while. I just had a difficult time finding someone to talk to me. I was about to give up on the project entirely and pick something else. Ethan sat there watching me.
"Project management is what you want to do with your degree?"
"Yes. I would be so happy if I could work for Northanger. I want to help build these experiences and help people have happy vacations." We kept talking as we walked to the shuttle.
"I'm not criticizing," Ethan said as we walked. He had clearly been thinking about how to ask something. "How can an impulsive person be a good planner?"
I smiled as the shuttle pulled up and we got on. The two of us sat next to each other in an otherwise empty shuttle. "It's easy," I told him as the bus started moving again. "I learned how to assess my risks. I do it pretty quickly."
Ethan's expression was dubious.
"Seriously," I said, "give me a situation and I'll talk you through the risk assessment." Ethan thought about it for a minute.
"People keep telling me to go to graduate school, but I don't know if I should."
"Right. This is one I've already done for myself. Tell me everything that you can think of as a risk."
Ethan began counting the risks out on his fingers. "There's the debt, the inability to get a job, only having a few years, not even being sure I could do anything with a history degree other than teaching. The debt."
"You already said debt," I reminded him.
"Well, it's going to be a big debt," he said, wiggling one of the fingers he had counted as debt.
I giggled. "You're not wrong. But what else?"
"That's all I can think of."
"Okay, let's deal with the debt. So what if you have graduate school debt? What's the worst that can happen? What could you do to lessen the debt or prepare yourself to pay it back?"
"I don't know," Ethan said, looking at his hands.
"You do," I said, giving him a nudge.
"The worst is that I can't afford to pay it back, or I have to live with my father so I can afford the payments. In a perfect world, I guess I could get a job with a company that might pay for it."
"How is living with your father any different from life now?" I asked.
Ethan chuckled. "It isn't, but now he thinks I work for him."
"Would you be unable to continue working with him?"
"If I had to get a job, no," Ethan said, his shoulders sagging a little.
"All right, then what about working for a company that might pay for you to go to graduate school while you work?" I asked, hoping he would see precisely what I saw.
"What company would want someone with a master's degree in history?" Ethan asked, with a little bitterness in his voice.
The shuttle pulled up to the safari's drop-off zone and we got off. "What company indeed?" I said once we had gotten off. We faced the park entrance. "I seem to recall a few people telling you that you'd be a great fit with Northanger. I bet they would pay for you to get a history graduate degree," I said, giving him a nudge in the side. His laugh was lighter this time.
"How long did it take you to assess that risk?" he asked me.
As soon as you told me the debt was a risk, I knew the answer. Pursuing a job with Northanger resolves a lot of your risks."
"What if they don't want me?" he asked.
"I seem to recall the museum curator in LA telling you that she could introduce you to someone in the Northanger family. That seems like a pretty big endorsement." Ethan gave me a look that I didn't understand. He seemed impressed with me, but still afraid to do what he wanted. I couldn't understand why, when I had given him the answer he needed. It should be a piece of cake from here.
"Let's go into the park," Ethan told me.
Other people gathered outside the gate, but Ethan led me past them and we scanned our wristbands to get in.
Melissa arranged for this so you could meet her before this place got crazy, Ethan said with a laugh when he saw how thrilled I was to get in early.
I don't know if I could get used to how much control the company has over our comings and goings.
Ethan shrugged. Maybe that's for the best. It ruins the magic to know.
I nodded. I'd get used to it if I worked here. A short African-American woman was waiting for us at the entrance. She and Ethan waved to each other. I shook Melissa's hand when we were introduced and followed her to a door that I hadn't noticed before. I'm so excited to show you what I'm working on, she said to me in a southern accent. I'm glad Ethan came with you because Hannah would want to film this. Ethan laughed, and I decided I liked Melissa. We're just starting the preparations for Christmas in the parks, so there's not much to see beyond plans. That's perfect. I don't need to see the decorations, but I'm much more interested in the plans. Good. I stink as a tour guide, but everyone always seems to want special access to things. It's exciting to have someone interested in my actual job. She led us through the backside of the park. We could see staff members walking around and getting ready for their days. She waved to a few people, but didn't stop for introductions. We eventually got to a small plaza, and I realized these were offices for the park employees. We use this for meetings and breaks. I tend to find myself here because I'll meet with both the teams I oversee and project managers. Even the project managers have a project manager for the entire park. And they have a project manager for the entire resort. That person is an executive for the company, but it's a big deal to get into those meetings. So, do you oversee all the holiday elements in this park, or just one thing? I asked. Just one thing. I've only been here for about 18 months, and I'm just a certified project manager. They'll pay for me to get my MBA if I want. Hannah said you're working on the degree. I turned to Ethan and gave him a look. They pay for graduate degrees, I said. How interesting. Ethan rolled his eyes, but Melissa didn't notice. I turned back to Melissa. Yes, I said, this is my last semester and my big project for graduation. I have to put a plan together for a large project. I'd be happy to share a few old ones like Halloween so you can see how we plan. Most of it's on proprietary software. You have your own system? Yes. This way, we can see how everything is progressing to plan people's schedules and coordinate with other parks and California. It would stink if we had one show fall behind and not open when everything else was opening. I nodded, knowing that would ruin the goal of complete immersion. Melissa continued. The main project I'm working on right now has to do with this park's holiday menus. There will be special holiday-related food. They don't really want to put too much Christmas focus in a park about Africa. They've realized it is too loaded around colonialism, and that's something they want to shy away from. Is that something you have to keep in mind with all projects for this park? It is, and we've been doing a lot of cultural sensitivity training with people from African countries. South Florida is such a diverse area that it often feels easier to be aware of cultural differences. When I got to visit my family in Mississippi, I find myself immersed in my own culture again, and it never changes. I nodded, aware of the very similarities and differences in our experiences. Living in New England, it's very much the same, but racially different. Everyone around me was like me, and it was exciting to work for a company trying to celebrate diversity, or at the very least, be aware of it. We continued to walk around, me asking questions, and Melissa getting more and more excited about the answers. We went to her office, and she showed me the system they use to manage projects. It was both analog and digital for her. There's something about writing it down that makes it stick better in my mind, she said. Me too. Ethan looked at both of us. What? He said, putting his hands up and sounding defensive. I like to write things down too. I just didn't expect it from you two. I turned to Melissa and smiled. I'm trying to convince Ethan that there's no real risk in getting a master's degree in history. Melissa's eyes widened. You should. Ethan rolled his eyes.
Like my father would agree. He requires approval of everything first. Melissa rolled her eyes, too. We continued to chat while I carefully took notes. I was only allowed audio record, and even that made her cautious. She tweaked my consent form to clarify that I wouldn't release the audio without Northanger consent. If I want a job here, what do I need to do and learn? I asked as we were wrapping up. Melissa took a deep breath before she spoke. I think you have to set your expectations and keep trying. Coming in with an MBA will make you a stronger candidate because you'll know more about working in management and stakeholders. I would suggest applying for jobs that have you supervising other project managers or more significant projects. When you apply, talk about this class project and meeting with me. I scribbled my thoughts and notes in my journal before thanking Melissa for her help. You owe me a favor now, Melissa said to Ethan before we left. Keep me posted about food development, and we can help promote it specifically. Food-related videos are very high for engagement, especially when I do them. Melissa laughed. Like you need an excuse to eat, but I'd love to borrow you for a tasting in October. I feel confident that I'll be available. We left the park and got back on a shuttle to meet Hannah for lunch in Northanger Studios. I checked my phone and saw 20 messages waiting for me. I read through all the text messages, getting more upset as the further I read. I quickly went to the voicemails waiting for me. Like the text messages, they all started with Bella's irritation. Katie, wake up! She had yelled into the phone like I could hear her message as she left it. I was with Carter, and we were having a great time, and he ditched me, and I have no idea what to do. Can you have Hannah call him and make him come back? What's wrong? Ethan asked, his face showing his concern as he put his hand on my arm. I put my finger to my lips as a voicemail reflected Bella's increasing panic. Katie, I messed up. I need you to help me. Please pick up or call me back or something, Bella said, and I could hear the waver in her voice. I finally turned to Ethan. Bella and Carter hooked up? And he ditched her? I asked him. Ethan shut his eyes and took a deep breath that he exhaled before speaking. I was worried he would do something like this. The last voicemail began, Katie, I guess you've spoken to Daniel already, and that's why you won't call me back. I thought we were friends. I thought we were going to be a team, the four of us. We can still be that team if you help me convince Daniel to forgive me. I swear this was all Carter. He pressured me and wouldn't take no for an answer. Bella paused for too long, and I wondered if she was accusing Carter of something worse than sexual pressure. No, she finally said. I can't do that. I wanted to feel special, and your brother is always more worried about his job than me. I took it too far. Carter made promises and then disappeared. Make him talk to Daniel and set the record straight. He will tell Daniel it was just sex and nothing else. I turned to Ethan, who was on his phone, I assumed talking to Carter. You slept with a woman who got engaged a few nights ago, Carter, Ethan said in a low growl. I put my hand on Ethan's arm and shook my head. I have to go, Ethan said to his brother as he met my eyes. I can't fucking believe you. I looked around the shuttle, making sure no children overheard his profanity. Fortunately, we were in the back of the shuttle and the kids were all at the front. Carter thinks the responsibility is on her, Ethan said, rolling his eyes. If the engagement was so important, then she should have protested. He didn't even have to work to seduce her. Let me talk to my brother before we go crazy with accusations, I said, giving him a smile. He relaxed a little, and I sent my brother a text message. Katie, catching up on messages after a meeting. I heard from Bella. Do you want to talk? Daniel, call me in like 4 hours. Work meeting about to start and can't deal with Bella. What did he say? Ethan asked, trying to avoid looking at my phone. I shook my head. He said to call in a few hours. I guess his work crisis is still going on. What about Bella? He said with a sigh. Are you going to talk to her or help her with Daniel?
I thought about it for a few moments. I knew why Daniel fell in love with her. He wasn't the kind of guy who would ever believe someone as pretty as Bella would pay attention to him, let alone date him. Plenty of women wanted him, but I couldn't get him to think that he could do better. At the same time, he didn't want such an attention seeker that she'll cheat on him when she's feeling especially needy. To betray him so soon after getting engaged would be a punch in the gut. I don't think he'll forgive her, I eventually said, shaking my head. I feel like shit, Ethan said, his shoulders sagging a little. Why? It's not your fault, I said with a shrug. Ethan turned to me in his seat. We introduced her to Carter. Your brother's not wrong, I said, giving him a half smile. If she went to his bed willingly, it was her choice. This is impulsive behavior when you don't consider the risk. Ethan met my eyes and smiled. I put my phone away and smiled back. Let's not worry about it, I said. Thank you for helping me with my project. Ethan's smile relaxed along with his entire body. I'm happy to help. It's nice to help someone I like because of all these trips and videos. The shuttle bus pulled up to the park, and we got up. Let's go have lunch with Hannah, Ethan said, and took my hand as I stepped onto the ground. Northanger Studios was busy with tons of people there for the weekend. We wove through the crowds, taking pictures, and found Hannah looking for us outside of a restaurant. I felt my stomach rumble. I was hungrier than I realized. We recapped the meeting while we waited for them to give us a table. Don't tell Senior she wants me to come to the tasting, Ethan said to his sister when we reached the end of the story. He'll want to add in a bunch of people and have you film it. Hannah nodded, and I wondered how many videos on their channel were things they wanted to do and things their father made them do. Did something happen between Carter and Bella? Hannah asked. I turned to Ethan, and our eyes met, both of us surprised. How do you know? I asked. She rolled her eyes. Carter called about some business stuff and told me. Ethan and I recapped what we knew for Hannah. That's basically what he told me, and that he had no intention of seeing either of them again. He thinks Lucas could get Dad sued by Northanger. I was confused. Why would Northanger sue your father? I asked. For creating a competing app with trademark or copyright content, he said, frowning. I grimaced and felt naive for not realizing how Lucas could hurt other people. Ethan glanced at me. Let's talk about that another time, he said. We warned them both about that. After lunch, we spent our time on the rides before taking a break to see a show. That would be an hour break, Hannah said as Ethan and I both yawned. We walked over to the studio. Their latest hit animated movie was now a live-action performance. I didn't pay attention and don't even remember which movie the show was for. I was too busy stuck in my head, thinking about Ethan and the growing bond between us. The touches and glances were clear signs that we were both feeling something. I felt so comfortable with him, and if I wanted this to be more, I needed to tell him how I felt. If we both felt the same way, then we had a chance to figure out how to have a long-distance relationship. I could imagine it being difficult until both of us got a job with Northanger and could move to the same place. Now I was tired. I had been going without a break for nearly a week. It was catching up with me, and it was so bad that I almost fell asleep in the show. When it was over, we found another show to sit and watch. We got drinks and sat there, all needing a break. I wished we had gone back to the hotel to take naps. I forgot why I hate these big trips, Hannah said, taking a big gulp of her beer. We should be sleeping. I looked up to see Ethan typing into his phone. Suddenly, I realized I had never considered that maybe there was already someone in his life. I had assumed we were both free to pursue our feelings. My last relationship had ended a few months ago, but I hadn't ever been in something as serious as Bella and Daniel. What had happened with my brother was causing me to realize I was ignoring a significant risk with Ethan. Was I the type of woman who would pursue a man already in a relationship? Was I willing to risk hurting Ethan and someone he loved just to pursue my desire? This realization made me halt all my fantasies and plans. Chapter 14.
Ethan told me your uncle designs roller coasters and was being wined and dined for a job, Senior said to me at dinner. The park had blocked off a room in one of the restaurants for our dinner. It was a new one called Double Feature Drive-In. The whole restaurant was themed around classic drive-ins playing double feature horror movies. The food, mostly simple hamburgers and fries, didn't seem impressive, but the atmosphere was fantastic, with different rooms set up to show different films and the booths in cars. I was in a car with Hannah and Ethan. Senior had been walking around to make sure the travel agents were enjoying themselves. Now he had taken a break to eat his own dinner. "That's why we were in California," I told him, picking at the last of my French fries. "That must be an exciting job," he said, looking directly in my eyes and leaning forward. "We don't know anyone who designs the rides. You're a project manager, right? Are you considering applying for a job with Northanger?" I slowly nodded, wanting to sleep but trying to remain polite. "I'm considering it. Ethan was nice enough to take me to meet a project manager, you know." "Having an MBA is going to help you get any position in this company," he said, not breaking eye contact. "So many project managers work their way up and never get an MBA. I've been told that coming in with one allows them to groom you for administrative-level positions. Having an uncle who designs rides for Northanger will be an added bonus. You'll understand something the others won't be comfortable with." I was grateful to have someone interested in what others would see as a tedious job, but the conversation felt weird. I felt the need to be more precise about my uncle. "I'm not sure he's taking the job. He had to think about it." This was the closest I had come to talking about how our trip had ended and the insulting offer my uncle had received from Northanger Parks. This family made their living because of Northanger Parks, and it wasn't my place to say something negative while they were so generous. Like the night before, I kept my mouth shut and my opinions to myself. "I wish my kids got job offers that they had to take the time to think about," he said, breaking eye contact to meet Ethan's eyes. Ethan glared at his father. There was more animosity there than I realized. I felt confused considering what Ethan had told me that morning about his father. This felt disconnected. Was it all in Ethan's head, or was Senior putting on a show for my sake? As smart and handsome as Ethan was, he was obviously struggling with expectations and demands. I put my hand under the table and took his, which was clenched in a fist. He relaxed his grip after a moment and gave me a smile. I couldn't imagine what this pressure felt like. My parents only wanted us to be happy, no matter what we did with our lives. If I had wanted to work in a fast food restaurant, my parents wouldn't have cared, as long as I was happy. I had never been given mixed messages about my life plans. To have mixed signals from a parent would have shut me down and increased my anxiety. No wonder he seemed too afraid to take a risk. "Maybe we should go back and go to bed early tonight. I bet the time change is still affecting us," Hannah said after Senior had left the table again. "Don't we have both the tour and the Halloween party tomorrow?" Ethan asked. I had forgotten our plans for another behind-the-scenes tour like we did in California. "It's nearly the same tour," Ethan said. "Don't get your hopes up." "Who cares? They just changed it and added in a new ride to show us." "That should be fun," I said, trying to insert some excitement in my voice. "Then tomorrow night is the Halloween party," Ethan said. "They close the park super early," Hannah explained, "and those with tickets will be allowed to stay late. They change some of the rides a little, have special menus, a Halloween parade, and give out candy all evening. It's my favorite event of the year." "Do they do that in California?" I asked. "Yes, but it starts in October. It's so much fun, and because all the little kids want to wait for pictures with characters, the lines are super short for all the rides. You can just walk on to some of the most popular rides." "We'll want to take the afternoon to recharge," Ethan said, and Hannah nodded in agreement. "It will just be the three of us?" "No, Senior will be with us. It's the last night for the travel agents, so they go off on their own for the party.
He'll hang out with us." "Oh, okay," I said, my nod slow from my drowsiness. "He'll be a lot less intense when he's not trying to take care of the travel agents. Plus, I can always entertain him if you guys want to go off to rides," Hannah said with a smile. "Daniel, I can talk. Call me." I went out on the balcony in our room and called my brother. "She cheated on me with that Carter guy," he said as soon as he picked up. "I know," I said, sitting down on the deck chair. "She left me so many text messages and voicemails that I heard her go from anger with Carter to begging me to help her get you to forgive her." My brother was silent for a moment. "So, you really are with this family? She told me the reason she was with Carter was that you took his spot on their Tampa trip." I was irritated with Bella, but it wasn't a lie. "Yes, I took his spot in Tampa, but only because he decided to stay in Cali. I didn't realize it was so he could seduce Bella." There was silence on the other end of the line, and I didn't interrupt my brother's thought process. "I can't marry her." I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. "I agree. I don't think she wants the real you." "Who does she want? This Carter guy?" I paused, not sure how to respond. I decided to focus him on the more significant problem. "No, she seems to regret sleeping with him. I think she wants you to be someone different. She sees potential for you, the man she wants, and is willing to shape you into that instead of just finding that man." "She wants me to be a billionaire app developer?" he asked, slowly processing the idea. "Yes." I heard him sigh on the other side of the connection. I thought she was just talking about her fantasies. "Why did she come with you to Northanger? Did she know you were going to propose?" He was silent on the other end, thinking about it. "I invited her because you were there. She insisted on bringing Lucas. They wanted to finally meet you after all the time we've spent chatting." "Why didn't they hang out with me then?" I asked, getting defensive. There were a bunch of times they could have gotten to know me. I heard Daniel sigh again, a sign that he saw the truth and was frustrated. "Okay, don't be pissed, but I think Bella wanted you and Lucas to hook up so we could have a family business together and make tons of money. I didn't take her seriously when she talked about it, but I guess I didn't take any of her ideas seriously." It was my turn to sigh. "That explains so much," I said. "I was surprised you tolerated him as long as you did," Daniel said with a soft laugh. "I've already dated guys like Lucas and been unhappy. That would have never happened, not in a million years." "I know. And if I had taken them seriously, I wouldn't have said something to him." We were both silent for a moment. I leaned forward and put my elbows on my knees. "I think it would have happened with someone else. Bella, I mean," Daniel said after a few more moments of silence. "She did this within days of getting engaged. She couldn't have been that committed to our relationship." "I'm not happy that this happened at all," I said, sitting back in the chair. "But at least it happened before the money had been spent on a wedding." "Are you at least having fun in Tampa?" Daniel asked after a few more moments of silence. "I am. Ethan took me to meet a project manager here for my project. I'll tell you more about it when I get home." "That's great. But when are you going home?" His voice perking up with a slightly different topic. "I think I leave Wednesday morning. I think I might apply for jobs here in Tampa." "Uncle Michael suggested that too. It feels like it's meant to be," Daniel said, and I could hear the excitement in his voice. I nodded, even though he didn't see it. "Okay, go back to having fun," he said when I didn't respond. "I'll check on you tomorrow, okay?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "You don't have to worry about me. I can deal with it." "I want to make sure you don't just pretend nothing happened." "Well, if it makes you happy, text me around this time." I went back into the room and started getting ready for bed. "What happened?" Hannah asked when I got into my bed. I recapped some of the conversation, keeping out the original plans Bella had and my suspicions. "I feel like we could have stopped this," Hannah said, the regret clear on her face. "I suspected that Carter would try to seduce Bella, but I didn't think she would fall for it." I thought about it for a second. "Maybe you could have prevented this hookup, but I don't think we could have prevented Bella from having some type of meltdown." "But Katie, I would have told you everything, and you would have told Daniel right away," Hannah said, her shoulders sagging. "She was already upset with him," I said, giving her a hug. "Actually, I think she was upset with me for not being what she expected me to be and making her little fantasies come true. She wasn't the right person for my brother." The regret remained on Hannah's face. "Katie, I really am sorry. Ethan would never have allowed me to leave you hanging if we had known." I considered asking her what Ethan would have done and why. I wanted to spend the rest of the night talking with her about Ethan. I needed to know if there was someone else in his life and what I should know about Senior. Hannah was making it clear that we should get some time alone, as if that would solve something. I didn't want Hannah to think I was only interested in talking about Ethan. Maybe things would be clearer after the party the next night. At the very least, I would get to know Senior better and learn if he was the reason his son seemed so afraid to disappoint him. I was nearly asleep, the lights out, and Hannah's breathing slowing too, when my phone suddenly rang. It was Bella, and against my better judgment, I answered.
"Where the fuck have you been? I needed you."
"Excuse me?"
"You were supposed to get Daniel to forgive me. He told me that the wedding's off,"
Bella said through sobs. "Why should I help you when you cheated on him less than 2 days after you got engaged?"
"You're supposed to be my friend,"
she cried. "My loyalty will always be to my brother. I don't know why you and Lucas were with Carter, but I can't imagine that it was for anything good. My impression of Lucas, now that I've met him, is that he's an entitled asshole trying to get something from Carter."
"What did you just say about my brother, you bitch?"
Bella said, the fake sobs and crying absent. "Your brother is the worst type of entitled white guy," I said, now ready to share my true feelings about Lucas. "There's no way I would ever have wanted to date him or even be friends with him. If he calls me baby doll again, I might find him and punch him." It was cathartic to say it, knowing now I wasn't risking an important relationship by being honest.
"Your brother didn't have a problem with him,"
Bella said, a hint of superiority sneaking into her voice. "Because my brother likes people who are nice to him," I said, not ready to back down. "I'm sure your brother figured that out quickly. If you had just been able to avoid cheating on him, it would have been fine. That being said, I think you would have done this anyway. Carter was just there and very willing."
"So, you hate Carter too, then?"
"No," I said after a moment. "I don't hate either of you. Carter was just doing what you allowed him to do. You don't deserve Daniel. I'm sorry he wasn't what you wanted, but maybe you should have either been happy with the man he is or broken up with him when you realized it wasn't what you wanted."
"What do you know about love? He said you've never been in a real relationship,"
Bella quickly responded as if she was waiting to say it. "I know when I'm not in love, and I don't settle because it's easy or because I think I can mold someone into what I want him to be." I heard the phone click, and I scrolled through my contacts quickly to block her permanently. I had nothing else to say to Bella Thorpe again. Chapter 15. Welcome to the Secrets of the Universe tour," the very chipper tour guide said to our group. We were all trying our best to function, everyone holding a mug of something and trying to get the earpieces in our ears. After waking up to an epiphany about Ethan, I was excited about this tour. With the remaining few days on this trip, I decided to be more direct than I had been. I needed to make sure he didn't have someone else in his life, and then I could feel confident about my next steps. Now I stood next to him, trying to meet his eyes, but he was focused on our tour guide, ignoring me. "Here at Northanger, we value 4 things above all others. These 4 things are the secrets to making Northanger Universe function as well as it does. First, there is immersion," our tour guide told us. He was older than I expected, with a shaved head and wearing a headset and microphone. "We want you to always feel like you are enjoying yourself, and nothing ruins your experience of the magic of Northanger. Second is safety. Our goal is to make sure you are always safe. This applies not just to our guests, but to our staff and the community around us. The third is adaptability. Everything needs to be changeable to accommodate the space we have, the budget we're working with, the immersion experience, and your safety. Last is courtesy, because we want you to know how important you are to us." As I expected, the tour was very similar to the one Terry and I had done a few days before. The big difference was that Gold Rush didn't exist in the Tampa parks anymore. They replaced it with a new ride they had made for the Red Riding Hood movie. The tour guide explained how they wanted this ride to appeal to children. "I don't think they realize how frightening this ride is," Hannah said when the ride was over. She pointed to some of the cars behind us, showing a child in tears of fright. "It would have been better as a thrill ride for older kids and adults," Ethan said, and I nodded. My favorite part was when we got to the Haunted Abbey and we learned how this one was different. "They based this on a New Orleans mansion owned by the Picard family," the tour guide told us as we stood outside the ride's queue. "The Picards, for those who think they only act in some movies, were the first investors in the studios and parks. They've been involved in the company as shareholders for 4 generations. They were pleased to allow ride creators to use their New Orleans Garden District home as the inspiration for this ride. In fact, some of the story is based on their own family mythology." I looked at Hannah, who was busy taking notes. She had the camera out for some of the tour, but had put it away before we got on each ride. Ethan seemed totally engrossed with the tour, which I would assume was full of information he already knew. The tour guide pulled us into the crew entrance, and we got on the ride ahead of the crowd. Like yesterday, Ethan rode alone. "You should ask Ethan about the Picard family connection," Hannah said when we were alone in our car. "Why?" "That's his favorite bit of history. He has some theories about them and the purpose of this ride. It sounds like a conspiracy theory, but it's so awesome." "Like what?" I asked. Ethan tells it much better than me, but it has to do with magic." I smiled, remembering that Ethan was the most relaxed when he shared the history he knew about the company. I loved how he explained things, but I didn't get the chance when the tour ended. "Carter's coming to town earlier than he thought," Ethan said after the tour ended, and he checked his phone. Hannah stuck out her tongue at Ethan's phone. "Now that he's got his way, he has no reason to stay in California," she said. "Are we going to have to see him?" I asked, not sure if I wanted to see their older brother, considering what he had caused. Hannah shrugged. "It all depends on what he plans on doing while he's here. It's more likely that Senior will spend time with him instead of us. That should make it more comfortable." Her smile was reassuring, and I felt Ethan's hand rest on my shoulder, rubbing and massaging a little as I relaxed. My mind went right to the other issue Carter's arrival meant. "Do I have to buy a ticket to keep coming in with you?" I asked. "Don't worry about it until we tell you something's changing. Carter isn't a huge fan of being in the park." I looked back and forth at the siblings and felt the tightness of anxiety in my stomach. "But he went to the park with you in California." He came in, hoping to find someone to hook up with, Ethan said, nodding slightly. He thinks that if he latches on to a childless woman our age, it will work out to his benefit. This time, it did. Hannah grimaced. I'm getting the impression that he has some regrets with Bella, and he's not looking for another hookup just yet. So what will he do? I asked, a little worried that I would be his next target. He'll stay in my room and do whatever my father asks him to do. Don't worry about him, Ethan said with a sigh, taking my hands and leading me to the next adventure of the day. After riding a handful of rides in the park, Hannah and I both ended up taking naps back at the hotel. When I woke up, I worked on my class project for a while, putting together Melissa's information and my own ways of managing projects. We exchanged text messages while I worked, and I used the opportunity to ask her more questions. She even gave me a few documents and screenshots of their management system so I could reference them. She assured me her boss had approved and would love to see the project when I was done. I framed it all around building a brand new parade for a holiday celebration. On the tours, I had learned about the way they reused floats and built new ones, and it fascinated me. Melissa even sent me a few names of people to email with more specific questions. After a while, Hannah and I got showered and ready for the Halloween party. We were allowed to go to the park a few hours before it began, but we would wear a wristband to clarify we were supposed to be there past closing. I put on a new set of clothes, which I had sent to the laundry yesterday. I wish I had something you could wear to dress up, Hannah said as she pulled on her costume. It was from Hansel and Gretel, a popular animated movie from our generation, which became popular again. It was a pretty peasant dress with patches sewn on, and it looked almost exactly like the one in the movie. She even had a bonnet. Where did you buy this? It's so cute, I asked as she changed. She blushed and smoothed out the skirt. I made it myself for the event. I am fine with not having a costume, but I wish I had one you made because this is amazing, I said, touching the details and admiring the work of pieces she hadn't put on yet. Maybe another year we'll do this again, and I'll make one for you. I smiled at Hannah, thinking of how lovely that would be, and feeling a pang of jealousy that she would probably be back in the parks in a few weeks. Please tell me you made Ethan a Hansel outfit, I said, hoping to hide any negativity while Hannah was so generous. Hannah shook her head and giggled. I was disappointed that I wouldn't get to see him in shorts and lederhosen, but that was probably for the best. Women could pull off these kinds of cute costumes, but a tall man with a beard would look more like he was trying to find Oktoberfest. We met Ethan outside of our room. He was dressed in regular clothes, jeans and a t-shirt, making me feel less conspicuous. I did bring the pair of ears I bought in California, knowing I would get some compliments. Senior was waiting for us by the elevator. Hannah, it's beautiful. You did a wonderful job. Make sure to show it off on camera, he said, as we got on the elevator to leave the hotel. Thank you, sir, she said with a blush. He looked over Ethan and me, but didn't say anything. When we got out of the elevator, he silently led us to the monotail to take us to the Northanger Park. The silent tension between Ethan and Senior continued through the ride, which was filled with costumed families. Many of the women complimented Hannah's costume and asked where she bought it. Each of their compliments made her blush again. Seeing people appreciate how much hard work went into sewing the entire costume made me smile. I was never that ambitious or creative. When we got to the park, Senior started directing us like he was a tour guide and we were mere tourists. I stuck close to my friends and allowed myself to follow his lead. The crowd was light and made it easy. Most people were leaving since it was a Sunday night. Only families with young children and groups of adults were going in. We didn't need to be herded like cattle, but that's what it became when we didn't keep up with Senior. Ethan took my hand and helped me find the others when I fell behind to take a picture and it had escaped Senior's notice. Walk, guys, you need to move faster, Senior yelled at us without turning around. For the past 2 nights, this man had been giving all of his attention and energy to the other travel agents. Tonight, he had the same energy level, and the 3 of us were the only people he had to direct. I didn't want to be treated that way, and I considered going off on my own. I quickly decided against it, remembering that he was paying for all of this. I had yet to pay for more than food and souvenirs, and I had only known his children a week. I couldn't be that rude. I wondered if Hannah would keep to her word and try to find a way for Ethan and me to spend time alone. I didn't let go of Ethan's hand as we followed Senior through a small crowd that was directed away from the main flow of traffic. Staff members in Halloween attire handed us Northanger-themed plastic bags and packages of brand-name candy. They used to give the cheap stuff, but then they partnered with some of the big companies. Every year, it's a different brand. Some candy stops will feature a small candy shop that they've partnered with, Hannah whispered to me as we walked. Senior pulled away from the Halloween crowd once we were in the central part of the park and sat down on a bench. That was when Ethan finally let go of my hand.
"Children, what should we do with our time?" he asked us when we were all together.
"What do you want to do, sir?" Ethan asked.
"The parade won't start until after the rest of the guests leave," Senior said, checking his watch. "This means we have 3 hours. I'd like to make sure to see how each ride has been changed for Halloween. I'd like to make sure we get a good spot for the parade and shows. Hannah, you will film them for the channel. I also want us to get and try all the holiday-specific food. Ethan, you've got that list, correct?"
Ethan nodded and pulled out his phone.
"Miss Katie, I'd like to have you involved in some way. What can you share with us?"
"Like what, sir?" I asked.
"For example, special knowledge about the ride or parade float details. Maybe you can share something about how they pick which rides to change,"
he said, looking at me directly in the eyes like he had the night before. I looked at Ethan and Hannah, neither of whom made eye contact. "I believe most of the changes are cosmetic, but I don't really know anything. I've never been to the Halloween party before," I finally said. The older man's face changed, and I felt as if I was letting him down. I hadn't realized that this was going to be a working evening, focusing on what he needed for his business. Was he considering a new way for me to contribute? Or was he irritated because I had nothing to contribute? For the first time since I met him, I felt why Ethan had so much anxiety when it came to disappointing his father. I doubted I could face this every day.
"Let's start by checking the spots where there will be characters," Senior finally said. "We'll learn how that queuing system works this year."
Senior got to his feet and led us to the character pavilion without making sure we followed him. We found a schedule of which characters would be greeting people that evening, and even had a cute picture of which costume they would be in. I helped Hannah as best I could while she filmed content for a video. I looked over the list and saw Taliesin listed as coming out soon, but not in a unique costume. "Ethan, look," I said when I turned to see him behind me. "How often do they bring our Taliesin?" Ethan gave me a small smile, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a Senior smile.
"Katie, I'm going to have you wait in the line for Taliesin," he said. "Ethan, you wait with her, while Hannah and I get some filming done."
I didn't dare look at Ethan to see his reaction, but the smile on my face was huge. I had been hoping for some time alone with Ethan tonight. I watched as Hannah walked away with her father. She turned around and winked at us. I felt encouraged that she wanted the 2 of us together, or at least to have time alone, to figure out if we both wanted it.
"I'm sorry, I didn't realize he would have an agenda," Ethan said when they were out of earshot.
"This will be awesome. We can hang out and relax a little. Plus, I'll have a picture with Taliesin," I said. Ethan smiled and pointed to the schedule again.
"We'll have pictures with a bunch of different characters. You move from one to the other once it begins."
I looked over the list and saw that many of the main characters like Charlie the Cat, Kitty Kitty, and Willow the Unicorn were being included. "Will they be in Halloween costumes?" I asked Ethan.
"Probably,"
he said with a smile before reaching up to fix my ears, which I hadn't realized were askew. I had a sudden urge to kiss him, feeling so confident in the meaning behind these small gestures and touches. I resisted, still unable to answer the most critical question about his romantic life. "Hannah said you have a theory about the Picard Northanger Abbey ride," I said, after a few moments of uncomfortable silence. Ethan chuckled. "She loves this one." "You have to tell me. I love New Orleans witchy stuff," I said, bouncing a little on my toes.
Okay, he said, still chuckling. "This isn't about New Orleans, though. They never lived in that house full time. They bought property there when the French still owned the area, and then the city and garden district sort of built up around them."
"That's still cool, even if it isn't the theory," I reminded him.
"Fair enough. My theory is about the Picard magic," he said. "What do you remember about the story of the Abbey?"
"It's Margot and Sébastien, right?" I asked, and Ethan nodded as I continued. "The story is about his family's haunted home and how she stumbles onto his land when she gets lost. He gives her shelter and falls in love with her right away. They get married, and when he discovers that she's a murderer, he sends her away. The ghosts in the house drive her out." Ethan continued nodding.
"That happened in France, for real, in the early 17th century. The New Orleans house has nothing to do with it other than the design."
"Really? That's weird. But how do you know it's real?" I asked, confused.
"Oh, Rhiannon Picard, the current royal heir, has shared documents about the story. The reason they used the New Orleans house was that they have no idea where Sebastian's home is in France."
"So what's the theory?"
Ethan looked around at the people in line with us, but none were paying attention. "This isn't my theory, but people believed that Margot and Sébastien are eternally reincarnating lovers whose stories always end in tragedy. When their lifetimes don't end in tragedy, then the world will end," he whispered.
I stared at him, and the two of us burst out laughing at the same time. "That can't be real. Have any members of the family commented?" I asked. Ethan shook his head, still giggling. "You must entertain your girlfriend all the time," I asked, knowing this was clumsy. I was getting annoyed that no opportunity had come up for something more casual. Ethan's smile faded, and he shook his head.
"I'm not dating anyone right now."
I was torn on how to feel about this. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Ethan kept shaking his head.
"Oh, don't worry. I date, just not right now."
"Is it all the traveling?" I asked, thinking more about myself than his other girlfriends. Ethan shrugged again, and I didn't want to push it. "Where do you guys actually live?" I asked, realizing I never had before, and they'd never mentioned it in the videos. I've just assumed this might not be a lot of traveling.
"Maine," Ethan said, smiling again.
"I live in Massachusetts. We could see each other all the time," I said, bouncing with excitement. Ethan smiled in a way that made me wonder how realistic that was. Just when I finally resolved one issue that made me question the decision to tell him how I felt, another forgotten risk came up. Could any relationship established in the little bubble of happiness in Northanger Parks last beyond it? Would I like the real version of Ethan and Hannah beyond the bubble, or was this their personas for the videos? I had to think that spending all this time with him was showing me the real version of Ethan, but how could I be sure? Could I ever be sure with anyone? What would it be like to date Ethan, with Senior looming and demanding? He seemed to be disappointed with me, but I wasn't sure why. Before I could talk to Ethan about all my thoughts, the line started moving, and we were quickly greeting the characters. I didn't think about it much more as we greeted each of the beloved characters and took pictures, mostly silly and playful. As we walked away, scrolling through the pictures, I reminded myself that we take chances with every relationship. I couldn't allow this to paralyze me, but trust that we could make it work and address problems as they came up. Chapter 16. "How was it?" Hannah asked when we were out of the line. She and Senior were walking back over, her video equipment put away.
"Great.
We got a ton of pictures you can use in the videos, Ethan said, his hand brushing against mine as we walked. Nothing important is happening for another 2 hours. We can't get party food, merchandise, or see ride changes until then, Senior said, ignoring his son and looking unhappy.
We can go check out the rides, Hannah said. They're turning on the Halloween details.
I'm going to find a good spot for the parade and guard it, he said, looking off in the parade's direction.
I'll stay with you, sir, Hannah said and waved us away.
Being away from Senior again allowed Ethan to relax again. Come on, he said, taking my hand and leading us away. Let's go to Rocket Roller. It's not changing tonight, so we should ride it now. There was no line when we were over there.
I couldn't help but smile again as we walked to the ride. I was sure now that we were feeling the same thing, and Hannah was encouraging us. I decided to wait for the fireworks later in the evening when it was romantic. Now, we spent the 2 hours rushing from ride to ride, the queues magically evaporating the later it got. As the sun set and it got closer to 7 p.m., more candy stations started coming out. I pulled my candy bag out again and we filled them each time we walked by another one. I could see them checking wristbands before they handed over candy. We have until 7:30 to get over to where Senior is, Ethan said when he checked his watch at 7 p.m. I was frustrated as I watched his body language and energy levels change as we started walking towards Senior and Hannah. We found them at one of the best spots at the start of the parade. They were happily chatting with the people around them. How could a man who was so engaging with others not be the same with his children? Again, I was conflicted between a desire to call him out and my gratitude for including me on this trip. I went into one of the restaurants with Ethan to get food. Senior didn't even ask Ethan to do this, but clearly there was no need. We came back with 2 of each holiday dish. I sat between Ethan and Hannah, helping Hannah film video and snap pictures as we ate before adding some to her social media. I don't think I like the options at this restaurant, Senior said after trying each of the 3 items we got. I was trying some buffalo chicken nachos, which were fantastic, and I had already tried a variation of a cup of dirt with crumbled cake over chocolate pudding. It was shaped into a grave, complete with a gravestone. I thought it was all yummy and wondered what he was expecting. Nobody disagreed with him. The parade lasted all of 10 minutes. It had a mix of floats, decorated for Halloween, and featured characters in unique Halloween costumes, many of which would or already did meet and greets that night, and dancers. The dancers were all themed to the Haunted Abbey ride with vampires, werewolves, and witches. It ended with a New Orleans-style funeral procession that changed the tone from morbid and slightly scary to excited and fun. The families were encouraged to follow the parade as it moved through the rest of the park, just like a real jazz funeral would have been like. We got up and followed for a few minutes, Hannah filming the entire time. They do it this way every year, Ethan said when it was over and we were getting away from the crowd. It's my favorite part of the parade. He was breathing heavily and smiling. Suddenly, a child slammed into me from behind, and I found myself in his arms. I looked up into his eyes and took a chance as I wrapped my arms around his neck, stood on my toes, and kissed him. He pulled away from me and shook his head. "Don't, Katie. That isn't a good idea," he said. I stood there, not sure what had gone wrong. What had I misinterpreted, and what did he mean about it not being a good idea? I felt Hannah grab my hand and lead me away. "Don't do anything else impulsive," she said as we walked away from her father and brother. "I don't understand," I said to her, my head spinning in confusion. "Give him some space." Hannah and I spent the next hour together. We went into the stores and looked at the Halloween merchandise, making sure to film it as we went. We bought matching pins and went on a ride. I was in a daze most of the time, stuck playing the kiss over and over in my head. It shouldn't have been a disaster. I had read the signals, and he was into me. Part of me wanted to cry, and the other part wanted to rant about how confusing this was. "Why?" I eventually asked Hannah as we sat in the Starbucks drinking hot chocolates.
She frowned. I'm sorry I encouraged you. I thought you would talk to him about your feelings first. I wanted to curse, but was aware of the children around us. I had a plan to do just that, and then I just followed my impulse. He does have feelings for me, right? Is this because he isn't interested? She shrugged. I don't know. He keeps everything close to the vest and doesn't talk about his feelings. This whole week, he's been doing nothing but making his interest increasingly clear. I was sure I could take the risk, I said, my hands clutching the warm cup to avoid shaking. Hannah looked down at the table instead of at me. He won't even talk about it with me, but I was sure about it too. That's why I gave you so much time alone tonight. Why did you think that? I asked, leaning forward in my chair. You know him better than I do. Hannah finally looked at me and took a deep breath. You're everything he says he wants. You're easygoing and fun to hang out with. You seem to value education and growing professionally. I know you've encouraged him to do the Northanger history stuff that he loves, and you've certainly pushed me to do something new. I think you're very loyal. You might be far more impulsive than he is, but I was sure it was something he needed. He's so afraid to take a risk, Hannah said, closing her eyes and frowning in frustration. I thought it was the right time, I said, sitting back again. I didn't realize how afraid he is. Hannah nodded. He also likes to make the first move and to talk about things first. I took a sip of my hot chocolate as I processed everything she just told me. And now I've ruined it? I don't know. I could feel the tears fill my eyes and one roll down my cheek. Hannah pulled a tissue out of her bag and handed it to me. I wiped my eyes, and we headed back to find Ethan and Senior. I hope you got some good footage off on your own, Senior said when we found him again. He was alone, in front of the main Northanger Castle, the center of the park. He had found another perfect spot to see a character show. I looked around for Ethan, but he was nowhere to be found. Your brother went off to get some footage of rides and to eat his way through the night. I'm disappointed with both of you this evening. Hannah said nothing, as she picked a spot to record the show. I barely paid attention to it. I kept looking for Ethan to come back and join us, but he didn't. I think I have enough footage for a bunch of videos that the travel agents can share with clients, Hannah said when the show was over. You can put the camera away then. Hannah looked at me. I think we're going to head back to the room. We're both pretty tired, and you can get footage of the fireworks from Ethan, she said to her father. Their eyes met, and I watched them have a silent stare down. When he broke away first, I knew Hannah had won. Have a good night, then. Maybe you should film the fireworks from your room, he said, turning away from us and walking off. Hannah and I silently walked out of the park and went back to the room. We got there only a few minutes before the fireworks started. We got into our PJs and sat on the balcony. Want to go to a character breakfast with me tomorrow? It's the Royal Buffet. They have a Halloween breakfast on the mornings after the party. I looked at her and smiled. Just the two of us? I asked, hoping she would say that Ethan wants to see me again. She gave me a sad smile. Just the two of us. I got notified that a spot opened up for two. I looked at her and realized her phone wasn't even outside with us. Really? I asked, giving her a smile. Okay. It was for 3 originally, but Ethan sent me a message while we were in the shops saying he wanted to sleep in tomorrow. I felt my face fall. I'd like to go, I said, forcing a smile back on my face. I appreciate you trying to spare my ego. See, that's why I like you, and he should too. I felt the tears fill my eyes. Does he not even like me? I asked. Hannah's eyes got wide, and I could read the panic on her face. What? No, he likes you, but clearly not enough to tell you how he feels. Ignore me. I'm tired. I'm sorry. I tried to smile again, but it was just too tricky, and I was more tired than I realized. I went back to the room and got ready for bed. I came out to find Hannah at the desk, her computer open, editing video. "Do you want me to turn the lights out and not do this?" I pulled out my computer and crawled into the bed. "It's barely 11 o'clock, Hannah. I just need to stop moving and relax. This is a chance for us to get work done. Plus, you need to film the fireworks from the balcony. I've never seen the fireworks from my room." We both got work done over the next hour. "I have to ask," Hannah said, turning away from her laptop. "Do you want to be in the videos?" It didn't take me long to think about it. "Yes, I've been all over the parks with you. Would you even have videos without me in them?" She tilted her head toward her shoulder. "You're not in most of the footage. You're often standing next to me while I film. But I did introduce you a while ago. I just want to make sure you didn't change your mind, considering what happened tonight." She lowered her voice before she finished. "You do what you think is right by Ethan," I said after thinking about it. "He's your brother, and you have to consider him more than me. It would be worse for him to be mad at you than if I was, but I won't be mad if I'm not in any more videos." Hannah smiled at me, and we went back to work. We both didn't look up from our laptops until someone knocked on our door about 30 minutes later. Hannah went to the door and opened it to reveal Ethan there. "Can I talk to you, Katie?" he said, walking in far enough to see me. I rushed into the bathroom, mostly to put on a bra again, and followed him to some armchairs by the elevators. As much as kissing him had been a mistake, I felt hopeful that he needed to tell me his true feelings, and we could start again. "I'm sorry for kissing you tonight," I said once we were both sitting. "I was going to talk to you first, but I took a risk, and I guess my risk assessment for my personal life needs some work." "I appreciate the apology," he said, giving me a small smile. "It's made me realize I've been thoughtless in how I'm acting around you. I was so busy enjoying the moment that I didn't think about how you would interpret my actions." "I obviously misinterpreted things. It's not your fault. You were right to be angry with me for acting without thinking." "I'm not angry with you," he said in a near whisper. "It's made me realize some things are wrong, and I'm not happy. I'm going home tomorrow morning. You should enjoy the rest of the trip with Hannah. I know she really likes having you around, and I don't want to ruin her trip." These weren't the feelings I had expected him to share. I felt the heat rise to my face. "You don't have to go. I will behave for the rest of the trip, I promise." He gave me a small smile. "I appreciate it. But this isn't about you. It's about me and my choices. You aren't seeing the real me. You've been right about my not taking risks, and I'm afraid to. I want to get a graduate degree, but there are too many risks. I make YouTube videos with Hannah because I enjoy her company, and we're both stuck. My father has total control over how I spend my time. The only freedom I know is when we're hanging out in the parks. You wouldn't like real me, the version of me outside of the parks." I put my hand on Ethan's arm. "Let me help you. We can work out the details of a relationship if you give it a chance." He shook his head. "You know what you're doing with your life. You have a plan. You're open to opportunities. Maybe you seem impulsive and you could use some work on your personal risk assessment, but you're clearly good at what you do. Melissa was impressed. I would frustrate you, and then you'd resent being in a relationship with me." I didn't understand what he was talking about. I was pretty sure I had seen the real Ethan and not some fake version of him. I saw how stuck he was, but I also saw how much he enjoyed history. I could see a ton of career opportunities because of this. I opened my mouth to tell him and shut it again when I saw the look on his face. He was completely shut down and would never believe me no matter what I said to him. In his mind, he was broken, too afraid to take any risks, and I had known him for a week. I had no place in his life to contradict the story, the lie he told himself. I wondered if these were things his father and Carter also said to him, maybe even his mother, but Certainly not Hannah. This was what she had been trying to tell me earlier, and now I got it. Thank you for making this trip as wonderful as it was, even if you think you showed me the fake version of yourself, I said to him, keeping my hand on his arm. You're welcome, he said, looking down at his hands before putting one hand over mine and squeezing before letting go. Chapter 17. We almost overslept the next morning. The alarm went off for a whole minute before either Hannah or I reacted. It was a sign of what was to come. Things weren't right as soon as we got out of bed. Hannah made coffee for herself and then spilled it. A few drops on her shirt, but most on the carpet. She called housekeeping, nearly in tears, apologizing for ruining the carpet. I kept tripping a circuit on the hairdryer and pressed buttons until it worked again. I even ran out of toothpaste the night before and didn't realize it. Hannah was kind enough to let me use her dangerously low tube. By the time we left for breakfast, we were frazzled. Character meals are primarily for kids, but the adults don't get treated any differently, especially if you don't have kids. The characters want you to play along with their games, dance with them, and pose for pictures. Just like the dinner in California, they took your photos before you were seated for the buffet. In California, there was excited energy to our dinner. Today, the events of the past week drained us both physically and emotionally. I tried my best to enjoy the characters, but it was hard to smile when I couldn't stop thinking about the massive mistake I'd made with Ethan. His departure sat between Hannah and me, an unspoken strain on the meal. We picked food from the buffet after the staff showed us our table. Hannah made a waffle and covered it with fruit, while I picked a little bit of everything, including eggs, bacon, hash browns, and a slice of toast. This breakfast featured characters from the various royal families in the Northanger Parks movies. Queens, kings, princesses, princes, and more came through. The only character left out from these movies were those specifically identified as villains. They had their own meal to do. Since this was a post-Halloween party, the characters were carrying masks. One by one, they came over and we took pictures with them. Princes flirted with us, and princesses gossiped about the Halloween party. Well, as much as a character can flirt and gossip. Hannah played along better than I did. She turned the parade into scandal and the shows into dramatics. The characters took tons of pictures with us before we left, but we kept them off social media. I helped her make some videos with the characters for later use. Hannah's phone vibrated on the table, making me jump. My father just sent me a message. He wants me to come to his room before we go into the park, she said as we finished eating and prepared to leave. Both of us? Or just you? Just me, she said when he responded to that question. I can meet you in the lobby then. I want to check out the gift shop to see if there's anything cool. After making our way back, I walked around the lobby shop while Hannah talked to her father. I picked up a pretty scarf to send to my mother and a matching tie for my father. I remembered that I hadn't spoken to them since I got to California or even told them I was coming to Florida. My assumption was that my aunt would tell them, and then they would call me. Being deeply immersed in the Northanger bubble, I forgot about my life outside of the park. Instead, I spent my time fantasizing about future jobs that I probably didn't qualify for, and finding love with someone who didn't want me. I made a note to call my parents when there's a break today. Hannah, can you come back to the room? Something happened, and it's not good. Katie, is everyone okay? Hannah, yeah, but can't explain over text. Right away, I headed to the cash register. When I returned to the room, Hannah was pacing back and forth while texting on her phone. My dad insists you have to leave right now, Hannah said, looking up at me. Stunned, it took me a minute to process her words. What did I do? Is this about Ethan? Did I make him angry because we left the park early last night? I could see how upset Hannah was. Whatever I had done, it was just as much a surprise to her as it was to me. No, none of that, she said as tears spilled down her cheeks. He doesn't ever explain his decisions to me.
But he said things have become clear and you need to leave. I'm so sorry, Katie. This is a horrible way to start a day and end a trip. I grabbed the tissues from the bathroom, trying to hold back my own tears. This wasn't the end of the world, but it felt like the Northanger bubble had burst, and I was thrust into a much harsher reality. I reminded myself that I could afford the flight home and I could pack quickly. Maybe I would run into Ethan at the airport. It would be expensive to get a last-minute flight, but I had taken the chance that this could happen. This was the risk I had correctly anticipated. I can help you find a flight while you pack, Hannah said, sniffling and wiping her eyes. I'm searching for flights right now. You need to go into Boston, right? While she searched flights and talked to people at the airlines, I packed up my stuff. We managed to get me on a flight, but on standby. The airline had multiple flights to Boston throughout the day, so they felt confident they could get me on one. I paid an arm and a leg for the new flight, but at least I would get back to Boston. Hannah also reserved my spot on the airport shuttle from the hotel. We wheeled my bags down to the lobby, and she kept wiping her eyes and blowing her nose. She was far more upset than me. Text me when you get home. Let me know you're safe, Hannah said, hugging me. I took her hands and looked into her eyes. Don't worry about me. Enjoy the rest of your trip. I'll be fine. Without Ethan and you, I don't think I'm going to do much more, she said, shaking her head. I may not have known Hannah for very long, but it was clear that she did not take care of herself. Whether she pleased her father or her viewers, she was exhausted from a week of travel and video recording. Maybe it's time for a spa day, I suggested, squeezing her hand. I don't think you've ever done a video about that. Hannah flashed a weak smile, and we waited in silence for the shuttle to arrive. I waved as I got on the bus, which was pretty empty. The same series of videos from Friday was playing on the televisions. I rested my head against the window and pondered what had happened to get me suddenly kicked out. Katie, would you please tell your father I said TY for everything you was generous enough to give me this week? Hannah, yes, I will, but I wouldn't expect a response. Katie, I just want him to know. I appreciate it all, no matter what I did to upset him. Hannah, got it. For what it's worth, thank you for being so understanding. I feel terrible. Katie, you didn't do anything. You were amazingly generous. If I get a job with Northanger, it will be because of you. Hannah, fly safe. I navigated airport security with ease and found my gate. I checked my bags and hoped I would get them back on the other end of the trip. I was anxious that a change in flight would mean my luggage and I traveled separately. I checked in at the gate so I could be notified when a seat opened up, and then I called my parents. Are you at home? My mother asked when she picked up. I'm still in Tampa, but something happened and I'm flying home. Why are you in Tampa? What happened, Katie? I could hear the panic in my mother's voice. I recapped the entire trip from the previous Monday until now. You went to Tampa with people you had just met? The anger in my mother's voice shocked me. It was perfectly safe. They have a travel agency. Katie, you went on a trip with strangers? Who knows what could have happened? You could have gotten trafficked and ended up in Saudi Arabia as a sex slave. Mom, don't take that tone with me. These things happen even in Northanger Parks. I can't believe you were so reckless. Did your aunt know about this? I felt like a child being scolded, but I guess I was for my mother. You do know I'm an adult, 25 years old, in graduate school and make my own money. Didn't Aunt Terry tell you? She said you were meeting someone to talk about a class project, my mother said, not letting go of her exasperated mentality. She didn't say anything about traveling with strangers across the country. Did she not mention Tampa? I asked, realizing my assumption hadn't been entirely wrong, but wrong enough. No, not specifically. The two of you are peas in a pod. Too impulsive. Your uncle allowed this to happen. What about Daniel? Did he know?
He knew, but it's fine. I had my credit card, and my new job doesn't start for another week. I was perfectly safe. My mother's voice was shaking.
You got lucky, Katie. I'm sure your father will have his own share of concerns when you tell him about it.
I closed my eyes and silently groaned. My father would have the same reaction. They weren't there and hadn't met Ethan and Hannah. They wouldn't understand. It doesn't matter. I left early and I'm on my way home, I said.
Do you need money?
No, I'm fine. I realized I hadn't called you and thought I should.
Thank you for finally remembering your parents, and I'm so glad you're safe. Text me when you get on a plane and get home, please, she said.
The anger and shaking left her voice, but replaced with sarcasm. I will.
I'm always going to worry about you, Katie, even when you're the one taking care of me. You promise you'll call.
I will, I said, feeling more emotionally overwhelmed than I expected. Just before the sun set, I arrived home. I ordered takeout before I left the airport's parking lot and picked up my dinner on the way home. My roommate, who never really cared about my location, was out, probably because she was working. She was a teacher who also bartended some nights to make extra money for grad school savings. I turned on my TV so I could watch YouTube while I ate. There were so many videos that I had missed, but I ignored most of them to see the latest happenings at Hannah and Ethan's channel. Hannah had spent her downtime editing content, but I wondered if it had been uploaded. I wanted to see if it had any clues about what happened. I hadn't had time to watch videos since I met Hannah and Ethan. Since I left the hotel, all the vlogs from the California trip had been posted. I saw myself plenty of times, and they talked about me when I wasn't with them, especially about how much they liked me. Hannah teased her brother about how much attention he was giving me. I was sure, from the way he blushed, that I had been partially right. There had been something there. I caught something interesting that made me want to call Daniel right away, but I knew he was probably still working. The video was from the morning Terry and I were on the tour, when I thought my brother was in the room with Bella. I could see Carter, Bella, and Lucas in the background of the videos a few times. More specifically, it was Lucas and Carter. Bella joined later in the morning. I couldn't see or hear what they were discussing, but I was curious and watched the next videos with a careful eye. As I watched, my phone buzzed with a text message. The number was unknown, but the message hinted at who it might be. Unknown. I heard you were kicked out from Tampa and sent packing. Unknown. That's what you get for ditching me and letting your brother break up with me. Unknown. You must be crying. It took me a moment to realize who the texts were from, but I felt more annoyed than upset once I did. Katie. Hi, Bella. I got nearly 4 amazing days in Tampa. I'm not sorry about the way things ended. I made a good friend in Hannah. Unknown. Like she'll ever speak to you again, and I heard there was no hookup with Ethan. I was curious about how she knew that, but I suspected it came from Carter somehow. Katie. It just wasn't meant to be. Please stop texting me. I'm sorry you're upset about what happened with Daniel, but you shouldn't have cheated on him the day after you got engaged. I'm blocking this number now. I took a screenshot of the conversation and sent it on to Daniel. He called me within minutes. What was she talking about? Were the first words out of his mouth. I gave him a recap similar to the one I gave our mother a few hours before. Do you know what you did to get sent home? He asked when I was done. I shook my head, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Not yet, but I want to find out. Does her text mean that she's seeing Carter now? He asked. I remembered the video on Hannah's channel and sent him the link. I could hear the audio playing on the other end of the line as he watched it. Lucas was fired this morning, my brother said quietly, as if he was still at work. I lifted my eyebrows. That was not what I was expecting to hear. Why? I asked. He tried to sell our code to Carter's father as a way to build his own app, as if it was something to compete with the Northanger one, Daniel said, his voice getting lower. Why would he do that? I asked, not that I needed my brother to answer. I think he and Bella had some plan like this all along. They thought they were creating an opportunity to better our lives. I got the impression this wasn't the first time he's tried this. I let out a short laugh and sat back on the sofa. Neither of them really had any idea about who you are, I said. Daniel was silent on the other end of the line for a few seconds. I suppose not. That still doesn't explain how Bella knew what happened in Tampa. My brother was silent again. Actually, Lucas tried to instigate something with me before he was escorted from the building. I think I understand it now. It was that bad? I asked, not sure if I wanted to hear the answer. He came over to my desk and told me that he made sure you wouldn't get anything from the Thorntons. I was shocked and didn't know what to say. I felt the tears fill my eyes and start to spill over. Why are they like this? I asked through my tears. What did I do to them that they needed to behave like this? I heard my brother let out a deep sigh. I wish I had an answer. I think Bella had an imagined version of you and what her life would be like with me. I didn't really listen to her when we were in the park with you last week, but she was unhappy with you as soon as she met you. Why would Lucas do this? I asked, searching for a tissue to wipe my eyes. You rejected him. He's that guy who has probably never been rejected. Maybe he thinks he's like Carter, I said, not thinking before I said it. I could hear my brother slowly exhale on the other end of the line. Maybe, but you're not like most women Lucas goes after. You wanted Ethan, right? Not Carter. My brother was right, but it didn't change that Lucas's response to my rejection only highlights his cruel and callous behavior. Bella might be impulsive and petty, but she seemed to merely be reveling in Lucas's scheme. I sent a message to Hannah after I got off the phone with Daniel. Katie, home safe. Everything okay? Hannah, happy you're safe. I did the spa day. Pay attention to videos. One up now, from Ethan. I scrolled back up to the top of my video list and saw one titled, Northanger Not Always a Happy Place. Ethan sat on the screen, facing the camera in the space they often used as a set. It's not every day you get a video from only me, he said to the camera. But I had to end my trip early and come home. He took a deep breath and looked down at his hands. Hannah will have her own video to discuss how she feels about what happened. You all have often commented about how little we share about our personal lives. You want to know about relationships, often speculating. Sometimes when we meet people in the park, you ask us these questions to our faces. Well, here's the most I'll ever share. Because I met someone who, in the short time I spent with her, has caused me to reconsider what I'm doing with my life. You've probably seen hints of it in the videos we posted in the last few days. I've had to confront my own fears and how I've allowed others to control me for their own desires. I've had to face that I will never be what one particular person wants me to be. The video cut there, signaling that Ethan had recorded something and decided not to include it. I have a confession, he said on the other side of the cut. Some of you have unknowingly been interacting with me in the comments. I did this so I could enjoy conversations without calling attention to myself. The person I'm discussing was someone I enjoyed chatting with and getting to know this way. She had no idea how much I already knew about her. Ethan paused again, sat back in his chair and tilted his head back. I sat there, staring at him and blinking. I had been chatting with Ethan for months. As a result, my family offered this woman an opportunity that I thought was done in goodwill. I later learned it wasn't. I was encouraged to pursue this relationship. I learned that said encouragement was a manipulation to get something from the person I had come to care for. It resulted in both of us getting hurt. Her because of that manipulation, and me for not being able to talk to her the way she deserved. I had to pause the video here because tears were streaming down my cheeks. Had this been something Hannah had done? I was positive that wasn't the case. In fact, I was sure it had to do with Senior. But what had Senior wanted from me? I wanted to talk to Hannah right away, but I decided to finish the video. After hours of talking to my family about what I want from life, I'm taking the biggest risk I have in a long time. I'm going to be leaving the channel. I will no longer be in videos, aside from the vlogs of park trips that I go on with Hannah. Those trips will be significantly reduced, for me at least. I don't want to speak more about what I will be doing just yet. Ethan quickly wrapped up this section of the video, and I could see his eyes getting watery. He transitioned the footage into our first day in the Tampa park. It was clear that all of us struggled to stay awake, but I now entirely focused on watching Ethan. I wanted to see if I could figure out what I had missed and how he had been encouraged to manipulate me. I looked at my phone while the video played, debating if I should text him. At the very least, I wanted to assure him that I wasn't upset with him. I decided against it, afraid that it would do more damage. Clearly, I had been acting without understanding enough about Ethan's needs. Instead, I sent something through Hannah. Katie, thank you for that. Hannah. I started looking closer at the footage, and some things made sense. Watch out for Bella and Lucas. Katie, no worries there. They're out of my life. Hannah, don't let me get out of your life. Katie, no chance of that. Keep me posted on how things progress. If you decide to do the project management certification, I'm happy to give advice. Hannah, thank you so much. I think it's going to happen, but can't tell you more yet. Katie, let Ethan know. He can reach out too. I would, but I feel like he doesn't want to talk to me yet. Hannah, will do, and good idea. This all started something, but it's chaos right now. I went to bed early that night, ready to sleep for an entire day. Chapter 18. Life goes on after any vacation, no matter where you went, what you did, or who you met. Now that mine had ended, I focused on schoolwork for the rest of the week. My most important task was completing my project, which would outline the steps to managing a Northanger Parks project. Melissa and I spent a ton of time chatting online. I got access to things with permission that I would have never been able to see without her help. I wondered if something was happening on her end that would help me get a job with them in the future. Nobody ever wants to talk project management, Melissa said to me one day while we chatted over a video call. Not even your colleagues? Not outside of work. I love this stuff. I was always super organized and it fits with my life. I was too. I always had organizers and scrapbooks. When my parents threw me a Sweet 16 birthday party, I ended up planning the entire thing because my mother is a scattered mess. I heard some of what happened at the end of your trip, she said, after laughing about my mother. I smirked. Way to kill the mood. She put her hands up. I just heard some things from other people. Like what? I asked, leaning closer, still craving information that I hadn't been told. Don't tell Hannah this is spread, okay? She said, putting her finger to her nose. Yes, I promise, I said, getting excited. That guy, Lucas, has been trying for years to sell Northanger Parks an app that basically creates an inclusive experience both before and after the park. I let out a sigh. I bet it's based on something like the app that my brother works on, I said. Melissa looked confused. What? She asked. My brother works on a virtual classroom app that allows professors to open content before the class begins, and you can continue to work on things after the class is over. Lucas was in sales for the same company, I said, giving her a reluctant smile. So, it was proprietary software then, she said, nodding her head as if confirming a rumor she had heard. I guess the Northanger company figured that out? I asked. She nodded. They threatened to tell his employers,
The rumor is that he took it to Senior to keep his customers immersed in his tourism.
Wow, I said, slowly putting things together in my head.
Don't let that change how you feel about Ethan and Hannah, she said, looking worried when I didn't respond. I would hate if this was what ruined things with Ethan.
I was taken aback by the comment. Why would you think that?
She shrugged. The timing was weird. You left just when Ethan posted that video. I know that was about you, but Hannah said he's not working for Senior anymore at all. Something big must have happened to make him stand up to his father. As much as I wanted to be the only reason he stood up to his father, I couldn't help but remember what Bella had told me in that last text exchange. I knew something was happening between Lucas and Carter when we were in Los Angeles. What if Lucas had been trying to sell this app to Carter and used Bella as a perk? If Carter had only cared about seducing Bella, would he have played along? Were Senior and Carter seriously considering buying the app until Bella turned out to be so high maintenance? Did Bella sleep with Carter entirely of her own accord, or had her brother coerced her? Senior isn't a great father to Ethan, Melissa was saying while I was thinking. Carter is the golden child and Hannah is the princess. Ethan can't seem to do anything right. I nodded, focusing on the conversation again. Senior's very domineering in general, but he's great with people when he's working. It's all a performance. I don't know if Hannah told you, but he doesn't pay them for the work they do for him. He lets them live with him for free, and he pays for anything they need, but they have to use what they make from YouTube to buy tech. That's why she's always tried to have daily videos. YouTube makes discovery easier if you upload frequently. I knew YouTube was a tricky way to make money. I had once worked for a company that wanted to use it as a revenue stream. They hired me to manage a whole project around social media revenue. Most social media doesn't directly make you money, but YouTube does because they put ads on your content. You have to meet some minimums for a number of subscribers, volume of viewings, and content. The key to getting your numbers up was to produce more and more content. On my job, we had brought in someone to lead the YouTube content alone. The most popular content creators make a lot of money from ads and sponsorships, but a livable income meant posting daily content. I felt myself getting angry at Senior. That's unethical, to not pay them? How does he get away with it? I don't know, and they've been very cagey about it. I've known them for years and refused to be on the channel because Senior claims people and uses them to boost what he offers his agents. He has wanted someone on the inside for years. That didn't surprise me, but it made me think about how disappointed he had been with me the night of the Halloween party. I remembered feeling like he had expected something valuable from me. Why does he want someone on the inside? I asked. You can't offer him exclusive tours or tastings, can you? She shook her head. He wants someone to tell him what's coming up before anyone else knows. Then things fell into place. Like someone who would know new rides being built, I asked her, raising an eyebrow. Her eyes got wide. Oh, yeah. He would die from happiness if he could promote a whole new park or ride. And if someone offered him an app that allowed him to communicate with his customers before and after their trips, that would give him a way to easily share that information to entice them to schedule another trip, I asked. Melissa sighed. He offers that someone a 5-day all-expense-paid trip to the parks to entice her to work with him. I wanted to cry and felt stupid that I hadn't recognized the manipulations on my own. I never asked you how you got into project management, Hannah said. It was late October, and she had driven down alone to visit me. I had taken a day off to walk around the city with her. We were sitting at the Museum of Fine Art in a special exhibit about Takashi Murakami, which had just opened. I had jumped at the chance to see it with her when she mentioned it. It turns out we both love his work. I sat down on a bench in the exhibit space, and Hannah sat next to me. I was an undergraduate and taking required classes for a business degree. Other than statistics, which I wisely got out of the way in my freshman year, they were pretty easy. I got lucky to work with great professors and in strong student groups.
I didn't really want to get involved in a club or a sorority, but the school did offer project management classes, and I could use them as elective credit for my degree. They were one-day classes, like all day on a Friday with no homework or tests. Plus, it got me certified as a project manager by the end of my junior year. I took small jobs when I had the time, and it made me some extra cash.
You could have just done that forever, or even gotten hired by Northanger then, like Melissa, Hannah said.
I nodded. Probably, but my dream has always been to work for a major corporation. Northanger seemed like a pipe dream, but it was something in the back of my head when I applied to grad school. I realized I wasn't experienced enough to make real money with my certification. That is, unless I wanted to work in tech or construction. So I decided to get an MBA and try for something bigger.
Do you think social media would pay better?
Hannah asked, turning her phone over in her hand. I knew she was thinking about her own experience. She had been filming videos when she was allowed and took pictures of some of the art as we walked. If she was recording content for a YouTube channel, I was sure her viewers were in for a surprise. I wondered how many would enjoy non-Northanger Parks content. I shook my head. Not really, but social media managers are a good way to make a little money. The real money is in consulting. Some of the big content creators run companies that help newer creators develop a strategy or help experienced creators level up. I told her some of what I had learned from my one job focusing on social media and how consulting was where money was made.
How will being a project manager help?
Hannah asked. Does Northanger use YouTube? She shook her head.
Not at all.
Why not? Your channel has 1 million subscribers who love the park and company. You could easily develop a plan for them to use all these channels to their advantage if they don't want to do it themselves.
She chuckled. You've seen the quality of their content on the shuttle. They could use the help.
I remembered those terrible videos well. Why aren't those videos on YouTube? Why aren't they putting their shorts up there for kids to watch? Charlie the Cat is in their complete copyright control. Kids' content on YouTube is a huge moneymaker. They need help and someone to organize it. You could do both. If you get certified, you could consult and manage the entire project. Hannah sat there looking at some of the artwork. I suspected she was turning it all over in her head, so I kept quiet. Eventually, we got up and walked around again. Can I ask you something about the trip? I finally asked when we got to the end of the exhibit. Hannah looked panicked when she turned to me and nodded silently. I walked closer to her. Why did your father really invite me to join you? I asked in a low voice. Hannah nodded to the exhibit exit, and we walked in silence to the cafe.
Carter really did have a ticket and access already paid for, she said once we were sitting down.
I'm not accusing you of anything, I said, smiling to reassure her. I just want to understand what happened. Hannah looked down at the table.
Carter backed out because he and Lucas were making some type of business deal.
I nodded. For some type of app that would allow your father to keep in touch with his customers before and after their trips? Hannah looked up at me.
How much do you really know about that? She asked.
Only what I've been able to put together through bits of information and rumor, I said with a sigh.
I got the impression that Lucas got the idea after spending the afternoon with us, Hannah said, fiddling with her phone again.
I scoffed. He mocked the two of you, and all along he was concocting a plan to make some money. She shrugged.
I didn't know anything at the time, but he proposed a whole package to Carter, who immediately took it to my father.
What was the package he offered? I asked, pretty sure I knew what she would tell me.
Daniel would code it, and you would be the project manager. Plus, you guys had insider knowledge because of your uncle, she said, letting out a sigh and looking pained.
When did you find out? I asked her.
The morning my father sent you home. It's what he called me into the room to tell me. Lucas upsold you and your connections. Between that and Carter seducing Bella, my father was done with everyone.
That all made sense.
I think Ethan knew. before he left, but he doesn't want to talk about it. He keeps saying it doesn't matter what the truth is because it's over.
How did your father figure out it was all bullshit? I asked, understanding how Lucas was to blame, but not sure how it all fell apart.
My father always does his research, Hannah said, taking a deep breath. He made Carter find out about the company Lucas and your brother were working for. They learned the company owned the code Lucas was selling. He called Northanger's Human Resources about your uncle and learned he had turned down the job offer. Then the Northanger corporate offices called my father to let him know Lucas had been trying to sell them the same thing.
Lucas got fired the day I went home, I said, thinking back to the conversation I had with my brother. Did your father do that? Hannah shook her head.
I didn't know that happened. Maybe Northanger kept their promise.
I nodded. Does Ethan think I helped Lucas? Is that why he doesn't want me? She shook her head faster.
No, we both know you had nothing to do with it.
Then what? I asked. We seemed to be feeling the same things and wanting it to go to the same place. I could see tears fill Hannah's eyes.
He thought he could flirt with you, feel better about himself, and then it would end when the trip was over.
I was shocked, and I couldn't hide it.
He's not that mean, I promise, she said. This was when it was just Los Angeles. When you came with us to Tampa, he started to feel something more, and by the time he realized something more was happening, he thought he could control everything.
Our eyes met, hers pleading for my forgiveness and empathy. A tear fell from her eye, and I could feel mine start to water.
The trip changed him, Katie, she said.
I sighed. I should have waited until it was just the two of us. Hannah pursed her lips and looked off.
I don't know anymore. I hadn't seen him so excited about anyone in a long time. The whole thing sucked, but he's in a good space because of it.
I didn't know what to say to that. I was genuinely happy that he had a breakthrough about his life, and I hoped it included putting aside his fears, but not being part of it saddened me.
Trust me,
Hannah said, reading my reaction correctly.
I don't think this is over yet.
We looked at each other, a slight smile on her face. What are you going to do next? I asked, wanting to talk about something hopeful. Did you ask about project management because you're ready to get certified? Hannah bounced a little in her chair and put her phone on the table, obviously feeling the same as me.
I made a deal with my father. I would continue to do his social media on a limited basis, but all the money from YouTube remains mine. Other than that, I don't work for him anymore. He'll have to sit and plan my time to make sure the work I do for him is part of my schedule. I've reached out to the travel agents on YouTube about consulting with them. I'm going to do some webinars about social media outreach. In my spare time, I'll do project management certification online.
I was surprised at how much she had already done. Is your dad going to pay for it? She shook her head.
No, I've been saving the money from YouTube for a while and have enough. I told him he would continue to let me live with him for free for 2 years. If he wants me to record content in the parks for him, he has to pay for the entire trip, and he'll get first access to what I record.
I was impressed. Considering how hopeless things had seemed for both Ethan and Hannah when I left Tampa, I wondered if they had both hit their rock bottom. How did you convince him to agree to that? I asked. Hannah fiddled with her coffee cup and blushed.
He's never paid us. I did the math on what social media managers might make and doubled it to consider Ethan's involvement. I showed him how he had barely paid us minimum wage. I might have thrown in the phrase slave labor.
I couldn't help but laugh, and a smile spread across her face. Slave labor seemed accurate from everything I knew about the relationship Hannah had with her father. I imagine he's not happy, I said through my laughter.
Nope, she said with a wide grin. Poor Carter is finally being asked to pull his weight, which is the best part of it. My father sees him as his heir apparent. It's about time Carter acted like it.
I continued to chuckle,
loving this outcome slightly more than I was willing to admit.
Chapter 19. "Tell me more about the interview," Melissa said, practically bouncing in her seat. We were eating lunch at a popular restaurant in the safari park. It was early January and warmer than I had expected. I just had an interview for a job. I was most likely underqualified, but it brought me back to Northanger Parks for a few days. The job would be in the Atlantica Park, one of many project managers for a large project involving a complete park overhaul. Even being considered for the job was exciting. It would take years to finish, and I would be reassigned to different, smaller projects as various phases were completed.
I hope I sounded like I knew what I was talking about, I said before opening my menu.
"My boss has been telling them about you," Melissa said, not looking at me like this was not a big deal. "They know about your final project because the executives have to call me to share our stuff with you.
It would be so exciting to have you working around here." I was surprised by her nonchalance. While not graded, the final project impressed my professors, especially with my proposal and its risks and solutions. Even though I had officially graduated, there wouldn't be a ceremony until the spring. This month had been spent finishing up a job that I had started after coming back from Tampa and hunting for a permanent position. Melissa sent this one to me a week ago, and things had progressed quickly from there. The speed hadn't helped my anxiety about getting the job. "I feel like it's too much for a first project with the company. There's so much to keep track of at the upper levels. I expected to work my way up to this level, not enter here." I saw panic across Melissa's face. "If they offer you a job, will you turn it down?" I didn't know. It had been a great interview. I had liked the team I would be working with and didn't sense any political issues that could derail me right away. Melissa had shared plenty of information to help me prepare. Maybe it was imposter syndrome that made me question my qualifications. "I don't know," I said quietly. We talked about other things as we ate lunch. Melissa told me about the benefit she had tickets to. "You should come to the tasting dinner. It's a special expensive event, and I have an extra ticket," she said. "A tasting dinner?" I asked, not sure what that meant. Melissa waved her hand as if to dismiss my confusion. "It's a fundraiser dinner with all the food from all the parks. The Northanger Family Foundation does them every few months to fundraise for the projects they support. It's super expensive, and there's a staff lottery for tickets. I got 2, but my girlfriend has to work tonight." Melissa's girlfriend, Dora, also worked for Northanger as a photographer. "You want to take me instead?" I asked, flattered to be liked enough to replace her girlfriend for an evening. Melissa winked. "My goal is to get you a job here. It wouldn't hurt to be seen at an event. There's a rumor that they will make a big announcement about what they're fundraising for. I think some bigwigs are going to be at dinner." I leaned forward. "Who?" I asked. Melissa looked to either side of her. "Maybe someone from a family that inspired a ride," she said, winking again. She must be talking about someone from the Picard family. I didn't have to think about it. I quickly agreed. Melissa suggested a quick place to pick up a dress since I hadn't brought anything fancy enough for dinner, which was cocktail attire. She took the afternoon off, and we ended up at a mall. As we shopped, we talked about Hannah's social media consulting plans as we walked around the dress department. "Did she tell you the Northanger travel agent training team wants to hire her to create new materials and keep everything current?" "This would be a job with the company," Melissa said as we looked through racks of dresses on a sale rack. She did. We keep talking about being roommates if we both get hired. Melissa held up a pretty dress, and I took it from her. "I thought she was going to finish the project management certification first," she asked. In the month since I had seen her, Hannah had already finished 3 of her 6 necessary project management classes. Her entirely online program allowed her to sign up for as many classes she wanted. After the classes, she could take the certification test. When we talked, the day before I left for the interview, Hannah had estimated she could finish before starting a job in Tampa. In fact, she was planning to negotiate her start date
around the timing of her final class. "She's going to take the certification test here. She can do that from anywhere," I said, and saw Melissa nod in agreement. That conversation only ended as I tried on some dresses. I ended up picking a simple navy dress with a lace halter top. Instead of jewelry, I got a wrap to wear and a cute clutch. "You need shoes," Melissa said as we walked around the shoe department. We picked out a few sandals, and I started trying them on. "Have you spoken to Ethan since September?" Melissa eventually asked. I shook my head as I put on another pair of shoes. "It's clear he doesn't want to talk to me." "So you didn't even try?" Melissa asked, looking shocked. I shrugged. Hannah thought it would be best for now, but she thinks he'll come around. "When?" Melissa asked, looking irritated. "Eventually?" All I could do was sigh. It felt like Melissa was bringing him up for a specific reason, but she let it go. Since my hotel was hosting the event, I took my time getting ready, knowing all I had to do was walk down to the ballroom when Melissa arrived. I checked my hair quickly before leaving my room when I got Melissa's text and found her waiting for me with Dora, her girlfriend. "Don't be mad at me," Melissa said when she saw my confused expression. I felt awkward. "I can go back to my room. I'm not upset that Dora got the night off." "We're both her hot dates," Dora said with a wicked grin. Dora, who I had only met over video chat with Melissa, was originally from Miami. She was short and stocky with a crew cut. Tonight, she was wearing a navy suit, and Melissa was wearing a pretty light pink dress. With me also in navy, we did look perfectly coordinated. "I thought you only had 2 tickets. You don't have to sneak me in," I said, looking around nervously. "There were 4 tickets," Dora said. "We're actually someone else's guests." I watched Melissa pick at her fingernails, clearly anxious about something. "That's why I don't want you to be mad at me. He offered me the tickets and said I should tell you they were the staff raffle. I don't know what he has planned, but he's nuts about you. He's walking in now. Please don't freak out." Quickly, I turned around to see Ethan walking into the building. He was hundreds of feet away from us, but I would know him anywhere. Blood started pounding in my ears while I was still processing the words Melissa just said. Ethan knew I was coming. He wanted her to invite me. "Hello, Katie," Ethan said when he got closer. I paid close attention to my heart thumping. There was tightness in my stomach that I had often felt when we were together in September. After all this time, my feelings hadn't changed. He looked better than I remembered. His navy suit seemed to be cut perfectly for him, his hair neat and short, his beard trim and clean. I resisted the urge to throw my arms around him and hug him like I hadn't seen him in a year. Then he leaned down and kissed me on the cheek. I was taken aback. The hair on his beard bristled against my face, and I felt the heat rise on my face. "I'm here for a job interview," I blurted out, staring into his brown eyes. He chuckled. "I know. That's why I told Melissa to invite you." So many emotions got caught in my throat. A loud voice in my head reminded me that I already knew the risk and result of doing something rash. "I hope you get the job," he said when I didn't say anything. "That's going to be a colossal project. Congratulations." "Thank you," I whispered. The 4 of us walked into a lavish Northanger banquet hall. The room was decorated with images of classic Northanger shorts and characters. Each table was named for a different character. I looked around the room and had no idea who anyone else was. Ethan walked away and went to greet a group of older white men. "They look rich," Dora said in my ear. "The whole room looks rich," I said. "He looks terrific," she added as Ethan stepped away from us and went to talk to a group of men. "Yeah," I said with a deep sigh as I watched him walk away, the smell of his cologne still in my nose. "Wow," Melissa said when I finally looked away from Ethan. "You've got it bad. Hannah didn't do this any justice." She handed me my place card. We were sitting at the Charlie the Cat table, and there were porcelain figurines of the character at each person's place. A program and menu lay on our plates. We would be tasting samples of the winter holiday menus, even though the events were over. At the open bar, the various holiday drinks, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, were available to drink.
"We try everything," Dora said, "even if just a sip and a taste. Agreed?"
Melissa and I nodded before getting up to go to the bar. I grabbed a mulled wine to start, Dora got a Northanger version of a Moscow Mule, and Melissa grabbed the non-alcoholic Christmas punch. I looked over the program once we were back at the table and realized why Ethan was here. "You didn't say this was a fundraiser to build a museum in the Northanger Mall," I said to Melissa.
She smirked. "Did I forget to mention that? The family is trying to raise money, not the company. Space will come from the company, but they hired this young graduate student to be a curator and build the museum from scratch."
I couldn't help but grin, but felt the tears fill my eyes. Ethan was doing what he had dreamed of and what we had talked about after seeing the family's museum in California. I quickly wiped away the tears.
"Are you upset?" Melissa asked. "She's happy for him," Dora said.
"He wants this so much," I said, my voice shaking a little.
"It's what he decided to do after the disaster of the trip. He went to the Northanger family and told them what he thought they should do in a Tampa museum. They're sending him to grad school for this and letting him build it from scratch. It's all being announced tonight."
I blew my nose into a cocktail napkin before sticking it in my clutch. "That's so wonderful for him. I'm glad he found a way to get what he wanted." I looked around for Ethan again. He was still with the same group of men, his back to me. A rail-thin woman with dirty blonde hair in her mid-50s walked over to them and kissed Ethan hello. My heart sank. Maybe I hadn't misread the signs, but I wasn't the woman he wanted. Perhaps he liked older women.
"He'll be around a lot if you start working here,"
Melissa said. Eventually, the appetizers came through the room. Melissa pointed out which were part of the menu she planned and which parks the others were from.
"We did this big tasting in early October. Do you remember me mentioning that, Katie?"
"I do. Did Ethan come to do the tasting?"
"He did. It was great, and we made a few tweaks from the feedback. I think we've avoided the watermelon jelly donut fiasco from the spring."
"The what?" I asked.
Both Dora and Melissa laughed, obviously remembering something as funny as it was disgusting. "Atlantica's team created a jelly donut filled with watermelon jelly. It was so gross, but nobody told them that before the event launched. There's one YouTube channel where the guy focuses only on the park food. He has a whole video about the donut. It was hilarious," Dora said. "The look on his face as he ate it, trying to remain excited during a live stream."
"That sounds so gross," I said. I made a mental note to find that video. I suspected who it was because I had watched a few food-related videos to get ready for my trip back in August.
"Holy crap! It's Rhiannon Picard," Melissa said, watching a tall brunette walk in.
"Who's that?"
"The Haunted Abbey. She's the current heir to the Picard fortune. They call her the Royal Heir," Dora said. "She grew up in Miami, and she's done a ton of voice work for the company. You know the Swan Princess?"
I nodded.
"She did that voice, and she did the Princess and the Pea a few years after that. She's a dancer, and she choreographed almost all the performances they do in California," Melissa said.
I remembered Melissa mentioning that someone from the Picard family would be here, but wasn't expecting the most important family member. "Why is she here?" I asked, wondering if she would be part of the evening's entertainment.
Melissa's eyes widened. "She's big money. They own tons of stock in the company and sit on the board of directors. The Picards were the original investors. It's why they're so involved."
I watched as Rhiannon shook hands with Ethan, greeted the blonde woman with a kiss on each cheek, before coldly greeting each of the men. All the men looked scared of her, and I was entranced.
"You know she's Joey Picard's mother,"
Dora whispered to each of us. Joey Picard is an insanely popular musician and actress. A couple of years before, she had won the final season of a singing competition in a way that boosted their ratings so high they decided not to cancel it. It lasted one more year, but she remained one of the most popular winners of all 10 seasons. Since then, she had won a Tony, a Grammy, and an Emmy. Joey's like 20. This woman isn't old enough to have kids that age.
She's 50, Dora said. Those Picards have French magic in their blood. Even the Santaros at home worship them.
I felt my mouth drop, and Dora was kind enough to push my chin back up, chuckling the entire time.
Can everyone please take your seats? The food is being served,
a young woman said from the podium at the front of the room. We sat down, and I was delighted to see Ethan make his way over to us with the blonde woman and Rhiannon Picard with him. They sat down next to us, Ethan on the other end of the two women. The blonde woman, who was Diana Northanger, sat down next to me. Ethan introduced all of us. Diana, he said, represented the Northanger Family Foundation. So, Katie, how do you know Ethan? Diana asked me as the sample plates were placed on the table by the waiters. I'm very good friends with his sister and spent a week in Northanger Parks with them in September. Do you make YouTube videos with her? I shook my head. No, I just finished my MBA in project management. I saw Diana's attention shift from polite conversation to engagement. Really? Do you have a job yet? I smiled. I'm here for a job interview. That's why I was included. I felt this was all the safe version of events. I didn't want to share the details that might reflect poorly on Ethan or Melissa. What's the job? Is it one of the Atlantica projects? That's going to be a big game changer for the company. It's something to get involved in. I nodded. It's fascinating, but I feel underqualified. Could that be imposter syndrome talking? She said with a soft laugh. I couldn't help but laugh too. Probably, but something about it just feels so much bigger than me. Diana shifted in her seat to face me. There are so many moving pieces, since they're essentially building a whole new park. Yes, exactly. Do you know about the museum we're working on? Did Ethan tell you about it yet? I thought back to the Los Angeles museum tour and my discussions with Ethan about his ideas for a museum. I was with him and Hannah when they went to the one in California. I'm pretty sure that the museum inspired him. He and I talked about what he would do if he was developing a museum for the family. He's got a very ambitious plan, but we have to find the right project manager for him. Would you be interested in submitting your resume? It's a big project, but not as ambitious as the Atlantica one. I was shocked at how I had gone from polite conversation to a job offer. I sat there blinking my eyes, probably looking like an idiot. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure Ethan would want to work with me. Why not? You know him, you know this idea already, and if they've interviewed you to work on Atlantica, then the company likes you. You might think you're underqualified, but I suspect nobody else does. Rhiannon, she said, turning to the other woman, say something brilliant about how women undervalue their skills. The brunette, who had been talking to Ethan, turned to Diana with a smile. Fuck the patriarchy? Brilliant. The two women laughed, and I failed to see the joke. I looked at Ethan, and he shrugged when our eyes met. It must be an inside joke between Diana and Rhiannon, since he looked confused too. Think about it, Diana said once she stopped laughing and Rhiannon had turned back to Ethan. And send me your resume. Let me be the judge of your value, not the boys' club. Maybe I have another project that will work well for you. We continued to talk through the dinner, but Ethan seemed to be making a point of avoiding me. I kept catching him looking over at us, but he would quickly look away each time I caught him. I can't eat any more, I heard Melissa say when the desserts were put on the table. Diana, Melissa oversaw the holiday food for the safari park. She's a project manager there, Ethan said. Diana turned to Melissa and smiled. I love the food they serve in Safari. It's always so well thought out. Do you always work on food projects? This was the first one, but there was pressure to maintain a certain level of quality, Melissa said, picking up a tiny fruit tart and putting it on her plate. Would you do it again? Rhiannon asked, directing her attention to us for the first time. Melissa smiled. I'm already working on the menu for the Summer Food Festival in Atlantica. I think they were happy enough to keep assigning me to food-related projects. They've had some missteps in other parks, Diana said with a chuckle. I was sure that was another reference to the watermelon donut and realized how big of a mistake that had been. They asked my husband to partner with them for next year's Flavor Festival in Atlantica, Rhiannon said, overhearing the conversation. They said he's part of the Northanger family because he married me. Rhiannon's husband bought a vineyard a few years ago, Diana explained. He decided he was done with acting and wanted to make wine. It turns out he has a talent for it and turned the company around. I told the Atlantica executives about him. I would love to taste his wines, Melissa said with her eyes wide open. We could pair them with food options. Give me your number. I'll set something up, Rhiannon said. The two exchanged cards, and I realized how different this was than anything I had ever expected to do at a Northanger park. At the beginning of September, I wasn't sure what I would do after my degree. I expected to keep freelancing until something piqued my interest. One impulsive decision to vacation in Los Angeles with my aunt and uncle triggered all of these events. Not only did Ethan and Hannah introduce me to Melissa, but because of them, I was sitting at a table with two very wealthy and powerful women, one of whom thought I should work for her. As everyone was eating dessert, Diana stood up and went to the podium. The room got quiet, and she started introducing and thanking some important people for attending. So many of you already know why we're here. Thanks to Ethan and Hannah Thornton's videos, the Northanger Family Museum's increasing popularity in the California parks has resulted in the Foundation looking for another similar project. The idea to continue with another museum, but here in Tampa, came to us from Ethan Thornton. I don't think I know anyone outside of the Northanger family who knows more about the parks, studio, and all the other things we do. The room began applauding, and I could see Ethan's face get red. Our eyes met, and I smiled at him. Diana smiled and continued. I am so happy to announce that not only are we moving forward with this museum, but it's going to be very different from what we did in California. There, we focused on the history and the artifacts building up the opening day on that park. This time, we will focus on how the Tampa Park has evolved, pushing interactive elements and digital content. Ethan has agreed to curate the collection and experience, focusing on building the collection from the vast number of documents and artifacts. The park has agreed to donate some beautiful space, but we want to open the opportunity for all of you to donate and build with us. The waiters brought around donation cards, and Diana continued explaining how they would use the donations and what donors would get in exchange. A lot of it seemed to be focused on the technology necessary to digitize the content and create interactive exhibits. I listened to her and wondered if this was a project I could manage. I might know nothing about museums, but I didn't need to know that to manage a project. That would be about the schedule, budget, and politics of what they wanted to do. It would require assessing the risks and planning solutions, something I knew Ethan wasn't great at doing. The holdup, in my mind at least, was Ethan and our history. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. The event ended shortly after. People lingered to discuss their donations with Diana and Ethan. Since we have no money to donate at this fundraising phase, Melissa, Dora, and I left together. I suspected the employees would eventually be encouraged to donate, but this was about big donors. I walked to the hotel exit with them to say goodnight and thank Melissa for including me. Katie, wait! I heard Ethan call to me when I walked back into the hotel and passed the banquet room. I had been walking back to my room, but I stopped, not wanting to deny Ethan anything that might repair what I had broken. He caught up to me and stood there, looking at me. "Is something wrong?" I asked. "Diana said she suggested you apply to manage the museum project," he eventually said. I shook my head, wanting to reassure him that I wasn't going to make him uncomfortable. "I'm not going to. I don't want to interfere." He stood there, fidgeting, and I felt confused. "Can we go somewhere to talk?" he asked. I looked around us and didn't know where we could go. "No, here's not a good place," he said, low enough for it to feel like he was talking to himself. "If you're worried about me making a scene, I won't," I said, shaking my head. "What?" he asked, looking confused. "No, there's just a lot to say. Let's go outside." I followed him to a bench outside and sat down next to him. "You look amazing tonight," he said as he exhaled a breath. I felt the heat of blush across my cheeks. "Thank you." Ethan smiled at me, and I was glad I was sitting already. "I'm sorry for everything that happened in September with Carter and Lucas and everything. I didn't know what was going on. I'm sorry I didn't tell you who I was when we were chatting in the comments. Hannah invited you to spend time with us because she wanted us to get to know each other." I resisted the urge to grill him the way I had with Hannah. I knew enough about what happened to satisfy my curiosity. Neither Daniel nor I had heard from either Bella or Lucas since it ended. "Don't worry. I don't blame you or Hannah. Daniel is dating someone new, someone who understands him and values the same things." "And you?" he asked, raising both eyebrows. I shook my head slightly. "What about me?" Ethan turned on the bench to face me and took my hand, but didn't say anything. "You said no," I whispered, staring at my hand in his. He didn't let go. "You deserved so much better than me. I was a mess who was afraid to take even the smallest risk. I lied to you when we chatted online. I was trying to be the man my father wanted and was stuck." I looked up at him and shook my head. "You are brilliant and know more about Northanger than anyone outside of the family, and that's according to someone inside the family. You just had a whole night about a project you proposed where rich and powerful people want to donate their money. Diana Northanger wants you to make it happen. That's going to take years to finish. I don't know what type of man your father wants you to be, but if this doesn't make him proud, then he's a fool." He blinked rapidly. "I wouldn't have been able to make this happen if I hadn't met you, if you hadn't kissed me." Our eyes met as he leaned closer to me. Before I knew it, he was kissing me. I let him pull me closer to him, and I wrapped my arms around him, not wanting to break away from something I never thought I would get. Being so close to him, I could feel his heart pounding in his chest. We sat there, kissing for what seemed like forever. "Katie," he said, finally breaking away and resting his forehead against mine. "Please, take any job they offer you here." "I don't want to talk to you about jobs, Ethan. Not now." "What should we talk about?" "Why do we need to talk?" I asked, and kissed him again. Epilogue. 3 years later. Ethan was practically clutching my hand. We stood next to Diana Northanger while she cut the ribbon. "The Northanger Family Inspiration Museum is officially open," she said as the ribbon fell and people started clapping. Children ran past us and into the museum, built more for them than anyone else. "The reporters want to talk to both of you," Diana whispered to us. She pointed over to the section they had designated for the press. Some of the large donors already there, Rhiannon Picard and her husband Sean, waved us over. "Are you ready?" I asked Ethan. He squeezed my hand and gave me a nervous smile. "As ready as I'm going to be." We walked over with Diana and were quickly bombarded with questions. "This is Ethan Thornton," Diana said when she was able to speak. "Our curator, and the man who originally pitched this idea to us. It's his vision that we've built over the past 3 years. With him is Katie Merton, the project manager who saved our butts midway through the project," Diana said, introducing us. I let Ethan do most of the talking, as they asked him how he came up with the idea for this type of museum. He talked about his history working for his father and his love for Northanger's history. "We wanted to create an inspirational and creative space. That's what this company and these parks have always been about," Ethan said, his voice shaking.
"How did you save the project, Katie?" a reporter asked me.
I squeezed Ethan's hand. "I just took over the project management, nothing special."
"Katie's being modest," Diana said with a laugh. "We have a great vision, and we wanted her working with us from the start, but she took a job working on the Atlantica rebuild before we could hire her."
"At first, I didn't think it was great to work directly with my boyfriend," I added, feeling it was necessary to clarify the relationship.
"Now, fiancé," Diana corrected. "We hired someone else, who turned out not to be as committed to the project. When he suddenly resigned and left a mess, I personally begged Katie to come on. She had just wrapped up another project, and the timing was perfect." "Are you going back to work on the Atlantica projects now?" another reporter asked me.
"There's so many projects going on. Who knows what I'll be offered next?" I said, keeping to the official story. I didn't tell them that my success with the museum had made the Northanger Company give me a leadership role within the Atlantica project. I was now on the team overseeing the entire rebuild project, not just overseeing smaller projects under that umbrella. Ethan and I decided to be vague about it. Senior had decided to come to the museum opening and was hinting at wanting insider information again.
"What was it like working with your fiancé?" someone else asked.
"Easier than we expected, but we had to lay some ground rules," Ethan said.
"Like what?"
the same person continued. "No work talk once we left for the day," I said. "It was difficult. So many of our friends work for the company, and a bunch of them were part of the project." We answered more questions before being released to greet people. We gave some tours to big donors. Since Rhiannon and Sean were the largest donors, they were getting their own personal tour with Ethan. Their youngest child, Colette, was already off in the museum playing with other children. "Your father has already introduced himself to me," Rhiannon said to Ethan as we walked. Ethan rolled his eyes. It had taken some time for him to allow Senior to get involved in his life again. This was the first time Ethan's position within the company had piqued his father's interest, and we both knew why. "What did he ask you to do?" "He wants me to make myself available to travel agents and their clients." "Why?" I asked. "I'm a Northanger Royal. What's better than that?" Ethan laughed, masking his annoyance. "You are welcome to ignore him. He'll get over it." This attitude towards Senior was one that Ethan was still working on. It was still difficult for Ethan to ignore his father's demands, but it was a big step forward that he advised others to do so. I took my fiancé's hand and gently squeezed. He turned to me and smiled. "Senior," I added, "is full of ideas to make unique experiences for his clients. Few of them pan out." I tried to be kind to my future father-in-law, even when he annoyed me with his aggressive behavior. He was still unhappy that Ethan and Hannah had stopped working for him, and part of him continued to blame me for that. I didn't care, because Ethan had no regrets about what happened. "Would you like to join us for dinner this evening? We're going to this new Greek place in the Disney Mall," Ethan asked the couple.
"Colette begged us to attend a character dinner," Sean said. "She loves doing the parks with Rhiannon because we get special treatment. I believe your sister's to blame for that, Ethan."
I gave Sean my biggest fangirl smile. He was tall, with thick hair that had remained black even into his 60s. I had grown up watching the television shows and movies where he got his acting start. Even though Rhiannon had introduced me to him years ago, I always worried that I'd say something stupid in his presence. It would be worse when I met their older children, or so I'm convinced. Hannah and her current boyfriend were somewhere in the museum with Melissa and Dora. Like a social media hurricane, Hannah had come to Northanger. She had started a unique series of content around the Northanger Royals. the actors and actresses who performed the voices of the movie characters. They were invited to come to the parks to meet fans, attend special meals, and other events where they could be filmed. Rhiannon had been the first to embrace it, encouraging others to do the same. Hannah had buttons made that said, "Northanger Royal Family," and the entire family wore them. Rhiannon, having had so many roles within the company, including board member, voice actor, child actress, and choreographer, was the most popular and much involved in the initiative. Knowing Hannah, I suspected their dinner would be focused on the many characters the family had been involved with, specifically 2 for Rhiannon. "Have a wonderful time," I said. "Maybe prepare to sing for your supper," Ethan said with a wink. Rhiannon laughed and smiled. She might literally have to break into a song. "Where's Daniel?" Ethan, looking around the crowd, asked me when we were alone again. I let out a deep breath and joined him in searching. My brother had returned to his life after the Northanger Parks. When I took over managing the museum's project plan, I asked him to consult on some ideas we had for the interactive elements and app. I offered him a job as the lead coder, assuring him that he would still keep doing the work he enjoyed. He had accepted the position and was responsible for the interactive elements integrated into the app used by the Tampa Parks to manage guests. Daniel never mentioned Bella or Lucas again, as if trying to block them out of his mind. I had heard rumors, especially as I got deeper into the company. Lucas never seemed to give up, and the 2 of them routinely tried to pitch new apps to the company. I had been invited to a meeting with them at the last minute and surprised them. That put Bella and Lucas on edge, and Lucas had a meltdown in the middle of the meeting. He accused everyone of being losers, kicked over a chair, and they had to call security to remove him from the building. Nobody has heard from them since, but I was sure they were just trying their luck with another company. "The museum is beautiful," Melissa said when we all got to the restaurant for dinner later that night. She and Dora had driven over with us while Hannah had been in charge of driving Senior and Carter. A few other friends and colleagues were joining us. Ethan blushed as he thanked Melissa. For all the fear he once had about proposing a project like this, he had quickly let most of it go. We worked so well together that I sometimes wished we could do that all the time. But he had his dream to evolve, and I had mine. And working with him had helped. "I like that you didn't follow the Northanger version of the Tampa land grab story. You were much more honest about that," Dora said. "The company does like to focus on how the prices would have been jacked up, and they were doing it for the love of the project," Ethan said. "I thought you were very fair to both sides," Melissa said. Hannah was waiting for us when we got there. "Senior and Carter saw a client and went to say hi." She pointed him out just as he was gesturing over to us and waving. He was in full travel agent mode, so he seemed engaged and excited. I hoped it would last through dinner. When we were escorted to our table, I noticed it was in sight of his clients. I smiled. He would be on his best behavior. "So, Katie," Senior said after we ordered, "what's the next project? Tell me everything." "You know, I can't do that." "The wedding is the next project," Melissa said, laughing. "Your mother isn't planning it?" Senior asked, looking confused. I laughed at the idea. My mother couldn't plan a meal without a fiasco. I planned family events. They were my first projects to manage. My parents weren't with us tonight. They planned to come with my Aunt Terry and Uncle Michael in a few weeks to see the museum. The executives at the LA park had, after a few months, offered my uncle the job he wanted, and with the pay he deserved. The new roller coaster and section of the park were scheduled to open in a few months, but the most critical parts of the project were over, and my uncle could take a vacation without worrying. The 4 of them would join all of us for a few days in the park, enjoying each other's company. Luckily, my parents love Ethan, and my uncle still enjoys talking about the company's history with him. Senior looked confused. "What are you planning?" he asked. "A Northanger wedding," Hannah said across the table. "We are going to film it for promotion purposes." Hannah had stopped working for Senior as soon as she moved to Tampa and took the company's social media job. She transferred his channel over to Carter, who wasn't great, but made it work. She was too busy with the Northanger channels to care. While a lot of their content was professional, she maintained a few channels that captured casual experiences. She had fun vlogs that she invited park guests to film for her. She started previewing pin releases and event scavenger hunts, which became popular. At this point, she had a whole network of video creators. We had agreed to have a Northanger wedding, so she could do an entire series about the process. The Northanger wedding services had fallen off in popularity, and they wanted to revive it. Ethan and I were getting a wedding we could never afford otherwise. They want to make sure to showcase the ultimate experience to entice couples. I could see Senior struggling to keep his mouth shut. From what I could tell, he wanted to be in the middle of this by finding a way to book Northanger Park weddings as a travel package. "Don't worry," Ethan said, noticing it too. "Everyone for our wedding will book their trips through you. We're going to set up a special package for you to offer." Senior relaxed, and I was glad Ethan had thought about that a few months ago. That one simple consideration made the dinner much more enjoyable. "Tomorrow," Ethan said as we walked to the car, "we're going into the park for a while, right?" "Yes, Northanger Studios only. I want a quiet day." "Good. I want to ride Alien Hunter." "Are you looking to get your ass kicked again?" I asked. "Nope. I think I've finally figured out how to do the ass kicking," he said, swinging our arms as we walked. "You're on," I said, and let him spin me around before kissing me. This has been Northanger Parks, a modern retelling of Jane Austen's Northanger Abbey, 21st Century Austen, Book 4, written by Sarah Marks, narrated by Marie Caron. Copyright 2020 by Sarah Marks, production copyright by Sarah Marks.